Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me fine? Can you see me fine? Let me make it to where you can see me, and then I'll ask that again. There we go. Hi guys, welcome to another live stream here. It's been about a month since you've seen me in this format, and unfortunately we're here again because we've got the threat of some big time tornadoes in the deep south. Currently, we have a tornado watch for portions of Texas, Arkansas, and Louisiana, and we're about to see a new tornado watch issued for portions of southeastern Arkansas, down into portions of Louisiana, and then Mississippi, maybe even parts of Tennessee, as we have two different areas that we are watching. Oh, and also, as tradition, let's get updates from everybody. Where are you watching from? I see we've got a lot of people in the chat here. Are you watching from Arkansas tonight? Are you in Kentucky? Where I like to get an idea of where everybody's from. Thanks for stopping by. And of course, before we really get into this, this is a pretty big day. I think, you know, there's a lot of little things that can happen here that can change things, but it looks like we're going to see tornadoes tonight. We've got a moderate risk of severe weather from the Storm Prediction Center with a 15% hatched risk of significant tornadoes. And, you know, everything's coming together on the radar. We have one tornado warning right now. So if you guys can help me out and share the link to this stream everywhere, far and wide, you put it on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever. It'll really help me get this vital information out to as many people as possible. And that's how this works. That's how we help people. Been doing this for, I don't know, 2-3 years now. And that's how we always hear that people, you know, figured out what was going on. My aunt shared it on Facebook. That's how I found you. And then I started watching and I was able to take shelter. So that is what we're trying to do here. So thank you guys for helping me with that. And let's dive right into talking about this tornado warning here. Once again, we do have one tornado warning right now, and that's going to be for Hempstead County, Arkansas, and Nevada County, Arkansas. That includes the town of Prescott in Arkansas for the next 17 minutes, okay? And I think if we go and we take a look at this on radar, there's a huge area of rotation here for sure, but it's not looking incredibly, it's, you know, like convincing, I guess, that there's a tornado on the ground. Doesn't really matter. There's a tornado warning, so we need to be taking shelter. But look at what's happening all up and down this line, okay? You got a rotating area right here. You've got another one back down here to the east of Texarkana. We've got another one trying to pop up down here, I really do think that at least in the beginning of this potential outbreak, the QLCS line back here is going to be what we have to watch the hardest. Now, there is another area that is the main reason we have a moderate risk of severe weather today, and that's going to be down here. All of these storms that you see in Louisiana are popping up out ahead of the main front. You know, a couple hours ago, we saw 3 pretty distinct bands of precipitation, and what's happened is 2 of them, not a lot has, you know, come out of those, but one of them has turned into a little bit of a bow echo here, producing probably some strong winds, moving into Lucky and Arcadia, moving towards Ruston and Jonesboro in Louisiana. And the good news is we're not seeing like discrete supercells in this particular part, but watch what's happening here, okay? We've got new storms popping up right here. We've got new ones popping up near Leesville, Alexandria. All of this precipitation right in here, we have to watch incredibly closely as we go through the next couple of hours. Now, it's currently 5:30 p.m. on the East Coast. We're probably going to be going all the way till 2 a.m., at least to 1 a.m. or so. And the prime time for potential tornadoes is going to be starting about 30 minutes from now until probably 10 or 11 p.m., especially if we are focused on the supercellular mode of storms down here. This is where things could really start to take off. And as you can see, this is also where all of our storm chasers are. There's Chris Hall. We got Chris Hall right there. We got Zach and Frankie here, Brett Adair, Brad Arnold, and Bryce Shelton are right here. And then Nick Gorman is up here in Arkansas. So they're all in this one area because It's these potential discrete supercells that could cause, once again, maybe some big time tornadoes today. But it's not only that area that we're going to be watching. As we have seen already, most of our tornado warnings from this system so far have come from this line of storms. And this is eventually going to go over towards Greenville, Clarksdale. It's going to go through Pine Bluff, Arkansas, and then maybe even parts of southwestern Tennessee near Memphis will have to deal with the effects of this line as well, as this is a pretty big system. It's affecting us in the deep south in the form of severe weather and tornadoes. But along the Ohio River, all the way up through here, we are dealing with a lot of flooding problems, and that's going to continue to get worse as we go through the night tonight. And then, of course, everybody out here is just having a great day, having fun in the sun in Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina. But just know, while you're out there enjoying it, you are the reason why we're having all this nasty crap happening back here. That warm, moist air is feeding our storms today, and potentially going to cause just an absolute mess down here in and around the pretty much draw a line between Alexandria, Louisiana, up to Tupelo, Mississippi, and then like pretty much anywhere in between that in a, I don't know, 100-mile radius either way. That's where I think we're going to have the most significant severe weather tonight. But of course, that squall line up north is also going to be something to watch very closely as well. Let's take a real quick look at our SPC risk. All right, so this is the Storm Prediction Center's risk. Whenever we say we have a moderate risk of severe weather, this is what we are talking about. And I am viewing this just like you can on the Radar Omega app. You can get it on your phone, iOS, Android. Follow along on an iPad while you're watching. You'll love it. It's great. Anyways, I'm looking at the moderate risk here. And as you can see, Greenville's included. Memphis is now included. Memphis is included in the moderate risk, and a lot of northwestern Mississippi is. Excuse me. And then we've got this big orange area around it. We've got an enhanced risk of severe weather in Little Rock, Jackson, Huntsville, Nashville, all the way up to portions of southwestern Kentucky. This is where we've got an enhanced risk of severe weather. And I want you guys to pay attention to the risk areas, obviously. If you're in the red, you need to be hyper weather aware, but don't pay too much attention. Let's say you're on the border right here near Forest City, Arkansas, for example. All right, the storms don't know boundaries. There can be a tornado in Forest City or Wynne or Marietta, Arkansas, just as equally in any of those places. We just draw these lines based off of, forecasts. So don't pay too much attention to the lines. Just know that we do have an elevated risk of significant severe weather today. And this is driven by a tornado risk. It is. So let me do something real quick here and let me show you that. On the Radar Omega app, I am going to go to the severe weather outlooks, and I'm going to show you the tornado outlook. And look at that. 2.3 million people are under a 15% hatched risk for tornadoes. That means that there's a 15% chance of a tornado within 25 miles of any given point in that red zone. And then you see the big black hatch zone. That is saying that those tornadoes could quite possibly be significant, producing EF2 damage or greater. And this is rare. A lot of times when we go live here on this channel, we've got a 10% risk, right? Actually, probably 80% of the time that we go live, we've got a 10% risk. So the 15%, especially the 15% hatched risks are a little bit of a higher echelon threat from the Storm Prediction Center. And it's warranted. The models have been showing a tornado outbreak. Let's hope that it doesn't happen, but we're on the cusp of figuring out if it's going to happen right here within the next little bit. And once again, it's not just me here. We've got the team, a huge team of some of the best storm chasers on Earth helping us out today with live feeds. We've got Brad Arnold, of course. Brad Arnold's out there today. And we've got Chris Hall. We've got Zach and Frankie from Vortex Chasing. We've got Brian Allen, Brett Adair, and Nick Gorman, all out there trying to give us a ground level view of what's happening. Sometimes the radar doesn't tell us the whole story. Sometimes The radar doesn't tell us the story at all, as we saw in our last live stream that we did. If it wasn't for Brad Arnold, nobody would have known that there was a tornado other than the people that were in the direct path of it. So storm chasers are a vital part of what we do here. They allow us to see what's actually happening on the ground, so we don't just have to rely on these blobs, on these red and green and purple blobs here to tell the story. So they're going to be helping us out all day today. And then, of course, we also have meteorologist Andy Hill here. He'll be chiming in. He'll be turning the lights green or having Carly holler at me. Yeah, we've got everything ready to go, and we're hoping that we don't have a huge, bad, severe weather situation here. But if we do, buddy, we've got you covered. We've got you covered. I do want to thank Terry Ann for becoming an official sponsor. That's awesome. Dog, thanks for being a member for 9 months, official sponsor. Jamie, thank you. I can't say your name. Nuri Chiri. I got my weather meter today. Awesome. Awesome. Black, thank you. Disco, thank you. Guys, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate you all for being here, and I really hope everybody's sharing the stream, because I think that, you know, at some point here, things are going to kick off a little bit. Things are going to get a little bit more intense. I think that we're not seeing a whole lot just yet from these confluence areas of precipitation in the form of supercells. However, that is going to change. That is going to change pretty quickly as these root up in the environment. In fact, some of these little rain showers down here are already showing some signs of trying to rotate down here in Louisiana. So right now, we're not seeing anything crazy going on here, but things are definitely going to try to change pretty quickly. And oh yeah, I'm watching this too. I'm watching that very closely right there, moving up towards Patmos and Ralston. There's 2 or 3 different areas that we're watching. The big squall line back here, and then of course the cells down here to the south. So there's no way that we're like, if one of these modes of severe weather fails tonight, the other one will still produce severe weather. So there's no getting out of this. It's going to happen, unfortunately. Back to the storm chasers real quick. Let's get an update from them. Let's start with Brad Arnold, shall we? Storm chaser Brad Arnold. We are live on YouTube, and we are on the edge of our seats awaiting your update. What do you think about the situation today? What's your plan? Let us know all about it. We'll wait for him to respond, and I'm going to try to figure out something here. Oops.
Hey, Ryan. We are sitting on U.S. State Highway 165 near Bastrop, Louisiana, watching these cells to our south starting to get going. There is a confluence band to our west that has started to bow out a little bit. That's a little bit problematic for tornado potential over there, but we're watching some storms that are southwest of Jonesboro and east of Jonesboro that are really starting to mature right now. We're going to be able to put ourselves in position. We can either drop southwest, go northeast, whatever we need to do. Watching that cell over in southern Mississippi as well, obviously we wouldn't be able to get there. Low-level helicity there just isn't sufficient for big tornadoes. So that's why we're over here. Kind of still wait-and-see mode. We're starting to at least see supercells develop, and we'll just see if they can grow robust and end up putting down those tornadoes that we're expecting today.
All right, so there's an update from Brad Arnold, the guy that wherever he is, it seems like there's a tornado here recently. If there was a such thing as a storm chaser leaderboard, I believe Brad Arnold would be at the top of it. But hey, guess what? All these other guys are great too. Let's hear from them. Let's go with Brett Adair. Hey, Brett, we're live on YouTube. Just looking for an update whenever you've got a chance. Let us know what's up. Brian, we are live on YouTube. Whenever you've got a chance, let us know what your plan is for today. This is Brett.
Yeah, Ryan, currently sitting on the east side of Monroe, Louisiana here, just off Interstate 20. As you can see, windy conditions prevail with a stiff southerly wind at 15 to 20 miles per hour. And we're waiting on some storms that are developing to the west and southwest right now. The question is, do we get these form up into more of a supercell type structure, or do we continue with linear mode that we're starting to see on the radar just to the west? So the parameter space here is really good. So I think as shear increases, we may see these take on more of a supercellular element, but time will tell. So we are in Monroe, Louisiana for right now, and we will be standing by.
All right, that was Brett Adair. Let's see, Bryce. Actually, let's talk to Chris Hall, y'all. Chris, how you doing, buddy? We're live on YouTube. Give us the latest. He sounds like a Brett Adair does sound like a pilot.
We are just between Rayville and Tallulah, and I think the town name is Delhi. Sorry if my voice cracks. I'm a little under the weather today, feeling a lot better than I did. We're watching some storms, me specifically, I'm watching some storms that are popping up just north, or just south of Fort Polk. I think those are going to be the ones that we need to watch as they move on off to the north and northeast towards the Monroe and Vicksburg area. I think those will be the ones that I target throughout the evening and afternoon.
Hey.
All right, so that was Chris Hall.
Hello.
That was Chris Hall, y'all. And once again, we're just trying to get an update from all of our chasers here to see what they're up to, see what the latest is. And I'm just going to keep going through the list here. Zach and Frankie, how you guys doing? We're live on YouTube here. Just want to hear an update from you, see what the plan is for today whenever you get a chance. Let's see here. A warning to the naders. Brad will find you and Brad will record you. That's true. We need to make Brad like a promotional video where he's Liam Neeson. What?
Aaron, you have us?
Yeah, we're live on YouTube. Just wanting an update from you on the plan, where you're thinking about the setup and all that good stuff whenever you get a chance.
Yeah, me and Frankie and our buddy Zach Hardcastle are just east of Monroe, Louisiana, near Rayville. We're just kind of waiting to see what these confluence bands do, to see if we get any isolated supercells. Obviously, as I'm sure you've said, the isolated storm is probably a little bit higher tornado potential today. So we'll see what happens. We're just going to hold put for now, and we'll go from there.
All right. Awesome. Sounds good. I love Zach and Frankie's little overlay here. We always see who, you know what? We need to start doing that for the rest of them. That way we always know what they look like when they're talking to us. Let's see here. Who else? Who haven't we not talked to? Oh yeah, Bryce Shelton. Bryce Shelton. What's up, man? We're live on YouTube. Give us the latest. I also do this to, oh, we don't even have Bryce. Oh no. Anyways, I was going to say, I also do this to give us a view.
Watching anything that might pop up in front of this line.
Okay, so we do have Bryce. We can cut to him if we need to. But he's not on the panel right now. There's too many storm chasers. Too many. We used to have a problem where there's not enough. And now just everybody is like, Ryan, can we be on your panel? And I'm like, there's only 6 spots. If you're just now tuning in, we are doing live severe weather coverage of a potentially significant event here. Okay. This is the kind of situation where we do believe that we're going to see tornadoes today. And not only that, but probably some big ones. All right. Some nasty ones, some damaging ones, and the kinds that are a little bit more intense than what we're, used to seeing maybe in a traditional severe weather situation. So it's not happening yet. Thank goodness. We hope that it doesn't happen at all. But all of the model data, all of the surface observations, everything that we've been looking at says that this the parameter space, the ceiling is very high for today's event. So we want to be here with you through every moment of it so that we don't miss anything, and so that we can relay those warnings to you in a timely manner. Once again, there's currently no tornado warnings. That warning that was up here in Arkansas just got allowed to expire. So now we're going to keep being live. Normally, if you're watching your local TV network or whatever, the weather goes off and it goes back to, Judge Judy or whatever it is that's playing until another tornado warning is issued. Here, we try to stay live for the entire thing and give you a behind the scenes view of figuring out which storms are going to have a tornado warning issued on them, and giving you that early heads up that, in my opinion, you can't really get anywhere else. So that's what the goal is here. As we continue to watch these sales try their best to pop up. I'm still looking at this one. This one down here in Louisiana, it's looking the healthiest, I guess, out of all these. But we're really at the beginning of this. Even these that are popping up down here in southern Louisiana, these are going to float up. And the farther north the storms go, the more favorable the wind elements are in the atmosphere to produce tornadoes. However, the farther north you go, the less favorable the thermodynamics become, and also the more probable it is that your storm gets interrupted by a collision with another cell or potentially one of the sweeping squall lines that are coming through. So we're going to see a lot of storms pop up to the south, down here around Lake Charles to Baton Rouge, and then they're going to work up towards Vicksburg. They're going to work up towards Yazoo City, and eventually Greenville and all these places. But the longer it takes for that cell to get up to the north like that, the more likely it is that the cell is going to get wiped out by a cold pool of air coming through from one of these other storms. So we're hoping that happens. But if it doesn't, if a storm can figure out how to really root up in the environment and stay away from the squall lines approaching from the west, or even parallel them and move relative to them for an extended period of time, that storm will become a big time, more than likely cyclical supercell, producing multiple tornadoes. And unfortunately, some of those will be big. And we're just hoping that doesn't happen. But the gun is loaded in this situation. The trigger has not been pulled yet. We're just waiting to see what happens. All right. Yeah, let me see here. The lights are working. Yep, the lights are working. So Andy, if you can hear me, if you need to chime in, the lights are operational today. Yeah, the Doppler on wheels are out today. That bow echo looks nasty. It does.
A new tornado warning has been issued,
but there's no severe thunderstorm warnings for it just yet. We'll probably see that happen here soon, though. Just to the south and west of Little Rock, we got a new tornado warning here. This, I believe, it includes Arkadelphia. So up here in Arkansas, once again in that squall line, the QLCS.
a new tornado warning has been issued.
We've got a new tornado warning here. And once again, that came through twice. I don't know why that's happening, but hopefully somebody in the back end can work on that for me. But yeah, we've got multiple areas of rotation popping up here in this line of storms back here towards Little Rock. You can see here that this potential tornado is somewhere near Birthsell or Gurdon right now in Arkansas, and it is going to move up towards Arkadelphia and Gum Springs. Now, unfortunately, this is in a radar hole, so we don't have an incredible view of the rotation, but we do have We can definitely see where it is, and we know the general path that it's going to take. So if there is a tornado here, it's somewhere near Gurdon. It's going to go up through the I-30 corridor between Midway and Gum Springs, and eventually up towards Arkadelphia. So if you are in Clark County or Hot Spring, Arkansas, Hot Spring County in Arkansas, please take shelter now. This is the second tornado warning of the stream. And I really think we're going to see a bunch of them. I think the Little Rock area might actually see a tornado warning if we continue to see this spin up right here. So you see how there's multiple little areas of rotation in this line, all up and down it. And the farther east this line goes, the more of that nadir juice, I guess, it'll come into contact with, and the more spin we will see. So that's... Once again, if these supercells, if this supercellular mode down here starts taking off, it's going to pose a pretty big problem, because we're going to have to try to cover those tornadoes as well as the QLCS tornadoes. And a lot of times the ones that happen in the lines are fast, and you know, they require a little bit more talking about, like, okay, here's where the tornado is, here's what the latest information. But at the same time, if we have the supercellular tornadoes, those a lot of times are more dangerous. They're sometimes bigger. So it'll be, hopefully it doesn't get too hectic here. In the Radar Omega app, which hopefully a bunch of you guys have already downloaded, links in the description, you can click on Brad Arnold's stream.
Head due north and try to get that.
And you can see it. And you can even put him in a little window here. And continue browsing the radar. As you can see, it's 77 degrees where he is, 66 degree dew point. There's 12 of you guys watching with me right now in the Radar Omega app. And where he is on the map is right here. Once again, you see his little face right there. So he's near Bastrop or Mare Rouge. I think I said that right. And he's just waiting. He's waiting to see what's going to happen with these cells down here. We don't know, but we are watching very closely. Yeah, the moist layer over here to the east of the cold front has become deep enough to break the cap. So we're starting to see a lot of new storms pop up over here, but nothing's crazy yet, which is very good news. Seeing some convection down here south of Jackson, Mississippi, that we'll have to watch. But I don't see anything to ring the alarms over just yet. Remember, though, the fact that we're seeing storms at all, and the fact that we're seeing any discrete cells at all, is bad news. Because the farther we go into the evening, the more favorable conditions are going to become for tornadoes. So, unfortunately, that's something that we'll have to be dealing with all night tonight. And my goodness, look at this one. So up here, I was just talking about this, south and west of Little Rock. This is Little Rock. This is another one of those storms inside of the line, the QLCS. Look at how it's curling up there. You see that shrimp tail? Yeah, hook. And you see that rotation? You will more than likely see a new tornado warning come out for this storm very soon. It might look a little like that. Actually, let me see. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, right there it is. New tornado warning for Hot Springs, Saline, and Grant counties in Arkansas. This is definitely the most intense looking storm that we have on radar right now. That is definitely
a new tornado
something to be concerned about. Once again, we got duplicate warnings. Riley, do you know if Riley's working on that, or if anybody knows about that? Okay. All right. Just as long as somebody knows about it. Okay. All right. So that latest warning is for Grant County, Hot Spring County, and Saline County, Arkansas. That is Unfortunately, that's probably going to produce a tornado here. I don't think that we'll wait a couple of scans, but I'm almost certain that this is going to cause a problem here near Traskwood, Haskell, Benton, and DeTonti in Arkansas. Okay. So definitely you're going to want to take shelter if you're in the path of this storm. Definitely going to want to take shelter. And we'll start tracking this one closely here. Dang. That is a beefy storm, too. This is embedded in the line. Just hope it doesn't look any worse on the next scan. Because once again, I want to be 100% clear here. The dynamics in the atmosphere, everything that's happening to make this happen are like off the charts. The only thing that's holding this back from being like a slam dunk tornado outbreak for sure, 100%, are things like the storm mode, whether or not we see storms, whether or not they actively, produce in the environment. So as soon as we see one storm kind of take advantage of the environment like we hoped that it wouldn't, we're probably going to understand what's going to happen for the rest of the night more so. So we did get another scan in here, and on reflectivity, it looks a little bit better. It looks a little bit less concerning, I guess, but we'll have to continue to watch it. On velocity, it still looks pretty daggone interesting there. So once again, Traskwood, Haskell, Dentony, I hope I'm saying that right, and Bryant in Arkansas, please take shelter as this is a dangerous storm. We're going to keep you updated on that. But we're also going to zoom out a little bit and show you once again everything that we're looking at. All of our storm chasers are right here, okay? And all of our tornado warnings are right here. Why? Why is that happening? Well, the storm chasers believe that these storms are going to become the big tornado producers today, and they're going to move in this direction up into Mississippi as we go into the night tonight. They're trying to be right in the middle there to intercept a storm and then follow it northeast. Now, there's also this big line of storms that's moving through Little Rock up towards Memphis. This is going to go in the same direction, okay? And it'll also have tornadoes in it. As you can see, we've already got 2 tornado warnings, but those tornado warnings are not, you can't see them. You can't see those tornadoes. So the storm chasers, obviously, they want the ones that you can see. That's what they're there for. These embedded storms in the QLCS line are wrapped in rain. It's a nasty situation. So it's important that we pay just as much attention to those as the other ones, because that can be more dangerous sometimes. And I heard a voice. Where did I hear it from?
Hey, Ryan, do you copy?
Yeah, go ahead. That's Riley.
I need to send a test tornado warning to make sure they're not sending double.
Okay. Go ahead.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, no double on that, I don't think. Which I guess we'll see whenever it goes away. So it might be the National Weather Service might be accidentally double hitting the button or something. I don't know. They're nervous. They're like, accidentally hit the warning button twice. I've done it before here. I've done it before. So I know how it goes. All right, I'm going to sit down. I'll see you guys down there. Ah, nice. New mesoscale discussion. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's see. By the way, the new mesoscale discussions from the National Weather Service look really good. So this is what they're thinking about down there at the Storm Prediction Center. Supercell tornado threat will gradually increase during the next couple of hours. A tornado watch is likely in the next 30 to 60 minutes. Okay. All right. I think we're on the same page. I think we're thinking the same thing. So I'm going to retweet this. Guys, if you want to help me spread the word, once again, also go retweet it. National Weather Service SPC. NWS SPC, at NWS SPC. Let's see here. What does the dew point have to do with the stability of the atmosphere, Ryan? The dew point is just kind of a way that we can understand how much moisture is in the atmosphere. And whenever you have a lot of warm, moist air in an area that is subjected to an influx of cooler air, you have more instability. It's more unstable, right? Because whenever you throw the warm air into the mix or the cold air into the mix, all of that warm air, and the more of it that there is, and the more intense that it is, it gets lofted up in the sky, right? So the more moist, the more warm, all of the stuff that's getting pushed up is, the more unstable the atmosphere is. And then whenever the storm comes through, the cold front comes through, it rains, the air kind of cools down, the moisture kind of lessens a little bit. The air becomes stable, because even if there is another cold push of air that comes into that, what's going to happen, right? You have to have warm, moist air in place for it to be unstable. And the reason it gets pushed up is because warm air rises. Simple science. Nicholas says we've got gusty winds and pea-sized hail in Lincoln, Mississippi. Nicholas, thanks for sending that. Looks like we've already got some of those storms down here producing hail. So there you go. Another indicator that there's definitely room for storm growth in this general area. Will there be any weather for South Louisiana, like New Orleans? Yeah, there will be some weather, but it ain't going to be nothing. It's not going to be crazy. The most of the severe weather is going to be to the north of New Orleans. You might get a shower or a thunderstorm. Do I think there will be a tornado in central Alabama? More than likely not, but it's possible as the line of storms moves east tonight. There will be tornadoes all up and down that line as it moves into Tennessee, Kentucky, and then eventually into Alabama. But the threat is much less, and it'll be more isolated by that time. Yeah, so if you're just now tuning in, we're just kind of waiting for this to happen. The Storm Prediction Center is going to put out a tornado watch here, and that'll mark the beginning of the main event as the supercell tornado threat is going to gradually increase. And the lights are green, so you know what that means. It's time to talk to Andy, the weather machine. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. Hope I'm coming through okay. Let me know if I am.
Yes.
Sweet. Hi, guys. Yeah, I look a little silly right now. This is my second camera, and it's because I wanted to say that I'm going to accentuate Ryan's stream today and give you all a dual coverage here. I'm still going to tune in with the green lights. In fact, I'm going to say when I'm going to do it, but I am going to try going live. What do you think about that, Ryan?
You go for it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So it'll be on the Meteorologist Andy channel. You'll get to see what goes into me deciding to ring up Ryan's lights and be like, hey, look at this. It's going to be really difficult, a little chaotic, because I'm listening to Ryan talking myself constantly. And it's going to be fun, though. I think a day like today with this level 4 out of 5 risk from the Storm Prediction Center really warrants this sort of dual coverage. So if you're interested in hearing the back ends, I'll be here. I recommend, of course, keeping Ryan's stream up first and foremost, as he's got the most up-to-date coverage. If I'm like tunnel visioned on a storm, I'm making sure that I can get the info out, what I think, as soon as possible. So that's the goal with today's coverage of this event. gonna give it a shot. I hope you guys like it. And yeah, if you want to find that, I'm sure Ryan can retweet it, but I've already tweeted it, and that's how you'll find the link. And I'll be on as long as I can be with Ryan. And I mean, I guess since I'll be a little bit of a newbie at this, give me a little space and time in case I miss something. So hopefully that sounds good. But yeah, again, I think this will be really interactive. I'm gonna have my people in my chat tell start spamming Ryan's chat with, "Hey, Andy's coming through. He's gonna change the lights on you." So I think it's gonna be really good, and hopefully this what we're doing here allows us to get as much info out to you guys as possible, as that's our main goal in doing this.
Absolutely. Yep. Thank you very much, Andy. And of course, guys, he's going to be chiming in like always. Keep an eye on the lights. And then for anybody that doesn't know, Andy does have his own channel now. Some of you, that might have been the first time that you've heard about that. Meteorologist Andy Hill on YouTube. He's posting videos and doing live streams. So, and it's a team effort. And so every time we mention that, it's like, oh no, Andy's leaving. No, we're still doing this together. We're just doing it bigger and better. All right. All right. So I'm going to kind of hone back in on this storm here that continues to look pretty gnarly. If you remember when we first called it out here, it had this little hook on it. This is definitely a sign that it's rotating. And then I believe what's happening here is that this storm is definitely rotating. In fact, it's rotating a lot, but it's not really, it's not finding its rhythm. It's not finding a balance. Therefore, it's not producing a very tight area of rotation just yet. But I'm concerned about this one because if it does, it's kind of in the perfect position to produce a tornado, maybe for a significant amount of time. As it moves up to the southeastern Little Rock area here. So right now you're under a tornado warning in Benton and Bryant and DeTonti in Arkansas. If this continues to look this way and it doesn't bow out, we'll probably see that warning expanded up through Sweet Home, Wrightsville, and Woodson in Arkansas. So please keep an eye on that. The cell is definitely going to be the one that we have to watch the hardest over the next little bit. And let's come down to the south a little bit. Let's check on some more storms. This QLCS line goes all the way down here into Texas. There's a lot of areas that are rotating in it. This one's still got some rotation here north of Roston, Louisiana. And then, let me see. We're starting to see some areas of potential rotation trying to show up in this big blob of storms down here. So that is something that we'll have to keep an eye on. And then, of course, we've got new cells popping up down here near Alexandria that we have to keep an extra special close eye on. This is going to be a long night. It's currently 6:08 p.m. on the East Coast. This is going to be happening for, I don't know, probably at least 6 to 8 more hours. So we're going to be tracking this thing all the way across Arkansas, Louisiana, into Mississippi, and Tennessee. Now, I think that the new watch that's getting ready to be issued, there is a new tornado watch that is getting ready to be issued. I don't think it's going to include Tennessee, but there's definitely going to be some severe weather moving through Tennessee at some point. And it'll probably mostly focused around that QLCS line of storms that's coming in. Let's see here. And by the way, I am watching Twitter. So if you guys have any pictures or videos or anything that you want to send me or tag me in, do that on Twitter. My handle is at Ryan Hall, y'all. At symbol Ryan Hall, y'all. Oh yeah, can somebody drop me a link to the Doppler on wheels site again, so we can view that data if they get close to something? Yeah, and if you're just now tuning in, we're waiting on the main event to just kind of pop off here. We've got multiple confluence bands that are firing semi-discrete convection across Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and it's happening in a very favorable environment. And it's favorable for significant tornadoes, not just tornadoes. A lot of times when we do this, we're talking about, spin up tornadoes, this, that, yada, yada, yada. Today, we're talking about big ones, nasty ones. And the peak of the event will probably be over the next 3 to 5 hours. So as soon as we get a storm that is taking advantage of this environment that we keep talking about, that's, there's no looking back. And we'll be watching that as we go through all the rest of the evening. And unfortunately, I hope this doesn't happen, but it looks like it's likely that we'll see multiple of these kinds of storms, and we'll just be locked into the relaying of the warnings as we go all the way through the night. And this, the one up here in Arkansas continues to look not scary, but interesting. I'm starting to notice this one down here in I guess north central Louisiana. It's trying to curl up. The bottom of it's trying to start to look like a supercell. And then I'm interested to see what's going on with these. What's unfortunate are moderate risks today. There's no radars. Like none of the edges of the moderate risk touch a radar. So we're going to be in the blind here as these storms go between Arkansas and Mississippi and Louisiana and Mississippi. But that's why we have a huge collection of storm chasers to give us an idea of what's actually happening on the ground. So we've got these cells that are popping up down here near Alexandria that we'll have to watch very closely. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this right here is what we're looking for today. If this continues up to the north and east and makes it up towards Vicksburg, that's going to be a problem right there. That's going to be a big problem. And look at all of our storm chasers literally right in the same spot. Okay, so the good news is like these aren't like rotating. What's crazy is like we have this super favorable environment, right? But just upon first glance, when some of these storms pop up, you wouldn't be able to tell. I think what we're going to see happen here is like as these storms go farther to the north, they're just going to go from being like a regular storm to tornadic like that. And that's going to pose another significant threat for the people over here near Natchez, Vicksburg, Lake Providence, Yazoo City. Because what might happen is that we're going to sit here and we're going to be waiting for the tornado, and it doesn't come for a little while, and then boom, all heck breaks loose, and people have lost interest. Maybe there's people that are thinking, this happens all the time. If it takes an hour too long, like people are like, oh well, I'm going to flip it back over to Family Guy, and then boom, things start happening. So make sure you're at least periodically checking in with the National Weather Service alerts and my stream as we go all the way through the night, no matter how it seems, the current situation is, because I've been doing this for a long time, guys, and I'm telling you, in a matter of minutes, things can go from seemingly nothing to just chaos, especially on a day like today. Still super concerned about this one, though. This is just south of Little Rock. This one's been trying to do something for a while. We've got rotation here. We've definitely got a hook. We'll see what happens with it. It's been struggling, which is good news, but we'll see how long that lasts. Yeah, I'm still looking through the notifications here on Twitter. I thank you guys for sending me your reports and once again tagging me in anything you think is newsworthy. It really helps me figure out where to go and what to look at and all that good stuff. All right, I'm just reading some of the latest updates from the Storm Prediction Center. Waiting to see what's going to happen with this watch. I at some point I heard somewhere. Now I don't know where I heard this from. I think one of the Storm Chasers told me, but I believe they were considering a PDS watch. So that's kind of like the next thing that I'm preparing to communicate here. Anytime that happens, there's a lot of questions about what that is. It's rare. I'm not 100% sure that that's what this watch will be whenever it comes through, but a PDS watch is not a regular tornado watch. It's a particularly dangerous situation, and they only issue that whenever they believe that the situation is particularly dangerous. So a lot of times we don't see those. Once again, if you guys have tuned in to a Ryan Hall Y'all live stream before, and I'd say a lot of you have, because man, we talk about this area so much. You guys have been under the gun for severe weather more than any other area in the United States for the past 3 years. And, but like most of the time, the tornado watches are regular tornado watches. It is actually rare that we see a PDS watch, and we'll see the wording of the watch and all that stuff whenever it comes out. Aren't all tornadoes potentially dangerous? Yeah, all tornadoes are potentially dangerous. Not all tornadoes are particularly dangerous. So a tornado that is more dangerous than another tornado may be particularly dangerous. The language is probably dumb. I would just call it here's a little tornado watch, and here's a big tornado watch. If you're under a big one, it's going to be worse. That makes more sense, but they got to say particular. They're being particular about it. Okay, so we got a new warning, and now the warnings aren't showing up at all. I think in the effort of trying to fix. Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. I spoke too soon. We got a new tornado warning for Pulaski and Saline counties in Arkansas. Let's go inspect it. And of course, that is the same area.
A new tornado warning,
and it still popped up twice. We still got duplicate warnings. That might just be something that we have to deal with tonight, guys. I don't know what's going on there. But as you can see, we've got rotation here. It's still looking pretty much the same as it has been. In fact, it's probably looking a little bit less intense. But something that I am noticing is that we're starting to see this cell move more to the right rather than following the direction of the rest of the cells. And a lot of times that's indicative of a strengthening supercell within the line. And that is going to be the problem there. That could mean that we're going to see a tornado here. So south of Little Rock, we got a tornado warning. No tornado on the ground as of right now, I don't think. But we're going to be watching that closely. And I think it's finally here. The tornado watch is finally here. And it ain't. It is not a PDS watch, I don't think. Yeah. But look at this. It does include Memphis. It does include southwestern Tennessee. It includes Jackson, Tennessee. And it goes all the way until midnight central. Midnight central. Look at the wording here. Several strong tornadoes likely. So this is probably in the criteria. This is probably like 1 point away from being a PDS watch. They probably did this just in case, these supercells don't kind of do the thing that we expect them to do down here. But regardless of whether it's a little tornado watch or a big tornado watch, this one is the biggest little tornado watch that they could possibly issue. Several strong tornadoes likely. A lot of times they'll say some tornadoes possible, or a few tornadoes possible. Sometimes we even see them say several strong tornadoes possible. But whenever they say several strong tornadoes likely, that just shows you that they're serious about this one. And it does look like we are going to see some tornadoes tonight between now and midnight. A new tornado
watch has been issued.
Scattered hail up to ping pong size. And then, of course, 5 million people are included in this. So once again, this is another great time to remind y'all to try to help me out. Let's get the word out here. Whenever the tornadoes start dropping, whenever they start falling out of the sky and we're just getting new warnings and things are happening, I'm not going to have time to, post, share my stream,
a new tornado watch
or anything like that. I'm not even going to have time to ask, the audience to. So if we can do it now, get as many links to this stream out there as possible, especially if you have family or friends in this affected area. I just want to make sure we've got as many people around to get that information as soon as it comes out, because it's going to be a long night and it's going to be a dangerous night, and we don't want anybody in a situation where they're not getting the most adequate and up-to-date information in a situation like this. So please help me share it around Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, whatever. The more the merrier. And if you don't want to share it on social media, I totally get that. You might not even have other social media sites. I definitely get that. Just hit the like button here on YouTube and maybe subscribe to the channel. That'll tell the YouTube algorithm to get us in front of the right people. Tammy is in the storm shelter here in Saline County, Arkansas. Tammy, thank you for sending this. I hope you're doing okay. It does look like to me that the storm is still not producing a tornado, but you are doing the smart thing by being in your safe spot, because what we're going to see here is potentially this produce a tornado very quickly. A lot of times when you see this, the colors are indicating here is a lot of inflow. You see the bright greens here, that's wind coming into the storm like this. And then we've got wind wrapping around the back of the storm like this, especially indicated by the red. Whenever we see them kind of converge together right here, very quickly we can see a tornado form. And a lot of times that happens in between the scans. So, what we see on radar is actually about 3 minutes behind real life. And the next scan could be significant, but let's hope that it's not, and we'll get through this one just fine. Stay in your safe spot until that warning is allowed to expire. We've got a borderline PDS tornado watch out now for Memphis, pretty much the majority of Mississippi. And we've got all of our storm chasers out there giving us a view of it. If we can, do we got anybody else on LSM? If we can get something up there of the sky instead of Chester's. Let's see here. At Sebastopol, I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. At Sebastopol, Mississippi Fire Department, setting up a TV to watch your live. Well, thank you. I hope I said that right. We appreciate all of our fire and EMS, everybody that's involved in the especially the recovery stage of, hopefully it doesn't happen, but if a town gets hit by a tornado tonight, there's a lot of people who are ready to help those people out. And I know a lot of those people are watching right now, so hopefully we do a good job of keeping you updated on what you need to know. You need a drink? I do. I need to hydrate here real quick. Give me just a second. That's a reminder for all of you too. Get you a sip. Yeah, so that newest watch, there's a high risk of tornadoes, a high risk of EF2 plus tornadoes, a high risk of severe wind. So once again, almost a PDS watch. So up here with our storm that's going just to the south of Little Rock, it's kind of getting eaten up. Look at how this was kind of, it wasn't discrete, but you could see the base of the storm here. It's all by itself. There's nothing kind of competing with it. But now, notice how the base of the storm is covered up. We can't even identify where the base of the storm actually is anymore. So that's a good sign. That one might be dying off, but it's still going to produce big-time hail and damaging winds as it moves off to the north and east. Here's a view from Chase of the front that just rolled into Cabot, Arkansas. You can see that shelf cloud there. We're going to see a lot of those this evening. That's just a sign that a strong storm is coming in. That's all. Yes, Memphis is included in the Nader Watch. Karen says 30,000 people watching and only just 7,000 likes. I agree, Karen. What? Guys, slap that like button. It helps. It doesn't help me feel better about myself. Okay, it doesn't help us achieve any sort of status. They mean nothing other than it tells YouTube that, like, hey, like, people like this, so maybe we should show it to other people. And if that happens, there's somebody in Greenville, Mississippi right now scrolling through YouTube watching Mr. Beast or something, and they don't even know that they're under a tornado watch where several strong tornadoes are likely. So they're going to see our thumbnail pop up next to Mr. Beast, and hopefully they'll click on us, and then boom, we're helping them out. And that only happens, though, if you press the like button. Nothing wrong with Mr. Beast.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
He's just not. I wouldn't recommend going on a Mr. Beast binge watching session while you're under a tornado warning. Yeah, so there's a couple sales that we're watching. There's one down there near Brookhaven, Mississippi. I don't know. Like, there's so many of these storms that are on the verge of trying to produce a tornado, but they are just not yet, which is a very good sign. If that continues through 7 and 8 p.m., we might have dodged a bullet here, but if things start popping off, they're going to over the next couple of hours. Yeah, let's go over here and look at the Brookhaven cell once again. Why can't I see the why can't I see nothing? You see, this cell looks more than any other one that we've seen today like a cell that would be popping up in an event like this. Ah, okay, so we just lost that last frame. Okay, and it is rotating a little bit. So, yeah, this might be one that we have to watch here. This is in southern Mississippi. It's a little bit disconnected from the, I guess, the really intense ingredients, but it's one of those things. If this continues going north and it stays discrete, that will probably become a supercell that we have to watch. Book echoes are forming. They are galore. Nothing too overly concerning yet, though. Really, the most impressive thing that we've got going on is our storm up here near Little Rock, and that is kind of not that impressive now. This is impressive, though. This big squall line that's getting ready to come through Memphis. That's gonna be something for sure. I don't know if it'll be a tornado producer, but if you live in Memphis, definitely get ready for that. Just a reminder, I will say your town name wrong today. Will this impact me near Louisville? Yeah, much later, though, and not as significantly as these areas to the south. Yeah, we're starting to see some of the storms down here in Louisiana. Try to really break the cap. I'm looking at satellite here, and you can see that the tops of the storm starting to shadow over the rest of the clouds. If they continue to do that, we're probably gonna see something here. It just sucks that they're so far away from the radar. Trying to look at as many different views as possible. What's the consensus for West Tennessee tonight? West Tennessee, you're under a tornado watch until 12 a.m. Right now, the storms aren't really close to you in Western Tennessee. I mean, they are. There's some stuff out here. But the real deal is not going to come through, I don't think, until later. So this is the big line that's going to come through Memphis. We've also got some prefrontal cells that might try to pop up here and move up into the southwestern Tennessee area, but we've got a couple hours to go before we're really concerned about that. Yeah, the prefrontal storms have initiated along several surface confluence bands. This is something that we expected. This is one of the reasons why there's a moderate risk of severe storms and tornadoes today. But now it's just a matter of waiting as they begin to feel an abrupt increase in low-level wind shear. That's another thing, too. There's not a whole lot of that low-level jet in place. That's going to rapidly increase over the next little bit. In fact, it's rapidly increasing right now. So once again, it's just going to be a waiting game here as we wait to see what happens. I originally didn't plan on starting my stream until 6 anyways. We started it early, and now we're starting to get into where the main event, I guess, is supposed to start taking place. When's the dinner poll? There probably won't be one tonight unless Carly wants to eat dinner. I'm on a thing like where I only eat once a day, and I already ate once today. That does suck though. That was fun. the dinner polls. I'll try to arrange my dinner for stream time next time. Sirens are going off in Little Rock. That shouldn't be happening. There is no tornado warning in Little Rock. There is a severe thunderstorm going through, but that's going to be over here soon. New mesoscale discussion. A couple supercells are possible during the next hour or so. A tornado or two will be possible. So that's for the storms down there in southern Louisiana or south central Louisiana. Looks like we got a lot of new people here tonight. I see tons of questions about like, what's a dinner poll? What are you talking about? Tell me the weather, Mr. Weatherman. Oh, this is cool. NWS Tornado also does the warnings and watches in Spanish. I think that's kind of new. So that's cool. This guy didn't get the memo. He just said, "Huh?" Oh, that's funny. I don't know why. I laughed so hard at that. I just didn't expect to see that in the comments. Oh boy. Huh? How fast are these moving? The storms are moving pretty daggone fast. They're going to move even faster as we go later tonight. 50, 60 mile an hour storm motions are going to be the common theme. Hey, do you think Memphis will get hit with a big one? I'm kind of nervous, and all this is spiking my anxiety badly. If anybody has bad anxiety tonight, please don't do that. You can be prepared and not scared. The fact that you have me, the fact that you have the Radar Omega app, and there are hundreds of meteorologists around the nation watching the radar closely, and we're relaying that information to you. I mean, you have more tools than we've ever had in the history of Earth to avoid injury or, personal harm from a tornado. We win in this situation as humans as long as we just know that it's coming. And the way that you know that it's coming is by watching me or your local weather dude, whatever you want to do. The way people get hurt a lot of times in tornadoes is just by being surprised by them. So when you hear that a tornado went through the town and X amount of people died or, were hurt, a lot of times those people just didn't know that it was coming, or they didn't know what to do once it came. So you guys, hopefully everybody has a plan. You can know in your mind what you're going to do when the warning comes through. And when the warning does come through, you can execute that plan, get to your safe spot, and you'll be fine. Bring me with you, phone, tablet, cellular device, and we'll get through it together. Now, sometimes there's a big tornado and you have to try a little bit harder but like wearing a helmet, getting underground if possible. All those things are helpful. But remember, getting hit by a tornado at all, your odds are very, very low. Getting hit by a very significant tornado are even lower than that. So it's not something that you should worry about. It's just something that you should be aware of, and just be hyper weather vigilant and aware. Stay with me, and we will let you know. I promise. If you need to take significant action to protect your life. Look at this. Randy Smith has been a member for 23 months, almost 2 years. A member here. Randy, thank you so much. David G, 20 months. Mr. B should thank you for the name drop. Yeah, I agree. That guy would be nowhere if I hadn't talked about him on my stream here. Let's see here. New Jersey has the best shot at active weather. Next stop, Hurricane SL. Yeah, New Jersey's definitely going to be getting in on some weather, I think, soon. Hey, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Crisano and Colton. Thanks for being a member for daggone 14 months. Lots of old members, lots of OG crew here today. Yeah, the lower level jet it's strengthening rapidly. Low level lapse rates, however, are horribly underperforming, which is great news. All right, let's go check back in on the Brookhaven cell. Phew. I mean, this one looks nasty, but it doesn't look terrible. We'll see what happens if it survives this merger here. That could become a problem. That could become a nader producer right there. Man, you guys are blowing up the chat. Thanks to everybody that's becoming a member. Ryan says, how can I get a radar like yours on the computer? The Radar Omega, once again, the one that you can get in the description, the one that I always talk about, Radar Omega, link in the description. You can get it on your phone, iOS or Android. Now, if you want Radar Omega on your computer, it costs extra. And you can figure that out in the app. There's like a subscription service and all that stuff. But it's a one-time flat fee to get it on your phone. But yeah, there's different extra stuff that you can get, I guess, with the subscription model, and getting it on your PC, which is nice, is one of those extra things. And if you want free radar on your computer, I think you can still go to your local National Weather Service page, NOAA or weather.gov. Like, you don't have to pay for it, y'all. You can go to weather.gov, click on your area, and then, yeah, right there. I mean, it's not great, but you can see the radar. And there's a couple other free options as well. But, I mean, Radar Omega is... I mean, it's professional grade. I run these streams off of it and guide hundreds of thousands of people through weather events. Like, it's not just your regular free kind of radar app, you know. It's extra. We got reports coming in of flash flooding in Saline County with water up to car headlights, and people are trapped in their vehicles there. So we had a couple of tornado warnings just south of Little Rock earlier. That's now turned into a flooding situation. And look at this huge flash flood warning zone here around Little Rock, points west. Conway, Russellville, Hot Springs Village, all these places are under flash flood warnings as these storms are dumping a tremendous amount of rain with them. Tremendous. This storm continues to keep my attention here. This is already unfolding completely differently than what was modeled by the HRRR, which is what most meteorologists use leading up to the beginning of the event to try to conceptualize all of the mesoscale changes that are happening on an hourly basis. I don't think that we were supposed to see this intense of convection this far east. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with these. I'm concerned that they remain discrete, continue going north, work into that level or that area of higher wind shear, and become troublemakers. So we'll have to see. I'm just thinking of like how many of our storm chasers are going to be freaking out if this storm is the one that decides to do the thing. They're all over here. This one's going to go this way. I wonder if any of them are considering turning around yet. Yeah, so that storm's undergoing what seems to be a constructive merger. So it looks all right. Panda says, I'm deeply surprised that the Brookhaven cell isn't under a tornado warning yet. Well, the reason why it's not is because, so on reflectivity, I mean, it looks like a tornado producing cell, right? And the merger that it's going through actually has made it look more so like that. If this kind of curls up and, you know, this doesn't tear the storm apart, or if it doesn't become some big, you know, blob of a multicellular kind of thing, that'll help its case. But right now, there's not a lot of rotation. There is definitely a lot of inflow coming into the storm here, and the storm is starting to produce enough rainfall to produce a rear flank downdraft, but it's very disconnected. There's not a tornado that's going to happen in that. These areas of inflow and rear flank downdraft have to become closer together before this gets warned. My concern is that will happen though. Like there's nothing stopping this thing from producing a tornado if something doesn't happen here soon, if it doesn't just kind of fizzle out or something like that. Yeah, and so the storms that were supposed to be producing the tornadoes now are these. This is the band of precipitation that was originally forecast to produce the supercellular problem that led to a tornado outbreak. They're struggling. They are struggling. I mean, this down here, this is trash. Like this is not going to produce a tornado anytime soon. That could change over the next little bit. The lower level jet's ramping up. The cap is eroding. We'll continue to watch it. Brad Arnold's right here. Look at him. Brad Arnold, if he's right here, you know, it's hard to imagine Brad Arnold's in the wrong spot, you know? So, you know, we'll see what happens with this as it continues to mature. These storms are interacting with some of the more favorable current environmental factors that could lead to tornadoes, but it's just a big mess. There's a convective mess. There's a bunch of cold little outflow boundaries popping out of the storms, messing up with, you know, each other's balance. So, in order to produce a tornado, a storm needs a delicate balance, and it's actually a pretty sensitive process, and anything can mess it up, including too many storms being in the same area. Somebody in chat says, why don't people follow snowstorms as much as tornadoes? Bro, people follow snowstorms way more than tornadoes. My channel, whenever there's going to be a snowstorm, especially if it's like not somewhere that always gets snowstorms, it blows up way more than any hurricane or tornado. People care about the snow more than any other weather event in the US. And I've got a lot of data. You know, we get like 10, 20 million views a month, and we're on the higher end of that anytime there is a snowstorm. I wish it was the other way around because, you know, with snow, obviously we can communicate the risk hazards there and talk about like how much snow is coming. And I love snow. I personally am a snow lover. But when it comes to the tornado thing, I wish we could get more people interested in it so that we could effectively communicate the warnings and stuff to as many people that care about the snow. But also snowstorms generally affect a much larger area too. Like usually like multiple states will get a foot of snow, whereas one city will get a tornado a lot of times. Tornadoes get Brad Arnold warnings. Oh, that's a good one. Brad Arnold, are you smelling any tornadoes out there where you are right now? What's that cell to your south and west looking like?
Not smelling any tornadoes imminent right now, but I do think as these storms do get closer to that Mississippi-Louisiana state line, I think we're going to start to see it kick up. It's still a bit too far away to be able to see that one to the southwest of us. We're going to park in Winsboro because on that way, at least we have a northeastward route. At some point, we're going to have to play that game across the Mississippi River and try to figure out where we're going to do that at, either Greenville or Vicksburg. The latest HER model came out, and it's troublesome for supercells in northeast Louisiana. I'll just say that, and heading into Mississippi. So that's something to watch, see if it actually verifies. But we'll see. These storms are kind of pulsing back and forth right now. At some point, they are going to grow those robust updrafts and mature, and that's that point where we could be looking at a significant tornado risk.
All right, that's Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. He just mentioned the HER. So we should take a look at that. The HER is a simulation, a weather model, and it tries to predict the weather every hour given the newest information. So let's see what its latest prediction is. It's honestly kind of pointless to look at this at this point. I mean, because we have the radar, we literally can see what's happening now. But it's always kind of interesting. Okay, all right. I mean, yeah, I mean, if this happens, that's going to be bad. This is saying it's currently 7 p.m. Okay, this is saying by 8 p.m. we're going to have a cluster of discrete supercells up here in northeast Louisiana. Originating from, I reckon, yeah, the storms down here near Alexandria. Now, obviously, this isn't exactly what the radar is going to look like, but that would produce a pretty significant tornado threat for this area right here. But notice how this doesn't show anything over here near Brookhaven, where our biggest supercell of today so far is over here, and the HER isn't showing it at all. So I think this thing's drunk, man. I don't know. I don't know if we should be paying attention to this or not. This is a general view of what the radar could look like as we go forward, though, for everybody that lives farther east. It looks like the storm's going to be making it into Memphis around 9 p.m. Western Kentucky around the same time. Pretty strong squall line coming through Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi by midnight. That's going to make it into Nashville about 2 a.m. or so. Birmingham about 3 a.m. or so. Knoxville 4 a.m. Still severe, I believe, in East Tennessee down here. But the tornado threat is not here. Okay, the tornado threat kind of dies off around midnight. That'll just be some strong winds coming through. And look at that big snowstorm on the backside here up here in Chicago. Heavy snow. Pretty dynamic system. Go home, HRRR. You're drunk. Oof. Okay, so the merger over here did not go well for this storm. Now, this is still at the very beginning. But this storm doesn't look as healthy now. Just got to keep watching it. We're storm tracking, y'all. This is part of it. This is the part you don't see on TV. I thought the HRRR was the most accurate model. I don't think that's necessarily true. It's definitely, I guess you could say it's the most accurate model because it's the highest resolution model. A lot of times, like if we look at the GFS or the Euro or something like that, it can't even show us a model simulation of the radar because it can't create a high resolution enough forecast to plot small areas of precipitation. So the HRRR is a very high resolution model, and that allows it to be a little bit more accurate, I guess, in the short term, but it's still not, no model is accurate. Okay, we got a new warning coming in, a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning.
This one's going to be up here in Arkansas, and it's south of Little Rock. So let's bring our resources back up here.
A new tornado warning has been
issued. And there
it
is, another little spinny area here along this QLCS line of storms. This one is going to go towards Bunn, Grapevine, Kedron, Rison, and Pine Bluff. The warning doesn't include Pine Bluff, but it'll make it up there sooner or later. That's Cleveland County, Dallas County, Grant County, and Jefferson counties in Arkansas. Yuki, thanks so much for becoming a member. Let's see here. Deb says, I signed up as a subscriber 45 minutes ago, but I can't get into the regular live chat screen. Well, how are you sending this message? Anywho, what about Western Tennessee, like Dyersburg? You guys are under a tornado watch till midnight. We will probably be talking about you later tonight. But right now, smooth sailing for the next little bit. Couple hours, I guess. So we're going to watch this one closely. That's definitely an interesting area of rotation. But nothing too convincing just yet. I'm going to go back and try to take a look at some of these other storms that we are trying to track as well. There's a storm just north of Monroe that is trying to do something here, but of course it is in the daggone it is in a radar hole and a half. So unfortunately we can't tell much about it. But I would just about bet that this is going to become a problem here. The storm that's north of Monroe and working up towards Hamburg and eventually towards Greenville, Mississippi. That one is a part of the original confluence band that was forecast to produce tornadoes. It kind of bowed out and it didn't do much for a little while, but now it's regaining its individualness. And I think that it's going to try to produce a tornado here as it goes up between Hamburg, Wilmot, and then up towards Greenville. We'll have to watch that closely. Big shout out to Rebecca and Karen. Very generous super chats. You guys didn't have to do that. Thank you very much. Karen says, I love your channel and I'm a storm chaser too. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Brenda, for becoming a member. Thanks for all the support. Okay. I really think we're on the verge here of things trying to go nuts. And I think, unfortunately for me, it's going to be like 15 different things at once. So it might be hard to keep up with. This one is going nuts. Okay, look at this storm. Just to the south and east of Jackson. This is the one that we've been watching all the way since it formed back here near Brookhaven. Now it looks interesting again. So it had a little bit of a problem there with the merger that it went through, but now it's trying to form a hook again. This is a, oh no. Okay. Yeah, that's loading up. If we see one more scan where this interior area here becomes more smoothed out and we start to see this hook kind of protrude more, that is definitely a sign that this is going to be our first potentially big tornado producer of the day. Just waiting on like more scans on this one, to be honest. That's concerning looking storm, to say the least. These storms down here that Brad is that he's after, I still don't see much of a problem with these just yet. That will probably change. I'm still very concerned about the storm to the north of Monroe and Bastrop, as it is trying to route. But unfortunately, we just can't see anything in this area right here. It's a daggone miracle to see anything on radar there. Wow. Wow. Latest scan on this one continues to look worse. And by the way, guys, we're talking about a storm over here that doesn't even have a severe thunderstorm warning on it right now. This is south of Jackson, Mississippi, near Georgetown, Mississippi. We have a big-time supercell storm trying to develop a hook and a mesocyclone here. It's succeeding a little bit. You can see here the last scan definitely shows a big uptick in inflow. If we see these reds get closer to the brighter greens here in the next scan, there's almost certainly going to be a tornado warning issued for this. And then this is the exact kind of storm that can produce a long track, potentially damaging tornado if it is able to produce one before it gets torn apart by some other sort of like outside force. It's probably got a big wall cloud on it. Yeah, this is the storm. I'm interested to see how this one's going to fall apart, if it does. Obviously, we hope that it does. But we've seen this before, where things tend to get messed up somehow here. We definitely want to see this storm fall apart because it's heading right towards Mendenhall, Mississippi. So this would be a pretty bad situation for them if it was to continue to, I guess, get worse. All right, so we're concerned about this. I do want to go back and check in our storm here near Monroe, or north of Monroe, I should say. It is in the worst, literally the worst possible place in the U.S. For radar coverage. Like, once again, fill the daggone radar holes, write to your senator or whatever. This is a travesty. The people of Crossett, Arkansas, pay the same amount of taxes as everybody else, but they don't get radar service from the government. Why? Why? I feel like the people of southeastern Arkansas should either be able to pay less taxes or just get the daggone radar. This is these are people's lives that we're talking about here. It's not a luxury to have radar coverage. But anyways, this storm is it's trying. It's trying. This one's trying even harder, though. If you're just now tuning in, we are watching a severe weather outbreak unfold. It's 7:09 p.m. on the East Coast, 6 Central. We're expecting to see severe weather and tornadoes through midnight to 2 a.m. tonight. And we're really, honestly, we haven't seen anything incredible yet, except for this storm. Like, this is the first one that's popped up that's been like, holy smokes. And holy smokes, yeah, okay, we're going to have a tornado here in a couple of seconds. And I'm blown away that the National Weather Service hasn't issued a tornado warning yet, but we will probably see one here soon. Guys, this right here, that's a bad sign. And then look at that hook. I mean, this is take a screenshot of that. Once again, take a screenshot of that. That's a very unique rare storm where you see the full dynamics of the supercell. We have a rotating updraft here. This is the base of the storm, lofting all of that moisture and cloud up into the forward flank. It's hailing, it's raining up here, and a tornado is about to form right here, and it's going to go up towards Mendenhall, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's going to come dangerously close to Mendenhall. Shoot. Yeah, that's got to be producing a tornado soon. If it doesn't, that's a daggone miracle. Holy smokes. Phew. Wow. Sorry if I'm being silent. I'm just reading some stuff here, trying to see what the next update's going to be. Yeah, so we really have to watch this one, guys, because this is the kind of, I mean, shoot.
A new tornado warning has been issued. All right, so this officially has a tornado warning on it now from the National Weather Service, so we can officially say that. But the reason that this is such a big deal right now is because, I mean, this could go on for a long time. Look at how wide open this is. Has been issued.
There is, I mean, this, I don't know how this happened, but like this monster storm has exploded through the cap, well east, far east from the main line of convection back here. And I mean, there's nothing stopping it. If it continues to thrive in this environment, it's going to move up to the north and east for several miles, and potentially produce multiple tornadoes along the way. I hope. I mean, all we can do is hope for some unforeseen thing to work against it and make it fall apart here soon. But unfortunately, Mendenhall, Mississippi, you're directly in the path of an extremely dangerous storm that is likely producing a tornado right now or getting ready to within the next little bit. Wow, a picturesque supercell of the likes we haven't seen on the stream in a while. A long while. Yeah, and it's going into some really juicy air. Very, very concerning, to say the least. Is there a CC drop? No, there's not. From what we can tell, there is no debris being lifted from this thing yet. It's a wonder. I mean, you look at that on radar, and I mean, it looks to me like it's producing a big tornado. But we learn more about the story here as we look at velocity. It's not incredibly tight. So it might just take a second for this thing to reach the surface. Hopefully it doesn't. But yeah, that's why we're still not 100% sure whether or not this is producing a tornado or how close it is, because I haven't seen any pictures. All of the storm chasers are several hundred miles away from this thing because it just happened to pop up out here in the middle of nowhere. And there's no debris being indicated by the radar yet. Where's it at exactly? Good question. Let me show you here. Let me zoom out. First of all, here's a look at everything. We don't have any tornado warnings other than this one here, south of Little Rock, south and west of Pine Bluff. Radar indicated tornado warning here that expires in 15 minutes. We have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings moving into the Memphis, Tennessee area. But look, way over here all by itself, we have a giant, literally giant supercell thunderstorm that is producing our potential tornado here soon from Mendenhall up to Polkville. So that's where it is in southern Mississippi. It is not very often that you see a supercell that looks like this that isn't producing a big tornado. That's just the wildest thing. And it's that. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm not reacting in like fear or like, oh no, that's bad. This is this is crazy. This is, you open up a textbook on like when you're in meteorology college and you're like, oh, it's the first day of school. You open up the textbook and that's the first thing you see. It's like, this is a tornado. And there's no better depiction of what a tornado is supposed to look like on radar. Yeah, huge hook on it. Still no incredibly concerning looking velocity. Well, I mean, we'll keep watching it, and I haven't seen any pictures either. So as this gets closer to Mendenhall, if there is some big wall cloud or something ominous coming out of the bottom of the storm, I'm sure we'll see pictures of it as it gets closer to Mendenhall. Oh my God. Yeah, so this is let's see here. Shayla Moore says, my boyfriend loves you. I guess this is his phone case. This is my phone case that I designed. He got it on our merch site. And this is, I drew this as like the perfect depiction of a supercell. And like look at how similar they are. So that just goes to show you how, I mean, just textbook perfect the setup is. Thanks for sending that in. That's I didn't even think about that. Bro. Well, all we can hope for now is that this continues to happen. We have the supercell of a lifetime on radar that for whatever reason is not producing enough rotation at the surface to produce a tornado. We can hope that that continues to happen. Unfortunately, it might not. So that's why we're watching it so closely. Again, if we go back over here to our radar Omega, you can see all of our storm chasers are still in northeastern Louisiana, tracking these storms that could definitely cause problems as they get closer to the Mississippi state line. And then we've still got a tornado warning out here near Pine Bluff, but the rotation on that has died down quite a bit. If you're in Memphis, get ready. A big blast of damaging winds is getting ready to come through probably within the next hour or so. We'll have to watch the potential for tornadoes up there too, embedded in the line. And also, the storm, it'll probably continue to try to cycle. So something that we might see here is that the hook starts looking less impressive. And in fact, on that last scan, we do kind of see that. We might see the hook kind of go back up into the forward flank of the storm and then recycle. A new hook gets born, and maybe that one is more surface-based and is the one that produces a tornado. Unfortunately, if that was to happen, it would probably happen right around the town of Mendenhall in Mississippi. So hopefully everybody in that town is aware of the situation and in their safe spots. Russell says, hey, Ryan, any chance you could do a how-to video on Radar Omega? Yeah, I need to do that. The best way to learn how to use it on a basic level is just to watch me. You can see everything that I do here. Whenever I have the radar pulled up, all this stuff is on your phone. So when I go down here and I go to velocity, that's how you get to velocity. And once again, it'll be on your phone, just a little bit smaller. And yeah, just watch me interact with this and you'll learn a lot. But yeah, at some point I do want to make, because I know a lot of you have downloaded Radar Omega because of me. And there's a lot of stuff that you can do. There's a ton of, different stuff that you can do with Radar Omega. But the basics of just looking at the radar is really simple. So whenever we need to get a little bit more in depth with it, we will. I've been saying this for a long time, but I do want to make a how-to kind of series about it. I just haven't had time. He got it on our merch site, and I drew this as like the perfect depiction of a supercell, and like look at how similar they are. So that just goes to show you how, oh my God, that's awesome, Shayla. Thanks for sending that in. That was just a really cool comparison. I'm glad you showed it, because there's a lot of people watching that probably don't understand like what a supercell is supposed to look like. So that was a good call out there. And the lights have turned green. Therefore, it's time to talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I'm watching this area in northeastern Arkansas. I've talked about this quite often. We have a sort of a bow echo, and on the northern part of that bow echo is really where you can get some of that cyclonic spin there. So Greenfield, Harrisburg to the south of Jonesboro. We do have some rotation there, and it's not warned yet, not tornado warned, but it is severe warned. So a heads up for Truman, Arkansas, and Caraway.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Once again, Andy's going to be chiming in as he is also streaming on his channel. And he's keeping an eye on all kinds of different areas. So, yeah, we've got some rotation going on all along this line, really. I'm not concerned about Memphis. I'm watching Memphis closely because there's going to be some kinks in this line as the storm gets closer to Memphis that we have to be concerned about. But I think it's mostly just going to be a wind thing for you guys in Memphis. But the specific area that Andy was talking about just then is right here. That's going to move up towards Truman, Mark Tree, and Lepanto over the next little bit. And I believe
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, there's a new tornado warning for Monroe County, Prairie County, and Arkansas County.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's not a new warning. That's just, for some reason, they're popping up twice today. Sorry about that. Coincidence? I think not. Radar Omega is the top weather app. Oh boy. The y'all squad, I mean, you know, there's a lot of yins, and I really believe in the program. So you guys are, I really think you're going to enjoy having it. Oh boy. Daggone, I'm telling you, this thing is the wildest supercell I've ever tracked. I mean, it continuously gets huge bursts of inflow that carve out the storm, rear flank downdraft, very obvious hook in an environment that should produce tornadoes. Oh my goodness. Velocity, which is great news. It's freaking me out a little bit. I'm hoping that this continues, but this is not a velocity signature that's normally, predictive of a tornado. So Mendenhall, you're under a tornado warning. Get to shelter. You've got a very dangerous storm. The bottom of it's going to go right over you. But right now it doesn't look crazy. I mean, it looks crazy, but it doesn't look like it's producing a tornado anytime soon. That most recent warning, by the way, comes from this little kink right here up towards Clarendon, Rowe, and Holly Grove. Make sure you all take shelter as the storm continues to move up to the north and east. Yeah, the hook is still essentially perfect on that storm. A fairly large discrete supercell has emerged from mergers in Mississippi. There's a couple different things that could be happening here. And one of the things is because of how odd the storm's location is, the air back here where the forward flank is so warm, right? Like it was 90 degrees today, I believe, in this area. And honestly, it still is. And then all of a sudden you get this storm coming through, and the forward flank of the storm obviously cools the air down. That starts rotating around towards the front of the storm. But that area isn't a whole lot drier. The entire, the dew point out here around this storm is much higher than what it is back towards the west and back towards the area closer to the cold front. So it can't really cool down as much as it normally would, I guess, in a situation where we would see a supercell like this. Now that's going to change. The longer that this supercell exists, the more likely it is that this will eventually produce a tornado. But man, it's crazy that we haven't seen one yet with that kind of presentation on radar. And zooming out a little bit, we do have
a new tornado warning has been issued.
A bunch of flooding problems in southeastern Missouri. That's going to persist over into southern Illinois, Indiana, and western Kentucky over the next little bit. So if you live in a flood-prone area anywhere along the Ohio River Valley, get ready. It's about to start popping off. And we just got a new tornado warning down here for southeastern Louisiana. Finally, for the storm that we've been watching hard for a while, the one that we really can't see on radar. I've been referring to this storm as the one north
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Monroe. This is now the storm near Hamburg. And you can see there's some good rotation here, but it's in a radar hole. We can't really see it at all. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here, but this is kind of like in the perfect spot to take advantage of the environment and produce a tornado. So Portland, Lake Village, all the way over to Greenville, Mississippi. Y'all watch out. It's going to get rough here in the next little bit. Still not seeing a whole lot of organization out of the storms that Brad is near, but he believes in this storm, and so do I. This is the area where we were watching the hardest to begin with. So until this goes completely linear, until that cold front passes, we are not out of the woods. So we got to watch that very, very closely. I wonder if, I guess since Andy is doing his own stream now, I can't get him to give me a break. So maybe I'll just like.
So that's why.
I'm just gonna steal his stream.
A little funky looking.
Let's see here. Oh, wait, is that my internet or his stream?
I usually fill in for Ryan during breaks. I wanted him to Zello me, actually. Tell me on Zello, like, hey, I'm going to put you on right now. And then I'm
just going to,
Thank you for the $10. Thank you for the $5, Chris Murray. Much appreciated.
We're going to watch
Kimmy,
Andy
the 10,
while
Larry,
I go take a quick
20,
break. BRB.
And Reba, thank you for the 20. And Heavy Metal, thank you for the $10. Thank you,
I know he's
guys.
quiet.
Do not have to do all that. Much appreciated.
I fixed him.
All right. Hi, y'all. I think I am talking to Ryan's stream right now as well. I'm over here streaming. I'm sorry if I'm quiet. I'm working the best I can here, but I'm over here streaming the weather as well, my perspective and what I do when I relay the information to Ryan. So this is just like always when I'm talking to y'all, except I have the radar now. Let's go. So we're still watching. This storm has passed by Mendenhall and Delo, hopefully without producing any damage in southern Mississippi to the southeast of Jackson. It's going to head up towards Puckett, Gunn, Burns, and Polkville, primarily in a line that looks kind of like that. You can see I'm drawing on the right side of my screen here. So we're concerned with this part of the warning, but everyone in the polygon should be taking shelter. Thankfully, I believe it's passed over Mendenhall without producing damage, but you can see some really gusty winds here closer to the surface that are contributing to the rotation that's prompted this tornado warning. And yeah, guys, I am streaming right now. If you're watching on Ryan's channel, feel free to have both of us up. The more information we're able to give you, the better. That's what we want to do. All right, and then in addition to that, I called out some areas earlier in Arkansas. Forgive me, I should open multiple radar sites here. But I think that we are going to see this threat for tornadoes in particular, and also damaging winds start to really pick up in the next few hours. So I'm concerned with the Memphis, Tennessee area. I'm concerned with Jackson, Mississippi. I'm concerned with everywhere along this line that we're looking at here and moving to the east. Draw that in blue for you so that you can see it. Okay, how about blue now? There we go. Everywhere along this line and moving east over the next few hours till about here is where we're focusing. And those are the areas I'm most concerned with. We may have some renegade cells, some isolated ones down south here that we're looking at. And all of our storm chasers are also over there in northeastern Louisiana. These are the areas of primary concern. So over the next few hours, I do think that this risk is going to pop up, or to increase rather. We're going to see the reasons why that we have this this moderate risk here for primarily tornadoes, but also damaging winds, including the Memphis area and also all the way to the east to Nashville. Nashville, y'all will see those storms at about midnight tonight in your time zone, okay? So that's the reason. We're really seeing these bands down here. If we have any cells.
Can you hear me? Test, test. Okay, cool. All right. So thank you, Andy, for the break. A little bit different that time. I think next time we'll do it however he wanted to do it. But that works too. That works too. Remember, go subscribe to meteorologist Andy Hill. We're building we're just the dream team. All right, we not
Ryan,
only.
It's Brad. We are just coming through the city of Winsboro right now. Keeping an eye on this storm right here. Visually it looks very impressive. It looks much better than it does on radar, and this is kind of a radar black hole. So need to keep a close eye on this one. We're going to try to get a good view of it, but multiple lowerings in the system. So we're going to see what it's got.
Okay. So, Storm Chaser Brad Arnold is going to investigate a storm down here in northeastern Louisiana that looks like it's trying to produce a lowering. But what's interesting is our storm that we've been watching on radar for a while that's currently in southeastern Arkansas that's producing the tornado warning that we can't see. We really can't see it on radar. Nick Gorman, Storm Chaser Nick Gorman, is in the path of it, and that's what you see above my head there. So this is, let's see here, Nick Gorman's stream, and he is currently just north of Greenville, Mississippi, looking to the south and west towards this supercell that is potentially going to produce a tornado somewhere near Greenville in the near future. So you can see that the lightning's really ramping up. This is a strengthening supercell. I'm very concerned about this one. So let's hear about what Nick has to say about it. Nick, we are live on YouTube. We've got your stream pulled up. Thank you for being where you are right now. You're right in the middle of a radar hole. We can't really tell what in the world's going on with this storm just through our software, but you're there. So why don't you give us an idea of what you're seeing and what your plan is for this storm and your chasing as we go forward.
Hey Ryan, so right now we're about 5 miles north of Greenville. This storm still has lots of inflow to it. There is lots of lightning going as well. This is a lot better view than that gas station you had earlier. I hope so. But yeah, we're right here getting ready to intercept. We're just going to sit here and wait for the couple to run over us.
All right. All right. Thank you, Nick. I probably sounded pretty hateful earlier. I was like, get Nick out of there. But I was trying to make sure we could see, as many angles of the sky as possible. But we've got Nick giving us an extremely valuable view now of this storm that is approaching Greenville. Once again, we can't see this one very well on radar, but because of Nick and him being there, we are going to know exactly what's going on with it as we go forward. So let's come back to the radar. And what's going on with the supercell that could or can't, I don't know. It's still doing the thing. It's still being a supercell. Now, this, I think it was at its peak gnarliness right here. You take a screenshot of this and you show this to any meteorologist on Earth. You don't give them any other context. And I don't care if they're the smartest meteorologist ever. You ask them, you say, hey, what's going on here? They say, oh, that's a tornado. But it wasn't producing a tornado. In fact, the velocity on it was very disorganized, not a lot of rotation, at least at the surface. And it's tried a couple times since then to produce a rotating mesocyclone, but it's not really worked. So now what we're seeing is a much larger inflow area and a bigger rear flank downdraft. If these can kind of converge, if they can converge on each other a little bit more here, we might see a tornado occur out of this storm. But hopefully it continues to not produce a tornado, right? That's That would be the best case scenario. But man, at one point, this was the scariest looking supercell that you could ever imagine. That's huge. All right. So we're going to keep watching that. That still has the potential of producing a tornado. But we want to make sure we're covering everybody here. Once again, tornado warning down here for Holly Grove, Arkansas as well. Nothing imminent. Nothing imminently concerning about this storm. There is a lot of rotation on the front end of it here, meaning that we could see a spin up tornado. But I'm not seeing anything too concerning just yet. Definitely got to watch that area, but take shelter regardless of what I'm seeing because you are under a tornado warning. Yeah, that right here on the northern side, that might do something. And what's interesting about this is this storm is going right towards Memphis. I talked about this earlier about how Memphis is going to be in an interesting zone because this line's going to have a lot of kinks in it by the time it gets there. If this kind of continues to go this way, the southern side of Memphis at least will probably have to deal with this. But if this makes it through first, that's going to stabilize the atmosphere before it gets there. Either way, some severe weather is on the way to Memphis. No doubt about it. And the lightning, the crazy light show that you're seeing above my head there is happening near Greenville, Mississippi right now. Gosh, you guys bully me so much on Twitter. Going to be a busy night for the Y'all Squad. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Thankfully, though, I mean, at this point, it was supposed to be a lot busier than it is right now. So I'm telling you, I don't know how many of these are going to happen. There have been at least half of the last moderate risks, especially for this area, have just really not done anything. Despite the incredibly huge parameter space, despite all the ingredients being there, despite all of the data and the scientists, despite everything being there, one or two things ends up being out of place, and then, doesn't end up producing a big outbreak, which is great. But this could be another one of those times. I'm still not convinced on that. We've all seen the photographs. We've seen the lower level jet. We know what's happening out here. It would be pretty mind blowing if none of these storms took advantage of the environment out here and produced a tornado. But hey, we've seen stranger things here. We've seen stranger things happen. Who's the chaser checking out that Mississippi storm? That's going to be Nick Gorman. Nick Gorman. Oh, what's the fire symbol over Jonesboro, Arkansas? That is a cyclone port. So on the Radar Omega app, which hopefully all of you have by now, link in the description, iOS or Android, you can turn on these cyclone ports, which is just built-in cameras and stuff. So I can click on Jonesboro, and now I have a live view of a PTZ camera in Jonesboro, Arkansas. And I also can see the wind speed and the direction and all that stuff. So it's very cool, very, very useful. There's a lot of these in Tennessee, and Radar Omega is working with local EM emergency management offices to expand this network. One day, no matter where you are, you'll be able to click on a camera close to your house and see the storm approach you before it gets there. And then also you have all this data, once again, pressure and millibars, wind, all very, very Cool stuff. And we're actually going to have the Y'all HQ on here soon. So you'll always be able to check in on the Y'all house here and see how the weather is around us. Oh my God. This thing. It just doesn't stop. Remember, if you're new to this, if you're just now learning how to read a radar, this looks very concerning. Like this is definitely like, oh my God, like this is about to produce a tornado. But whenever we look at the velocity, it looks less concerning because there's a lot of inflow here, and there is definitely some veering winds, but it's so disconnected. In order for a tornado to happen, the reds have to kiss the greens very close together, like pixel close. So this is a very broad rotation area that does not produce a tornado. So unless we see that rotation tighten up, we don't have to be too awfully concerned about it. Now, we're under a tornado warning in Pikeville, Burns, and Gunn, and we need to be taking shelter there just in case. But this isn't looking as crazy or as bad, I guess, as it was earlier. Everybody say thank you so much to Side Effect for the extremely generous $100 super chat. It says, my wife, let's see here. My wife and I love your videos and watch all of your lives. You're doing great work for the people. Thank you for helping us be prepared. Stay hydrated. Side Effect, thank you so much for that. You didn't have to do that. Extremely generous of you. And thanks for the reminder. I do need to stay hydrated. I'm going to do that real quick. That'll do it. New mesoscale discussion. Supercells should intensify during the next hour or so, with a corresponding increase in tornado potential. And oh my God, look at the National Weather Service stealing my logo. This is copyright infringement. I'm just joking. I actually stole that. If you've never seen this before, you know my logo, the R logo, right? You see it down there? That is a derivative. It's based off of this. This is the meteorological symbol for thunderstorms. And I said, hey, man, that kind of looks like an R. And my name starts with an R. Great logo idea. And the rest is history. So we do have a tornado warning here for Simpson County and Smith County and Rankin counties, Mississippi. And we still have a tornado warning for Ashley and Chickett County, Arkansas. Can't really tell much about this storm other than what we're seeing from Nick Gorman above my head. And it does look like it's getting pretty gnarly out there. But no signs of a tornado yet. Hopefully he'll reach out to us when that happens. And then Memphis, you guys have got a big storm coming for you. I don't know if it's going to be tornadic or not, but definitely got a severe storm heading to Memphis over the next little bit. I drink a gallon of water a day, A lot of people are just freaked out by my chugging of the water there. And after doing that for like a month, you don't have to use the bathroom constantly. You just get used to it. So I should be good for another, I don't know how long, but for another little bit.
Hey Ryan, right now we're just gonna drop south towards that couplet there.
Toward that couplet there. So the voice that you just heard was Storm Chaser Nick Gorman. That's his live feed you see above my head. This is his location, and this is the storm that's potentially producing a tornado moving up towards Greenville. So he's going to go try to give us a view of this. Nick, what radar site are you looking at this storm from? What have you had the best luck with so far?
I'm looking at it through the Jackson radar.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at it from too. Just cannot see worth a crud. Ryan, I love your channel. I'm a truck driver, and I be doing a little chasing myself. Hopefully one day I can join the rest of y'all. Thanks to Nick for the view in my backyard. Thank you, Chaotic. Thank you very much for the very generous contribution. Eric says, of course, yeah, he asked the question about the gallon jugs. And yeah, you just get used to it, man. You just get used to it. Here's a look at the overall risk for today. We got a lot of Mississippi to go before the moderate risk is cleared. And depending on how surface observations look later tonight, that red moderate area, especially the enhanced area, might get expanded a little bit farther to the east. I got my hydration, but I ain't drinking no gallon. It's not useful to drink a gallon of water a day. I just do weird things. I did every once in a while. I'll do something weird for a month, like drink a whole gallon, or only eat once a day or something. Just get bored, man. I'll be like, you know what? This month I just don't want to eat lunch or breakfast. I hate that. If you're just now tuning in, you're looking at a multi-view of all of our storm chasers who are helping us see the storm today. Because the radar is great. The radar helps us a lot. But having storm chasers on the ground is extremely, extremely valuable. As we learned in our last stream, you guys remember storm chaser Brad Arnold saw the tornado before the radar did, and was the only person, the only way that anybody would have ever known that there was a tornado with that storm, including the National Weather Service. So chasers are really, really, really valuable in situations like this. especially where there are big radar holes. And there are some big radar holes out there today. And the lights have turned green. So let's hear from Andy, meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ryan. I think my camera looks a little funky. I'm using two different ones right now, but I am looking once again in northeastern Arkansas. On the velocities, you can really see that northern part of a little bow echo. It might even be turning into a hybrid supercell structure. Now that's almost on the Mississippi border, approaching Osceola in Arkansas. There's definitely an area of concern there that I think could warrant a tornado warning coming up here. So let's take a quick look at that.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the update. And yeah, I see that very clearly here in the velocities. You see the rotation trying to come together here. Big time convergence zone. I would be very surprised if we didn't see a tornado warning. But if we don't, this is still going to be a situation where you're probably going to want to take shelter to some extent along the I-55 corridor from Osceola down towards Terrell, because this is going to be a big time damaging wind sort of deal, 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some small hail. And then, of course, we've got the possibility for a tornado to spin up right in here and move up towards Osceola. Memphis, you're right in the middle of these two serious looking storms. You've got this Boeing echo down here, which is looking pretty intense. You've got this one up here to the north. What might happen is this is probably going to kind of clear out and move towards you. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens here. There's a lot of moving parts in Memphis. It's hard to tell what part of this line is going to hit you, but no matter what it is, it's going to be an intense storm for you. Oh, is it not Osceola? Is it Ascola? Akola? Once again, I am going to say your town name wrong. But at least I'm apologetic about it. I probably won't fix it, but at least I'm sorry. I don't do it out of disrespect. Still an unbelievable progression from this storm here. Unbelievable that it never produced not even one tornado. But there it is, and it is trying to fall apart. Now, all of our storm chasers, or at least the majority of them, are kind of focusing on this storm here, which is interesting. We'll see them follow that east on 20 more than likely. And then Nick Gorman, of course, is giving us the only view that there is really of the Greenville cell that isn't necessarily producing a tornado, but could be here soon. All right, I'm sitting down again. Osceola. Okay, I get it. Makes sense.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got a new tornado warning for Bolivar and Washington counties in Mississippi. And that is I don't think it's necessarily including Greenville, but it's for the Greenville storm, just to the north of Greenville there. So
a new tornado warning has been issued.
That's the same one. Let's get an update from Nick again. Nick, they just issued a new warning for the storm that you're on, for just north of Greenville. Yeah, we see your feed. Just want to know if there's anything else that you'd like to report. How's it feeling out there? Is the lightning still ramping up? What are you seeing?
And so the lightning is still ramping up. We got a little bit of a base that you can see here on the feed. Looks like the storm's still trying to get its act together, though. But yeah, definitely, this is a storm to watch.
Okay, so this is, once again, Storm Chaser Nick Gorman giving us a view of the tornado-warned storm that's going to move just to the north of Greenville, across the Arkansas border into Mississippi over the Mississippi River, and then move up towards Benoit, Shav, and Cleveland in Mississippi. It does have a little bit of a base on it, and it is rotating, but it's in a radar hole, so we really can't tell much about that. Thank goodness we have Storm Chaser Nick Gorman, though, giving us a really good view of the actual storm. Oh, yeah, and you can see that base pretty good there. You see the little dangling bit hanging off the bottom of that cloud there? That is what we've got to watch as this moves up and over the Mississippi River. There's some rotation starting to show up a little bit better, I guess, on radar. So this might be developing into the storm that we need to watch as this moves into Mississippi. Yeah, the storm in Mississippi, the one that was producing the incredible hook echo, is no longer doing that, but it is taking the shape of the photograph so well. It is kind of perfectly taking advantage of the environment. Greg, thank you so much. The Joker Media, thanks for becoming a member. Let's see if I can find like Arkansas traffic cameras around that Greenville storm. Ryan, there's already a day 7 slight risk. I saw that. Yeah, we're getting ready to head into a pretty active severe weather leg of the season. A pretty active leg of the season for severe weather in the Central Plains, I think, which is rare. As of recent, I mean, most of the severe weather has been right here in Mississippi, but I think we're going to see a traditional bout of severe weather in Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. I'm probably going to try to go out there for at least one of those storms. Here we go. Arkansas DOT. That's another view of the base of the storm that's moving north of Greenville right now. Pretty ominous looking. Wow. This one's going to try again down here, it looks like. I'm telling you, if there was just the slightest little difference with this storm, this would have been producing a very long track tornado. Thank goodness it hasn't. And thank goodness it's going a little bit more easternly. If this was to take a little bit more of a northern turn into some of that more intense wind shear, it probably would have done something pretty bad. But right now, I mean, it's still a very significant storm. We've got to watch it as it moves up towards Lake and Newton and Mississippi. Mom Squad, thank you for that. I appreciate that so much, really. Now our focus is kind of shifting over here towards the storm that Nick Gorman is paralleling, as it looks pretty gnarly right now. I'll be watching you during hurricane season like a hawk. Hopefully this year we don't have a very active hurricane season. It's traditionally not as active when we're transitioning into an El Nino phase, which is what we are going to be doing. But last year we were in the triple dip La Nina. We expected a big time hurricane season. And we did have Hurricane Ian, which was a devastating hurricane, don't get me wrong, but we actually ended up with less hurricanes than what we thought. So a lot of times these big indices like the, El Nino, La Nina, blah, 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 only tell you about a quarter of the story. So there's definitely still a chance that we see a lot of activity this hurricane season. So I'll be here. If you want to watch, I will be right here. Paul, thanks for becoming a member. Marcus, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Yeah, we'll be pretty busy in April. Honestly, March hasn't been that bad. We had a couple streams in the beginning of March. We've done, normal amounts of videos. April, I think we're going to get a little bit busier with our severe weather coverage. And I really do think for at least one of the storms, or maybe like a whole week, we're going to actually go out there. I'm going to storm chase. I know you guys hate it when I do that, but I have to. It's part of my being, part of my blood. I got to get it out of my system at least once a year. We might wait until May, but who knows if there's even going to be a storm in May. You know what I'm saying? You got to take all the shots that you can. Quick update on the line overall. Let's come back over here to the radar. Big time rain blob from St. Louis down to Paducah, Kentucky, producing some pretty significant rain up here. We've got flooding going on in Missouri. We've got widespread flooding of low water crossings across the county here in Bollinger County, Missouri. Back here at the 911 call center in Madison County, Missouri. We've got water over the roadway along State Highway C where it crosses St. Francis River. So obviously a lot of flooding happening. This is going to get worse in Paducah. And then somebody was watching in Dyersburg, Tennessee earlier. That heavy rain is getting closer to you as well. And then the farther south you go in extreme southwestern Tennessee, this line of storms is going to approach with even heavier rain, 2 inches per hour in some areas, and winds up to 60 miles per hour. And that's why Memphis, you're actually under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. This is going to come right towards you, and it's going to be a nasty situation there in Memphis for the next several hours. And then the farther south you go, the more broken up the line gets. And this is where we're looking at our tornado threat for the most part. These storms right in here, we're watching these go this way. They've got, I would say, 2 or 3 more hours of prime tornado, like ingredients. If they don't take advantage of those ingredients over the next 2 or 3 hours, I think we've dodged a big bullet. But right now, there could be 2 or 3 more hours of significant tornadoes going through towns for all we know. This is not a forecast anymore. We are now casting. Throw away the forecasts. Throw away the weather models. Delete your weather app. We're now casting. And Nick has gotten a view and a half of this storm coming up in front of him. So we'll look at the Storm Chaser multi-view here. Yeah, let me show you a closer view of that Memphis severe. How many people do we have watching from around Memphis right now? Usually we have a lot. But this is for 1 1/4 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Moving right into Memphis here in the next 30 minutes or so. Somebody should send me a link to a good Memphis live camera. Let's watch it roll into Memphis. We've got one in the Radar Omega app. I see there's like 12 of y'all watching with me right now. And we'll obviously look at that, but we need more. Chat's going nuts. There's a lot of people watching in Memphis right now. Thank y'all for being here. Big storm on the way. Doesn't look tornadic right now, which is great news. Wonder if virtual RAILFAN has anything. I got Chattanooga, Tennessee, Sweetwater, Tennessee. I don't even know where that is. I don't know. If somebody could find a link to one of those, send it to me. Yeah, I don't see it. That's all right, though. That's all right. We have the Radar Omega app. We can see it come in through the Olive Branch. I believe the Olive Branch City Hall here on the southern side of Memphis. Oh, I want to hear chat's opinion on this. Do you guys think it would be worth it for me to invest in my own camera network? Like, obviously, we always have the Storm Chasers. We always have the radar. But it's something that I can do. It's an opportunity that we have to utilize a company to go put cameras, like HD pan tilt zoom cameras on radio towers near big cities, like pretty much all of them, and then have access to them here with pan tilt zoom, weather data, and also a communication antenna to pick up emergency management feeds and stuff. It would be expensive, you know, but like the reason why I do this is to, you know, do stuff like that. So I don't, but I just don't know. I don't know what you guys think, because I'm really thinking about doing it. I've seen a lot of yeses. And of course, those, we wouldn't be stingy with them. It would probably cost a lot to do it, but like I would put them for free on YouTube. Anybody could access them at any time. HD, 4K, pan tilt zoom, 24/7. I think it'll be good. So Brad Arnold, if you see his feed down there, he's getting pretty close to a Storm 2. Getting pretty close to being in the middle of a radar hole as well. But the storm that he's on starting to curve up a little bit. Still not looking like it's about to produce a tornado, but
a new tornado warning has been issued.
It could. I mean, like if he follows this long enough, like that's definitely going to be one that produces, I think. Okay, we got a new tornado warning in Tennessee.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, Mississippi and Lauderdale counties in Tennessee are now under a tornado warning, and that's for the Osceola area up through Ripley. You know, so I know we got a lot of people in Western Tennessee watching, so we are going to come up here and give you guys a closer view of that. Oh no. Holy smokes. Another insane looking radar scan here. Incredible hook here coming right up towards Osceola. But once again, the velocity just doesn't tell the same story. Definitely, if we're in Osceola, Gritter, Ashport, Burdett, Tomato, or Ripley, anywhere along the Mississippi River here between Wilson and Halls in Arkansas and Tennessee, we need to be getting to our safe spot. But my goodness, that honestly spooked me when I first opened it up and saw this. But man, the velocity just isn't very connected here, so that's a good sign. But this could still produce a tornado any second here. So we need to be getting to our safe spots very quickly. And this is interesting because, you know, this is pretty far north. This well exceeds the northern extent of our moderate risk. So conditions are still favorable for the curvature of these storms all the way up to close to southern and southwestern Kentucky now. So this is something else that we'll have to watch as time goes on. Some of the most insane composite reflectivity returns that I've seen ever tonight, but just not translating into the storm relative velocity side, which is great. This storm, the one that we've been tracking so long, it started way down here near Brookhaven. It's no longer looking nearly as healthy, so that's good news. Really, I think the area that we're watching now is the storm that Brad Arnold's on, and then, of course, the storm that Nick Gorman is on. Those are the ones that have the most potential now to produce a tornado, I believe, outside of the one up there north of Memphis. And I mean, the one that Nick is on here just to the north and east of Greenville looks pretty good. Definitely got convergence there. That's going to go up towards Cleveland, Mississippi. I don't know if we've got anybody watching from Cleveland, Mississippi, but that storm's heading right towards you. And I would definitely be watching that closely. We've got Nick Gorman's live stream playing above my head, and he's on that storm. So hopefully he'll let us know if he sees anything. A lot of people are talking about the camera network thing, and like it's just an idea right now. But a lot of people are saying like, hey, it already exists. Like you can go to the Arkansas traffic camera website, blah blah blah. No, I'm talking about like high definition, like super high res, like good cameras, on top of very tall buildings or on emergency communication towers, with pan, tilt, zoom control, accurate weather data. So like we probably put a Tempest weather station on there as well. Constantly hooked up, power over Ethernet, and then 24/7 broadcasting on YouTube that anybody can go to in every major city across the U.S. Specifically placed east of the cities, pointing west, so that you can see the skyline and you can see the storms as they come in from the west. I think that there's obviously a lot of cameras out there that exist already, but none of them are strategically placed in a way to keep an eye on the weather. And that's what we would do. But I mean, the installation cost and the operation cost would be really high, and I don't think that I would make money off of it. And I don't want to. I've just got to make sure I can justify it. Maybe Misty Mountain Water needs to sponsor me for it. Or Diet Coke. Yeah, so this storm coming up here through Osceola is a nasty one for sure. There's going to be some very damaging winds right here. Get ready for that in Ashport. Also, there's these little areas of rotation that are showing up. We could have a couple spin-up tornadoes trying to happen here, along with a wall of damaging winds moving up towards Ashport, Tomato, Ripley, and Armorel along the Arkansas-Tennessee border here. Please take shelter now if you're in Lauderdale County, Tennessee, or Mississippi County, Arkansas. Zachary Smith said, what if I already have a 4K camera and a Tempest weather station on my roof? Can you implement that? There's some, that's an idea too. We might be able to get this done just like through like crowdsourcing it. I don't know. There might be something there. I don't know. We should have a brainstorming session soon. I need to live stream more when there's not tornadoes. That way we can have these conversations. Like we only ever talk to each other whenever we should probably be talking about something else, you know? How's that sale looking, Brad?
Ryan, I'm looking at it right now. It does look like we do have a lowering for sure back to our north, actually. Nothing, I've not seen any funnels, no low-level rotation, obviously no tornadoes just yet. We're going to stay with it till Lake Providence, I believe is the city, and then we're going to try to get up to Greenville and cross, but we're sticking with it for right now. I don't see anything imminent that makes me think there's a tornado on the ground, though.
All right, so that was Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. He's on the storm that's approaching Transylvania and Lake Providence on the border of Louisiana and Mississippi. He's not seen anything on that storm, which is good news. So we'll just have to continue to watch all these storms. The most concerning one is the one that Nick Gorman is close to. He's not really on it anymore, unless his location just hasn't updated correctly. But the storm that's approaching Cleveland, Mississippi does look a little bit more interesting, I guess I should say, than the rest of them. There's definitely a lot of rotation here. It's hard to see exactly what's going on because we're in a radar hole, but Nick is going to give us a good view of the base of the storm again here soon, I believe. Yeah, there's it's pretty much undoubtedly going to produce one of these storms. Either, let me show you. Let me back out and show you.
We ran into some closed roads, so we're out of position right now, but we're trying to catch back up to that cupwood.
Okay, so apparently the inflow to that storm that moved to the north of Greenville is so strong that it actually brought down some tree branches and stuff. So there's some road closures keeping Nick away from the storm, but he's getting caught back up. But anyways, what I was saying is one of like these storms, either this one, the one that Brad's on, the one that Nick's on, or maybe one of these storms will at some point tonight produce a tornado. It would be almost impossible for them not to. The amount of wind shear that we're going to have, and the fact that these storms are already established, I mean, it might be a quick, brief spin up for all I know, but at some point, that one of these areas of convection are going to produce enough cyclogenesis to produce a tornado. But what we're hoping for is that they don't all three do it, or they don't do it continuously from now through the rest of the night. So that's what we're hoping for. The low level jet is rapidly intensifying. The environment is getting more favorable for tornadoes now, but we're hoping that nothing pops off here. It does look like this one's trying really hard to do something, though. The one that's approaching Cleveland, Mississippi, I would be watching that one very, very closely if I lived there, and I would be in my safe spot. Additionally, this line is looking pretty gnarly. The one that just moved through Osceola, I mean, like, this is definitely, it has the look to it to where it could produce a tornado, but even if it doesn't, Ripley, Olive Branch, all you guys are going to be seeing some really strong winds with this over the next little bit. So go ahead and take shelter for that as well. Here. Curious about your thoughts for Ripley, Mississippi tonight. Love your channel. Ripley, Mississippi is different than Ripley, Tennessee. Because I was getting ready to say Ripley, Tennessee's forecast. But where is Ripley, Mississippi? Radar Omega changed to some stuff around. There used to be a search bar up here.
Hey Ryan, this is Chris. Just letting you know, we're just south of Rolling Fork, Mississippi, right off the Mississippi River. We're looking back off to our west-southwest at this storm about to cross over. Definitely noticing a uptick in lightning on this storm, but we're going to let it come up to us. It does look like the best storm near me on radar, so we're going to see how that acts, and we'll get back to you soon.
All right, that was Storm Chaser Chris Hall. Aha, Ripley, Mississippi. I knew where that was. We definitely talked about you before. But I think the forecast for you is you're under a tornado watch. You're under a moderate risk of severe weather, a 4 out of 5. And things are going to get pretty nasty over there around 10 p.m. through midnight. So stay weather aware. Don't let your guard down until this big line of storms has made it past you. It's embarrassing that I didn't automatically know where that is. You guys, I don't know how many of you, this is your first time watching a Ryan Hall y'all stream, but I have spent a long time with y'all. I can't tell you how many Mississippi tornado outbreaks we've covered here on this channel. It's definitely more than any other state. So I should know the geography of the state better than this. I'm sorry. How's Memphis looking? Memphis is about to get slam dunked by a big old storm here. Still looks just severe right now. So the hazards with this are going to be small hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds and a lot of lightning and some extremely heavy rain. Nothing tornadic moving into Memphis, but you're going to get a big storm here over the next little bit. Ah, there's the search. I see. That's actually much cleaner. Great interface update. Man, that storm that Brad's on looks super ominous at sunset. Brad's in the bottom right there. You guys see that? Looks like a little dangly bit hanging out of it too. Emo Giggles. Thanks for becoming an official sponsor. That's a big move. Really appreciate it. Matt Branham says, I'm a rep for a major camera manufacturer. I can get you some sponsoring for gear. Let's go. But you would have to get people to allow locations, power, etc. I think we could do that. I think that we could work together to make this happen. Like, if you're an emergency manager and you know where a big tower is east of the city that you are in, get up with me. We can work it out to where I can get somebody up there, put a camera on it and a weather station, and we will make the most expansive high definition y'all network of weather watching cams on Earth, completely free and 100% accessible to everybody. Never charge anybody a dime for it.
Hey Ryan, I've got the wall cloud on my stream right now. It looks like it's trying to do a funnel underneath it. I cannot tell ground circulation or not.
Oh my God, Brad Arnold. Brad Arnold, once again, the Tornado Whisperer might have something on his stream here. Now, once again, this is the storm that is in northeastern Louisiana, moving up towards Lake Providence and Hollybrook. Now, it's hard to tell exactly what's going on here, but obviously there's obviously there's a rotating wall cloud here, or maybe just some rising scud. It's very dark, but something's happening here. He's at the base of the storm where it is rotating. So this is going to be something that we have to watch very closely. And it's also important to keep in mind that this storm has a severe thunderstorm warning, but not a tornado warning. So if we see the rotation start to pick up, or if we see, this part of the storm look more significant on Brad's feed, we will have to start taking our tornado precautions up here towards Lake Providence and Hollybrook. All right. Yeah, very dark. Can't see a lot there. But nothing's on the ground from what we can tell right now. So that's good news. Dude, why is Brad's feet so much darker than everybody else? It's because he's right under the storm. Like Brad gets underneath the daggone thing and inspects it from the ground up. If you're just now tuning in, this is live coverage of a severe weather outbreak that has the potential to produce several tornadoes tonight. It's had the potential to produce several tornadoes already, but I don't think we've seen one, which is great news. We're going to hope that trend continues, but if it doesn't, you're going to see those tornadoes here first through radar, and then, of course, potentially through our storm chasers as well, who are keeping an eye on all these storms for us. But right now, really not a whole lot to update you on. Let's update you on this storm up here farther north into Tennessee. We do have a tornado warning for Olive Branch, Arp, and Central in Tennessee. This is in western Tennessee, and there is an area of rotation here that we're concerned about, but nothing crazy. I think the biggest threat up here is going to be the damaging winds. Big-time winds getting ready to come through. Tracy, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships, and congratulations to the people who are now members. Yeah, we've got a couple tornado warnings right now. One of the really interesting areas of rotation is currently over Cleveland, Mississippi. Hopefully everybody in that town is in their safe spot. Nick Gorman is trying to catch up with that storm. But I haven't received any reports yet that actually has a tornado with it. Brad Arnold is also on a rotating thunderstorm. But so far, I mean, everything is... honestly, everything's been pretty calm compared to what we thought was going to happen. This is the, I don't know what's going on down in this area, but a lot of the most recent severe weather risks down in this very general vicinity have really underperformed. It's a good thing. Very good thing. Emo Giggles. Thank you so much for that. Wow. Everybody say thank you to Emo Giggles. It says, here's to help with the video project. Excited for the snowstorm in Wisconsin tomorrow. I'm excited for you too. I'm jealous. I didn't get a daggone drop of snow this winter, hardly. It's probably one of the snowless winters we've had in a while. We didn't have a winter here. We had a couple weeks where it got a little chilly. The Joker Media says, Ryan, the owner of Joker Media here. If you need help with the Y'all Network, I can help install a station in Greenwood, Indiana. Yeah, I think we're going to be. I think if we can figure out a way to work together, I think we'll be able to do it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got a new tornado warning for Sunflower County, Mississippi. And that's the storm that Nick Gorman is on. And it includes Drew, Mississippi.
A new tornado warning
and I'm
has
sorry,
been issued.
But, you know, they're just popping up twice tonight. So the warning continues to the east here. And this is now moving towards Sumner and Glendora. I don't know how many people we have watching from Cleveland, Mississippi, but I'm interested to hear what just happened there. There's a big rotating thunderstorm that just went over you, obviously. There's probably some hail, some very strong winds, but hopefully not too much damage. There's a potential that this part of the storm is trying to produce a tornado, but I don't think it is right now. Yeah, Memphis is getting hit pretty hard right now from the severe thunderstorm that's moving through. Nothing tornadic expected with that, but buddy, do we have a light show going on. This is from the Olive Branch, Mississippi City Hall. And you can see the lightning there flashing as the storm approaches Memphis. Is it cold in here? Will you make it less cold? Thank you. Getting cold in here, y'all. Chris Hall is saying that it's an absolute light show right now south of Rolling Fork, Mississippi as well.
Hey, Ryan, extremely strong RFD winds behind this. We're getting RFD surge. It may be about to produce just to my east.
Okay, so that's Brad Arnold saying that the storm that he's on might be getting ready to produce a tornado to his east. And if you guys heard him, he said that he's experiencing a pretty significant RFD surge. So this is where Brad Arnold is. And you guys, once again, you can see his exact location in your Radar Omega app. And it live updates as he travels down the road. But he's here, and what he's feeling is, once again, the RFD surge. It's the cooler winds on the backside of the storm that's kind of forcing itself into the warm inflow on the front side of the storm. And whenever, you know, somebody like Brad feels those winds kick up, it's a sign that the rotation here might be trying to get more and more intense. So if we're near Lake Providence, we've got to watch out for a potential tornado trying to form here as it moves up towards Cary and Rolling Fork. Yeah, if you're getting a lot of lightning, you know, obviously I would never encourage anybody to go outside, but if you've got a video of it, you can send it to me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. I'm watching all of them. I'm amazed. Chris Hall's got one here. Once again, that's at Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter. Of course, as soon as I said that, Twitter stops working. What is this? Table says, "Are you good, my man?" But obviously, there's okay. I'm just gonna stop looking at Twitter. Y'all mean. Yeah, so the storm that Brad's on actually does look incredibly.
Hey, Ryan, tornado warning coming up for the storm in Lake Providence.
Tornado warning coming up for the storm in near Lake Providence.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So Brad Arnold, once again, the tornado sniffer, has sniffed out the tornado before it even forms here near Lake Providence, Mississippi. We have a new tornado warning for
a new tornado warning has been issued.
What is that? Issaquena County, Mississippi. And that is going to carry over here towards Cary and Rolling Fork. This is now, other than the Greenville or the...
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Guys, there's only been a couple of tornado warnings here. For some reason, they're being displayed twice. I'm sorry about that. But anyways, the two areas of greatest concern now, let me briefly explain this, are right here and right here. These two supercells were kind of predicted by the HRRR. It's a little late, I think, but
a new tornado warning
according to the HRRR model, what we're going to see is both of these storms interact with an extremely favorable environment for tornadoes over the next several hours. So I'm really concerned about this one and this one up here. If you're out in front of these storms at all, it's going to be a long evening, and we're going to be here with you the whole time, tracking it with you. The tornado warning up here along the Mississippi or the Arkansas and Tennessee border has been allowed to expire, but that's still going to be a strong storm after it gets past Memphis and heads over towards Jackson. All right. So we're going to have to start investigating this storm really closely. Wow, there it goes. Yeah. So Brad, remember he called us earlier about 5 minutes ago and talked about those increasing rear flank winds, and you can really see them on radar now. This is a convergence signature that usually leads to potential tornado genesis. And we've got Chris Hall and Zach Hall out in front of this storm. So if this continues to go this way, we're going to have a view of the behind of the storm and the front of it as it comes through. And my goodness, look at Chris Hall's camera. Chris, oh my God, that is prolific lightning. Chris, do you got a strobe light on out there, or is that lightning?
That is lightning. This is an absolute light show, Ryan. We're just about 4 miles south of Rolling Fork, Mississippi, under what is now a tornado-warned cell. And let me tell you, if we don't have the money, shot and a half with flatlands in Dixie.
Wow. That's literally nuts. This is a live view from storm chaser Chris Hall, who is just south of Rolling Fork in Mississippi, and giving us a live view of a tornado-warned storm that is rapidly intensifying near Lake Providence. My goodness. And one of the ways that we know that it's rapidly intensifying is not only by looking at it on radar, but the electric activity in it. Anytime you see a storm like this, this is not one you want to mess around with. The reason there is so much lightning is because there's just so much moving stuff, right? You've got a violently, rapidly vacuum sucking, like, bottom of the storm. It's pulling in a bunch of warm, moist air, condensing it into clouds in the upper levels of the atmosphere, and then getting ripped into by the lower level jet. There's so much friction, so much, added charge, added electrons to the situation up there, and it's neutralizing with the ground. And a lot of times we look for lightning activity to predict when the next tornado is going to happen, or what storm is most likely to produce a tornado. And this is exactly what you look for, especially in one that is producing such a rotation signature as this one. So let's come back to the radar. Chris Hall is over here. You guys see my cursor? Chris Hall's
Ryan,
over
we're in
here.
Cleveland right now. There's a lot of flooding going on.
Let's see here. Nick Gorman has flooding over here just to the north. This is for the storm that went through Greenville. I don't know where exactly he is. Where is he? Okay, he's in Cleveland, Mississippi. So we've got street flooding going on there. But anyways, Chris's exact location is right here. This is the supercell that's producing the potential tornado. And this is where that's happening. This is a big time rotation signature now. So this could actually be producing a tornado right now, or it might be trying to here in the next little bit. And Brad Arnold is in this thing. He's inside the storm. So through the lightning there, you'll see the big time hail at some point here soon, I believe. The sky is absolutely mad. Yeah. There's so many cloud to ground bolts happening right in front of him too. And you can see that the lightning's also picking up on Zach and Frankie's camera. They are approaching the same storm as Chris, just from a different angle. They're a little bit farther north. Oh, wow. Okay, so the rotation is definitely coming together right here. This might be about to produce a tornado if it isn't already. And Chris Hall, honestly, where he's sitting, he's in the direct path of it. So he talked about having the money shot or whatever. That's quite literally the truth, because not only are we going to be able to continue to see the prolific light show from this storm from Chris, but as the storm approaches him, we'll be able to see the base of the storm and the tornado if there is one. So Chris is in perfect position to give us a view of this storm. We probably want to put Chris in number one spot. Wow. This is by far the most impressive velocity signature that we've seen today, guys. This is why we went live today. Things are starting to ramp up.
A new tornado warning.
We got a new tornado warning for Sharkey and Humphreys County in Mississippi. So now the area where Chris Hall is under a tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's not a CC drop with this yet. But I'm telling you right now, the velocity on this storm is nuts. So earlier today, we saw a reflectivity, a hook echo that looked nuts. But now we're seeing the opposite. The hook on this one doesn't look as impressive, but the velocity, the actual rotation is absolutely insane here. So this one's probably going to produce a tornado. If it's not already, it could very well be. This is a very rural area where it is. So this could be ripping up trees right now, and we won't even know until it starts showing up on the correlation coefficient, which it still isn't just yet. And Honestly, we're just going to have to watch our storm chasers really closely here because they're going to have the best view of this thing. Chris, how's the inflow feel like? Does this feel like a tornado producer? Like what's it feel like? What's the atmosphere like out there?
Oh my gosh.
This is Zach and Frankie.
Right now, no, it's not accurate, but my car has 74, and we're definitely getting close to it. We've got winds now facing the storm. They're no longer blowing in the car, they're now blowing into the storm. We're watching this really close because we're almost a little too close for comfort if this thing does drop pretty soon. But as of right now, there's so much lightning that it is very hard to tell if there's any lowering. But we're going to watch it just for another minute or two, and we'll get back to you here just shortly.
All right. Yeah, Frank, we've got your stream pulled up. The lightning is crazy, man. What's going on out there?
Yeah, me and Frankie are in Rolling Fork, Mississippi. We're trying to get just south of town. I mean, looking at the radar, I'd be kind of hard-pressed to believe there's not a tornado with this. So we're just trying to get in position to get a view. I mean, it's obviously dark, but the terrain isn't too bad here.
Yeah, we've got a huge bounded weak echo region here. The velocity is the most impressive thing we've seen all day. I would say we'll probably start seeing something on the correlation coefficient here soon. So just be safe, and we're watching you. We're on the edge of our seats. Holy donut hole.
We're going to try to get south and get turned around so we can get a view so we can't see anything. Just trying to get south as quick as we can. This is pretty dangerous. Oh.
Wow. Guys, look at this. That is, once again, another just insane feature on the radar that we usually don't see. Bounded weak echo region. This is where the tornado either is right now or trying to be. I still don't see anything on the correlation coefficient. There might be something here. Once again, remember, we are in a radar hole. We're far away from the actual radar site, so we're not going to see like a really good CC drop unless there's a very tall and thick kind of debris signature. But this could be the first signs of some of those tree limbs and stuff being thrown up into the air here. My goodness.
Hey Ryan, this is Chris. Definitely have a large lowering on this storm. Large lowering right in front of us.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
The National Weather Service has decided to upgrade this now to a PDS tornado warning, y'all. PDS warning. All right, so what that means is this is a particularly dangerous situation. And things are once again kind of picking up in the way that we thought they would right here as the ingredients start to come together. Once again, we have a PDS tornado warning now for Issaquena. Somebody please help me with the pronunciation on that, who can actually talk to me. I think it's Issaquena County in Mississippi. This is a life-threatening situation, y'all. You got to take shelter. And you got to do it very quickly.
New information. This tornado
Humphreys
warning
County
has
and
been upgraded.
Sharkey County, Mississippi. That's also been upgraded to a PDS tornado warning now. Once again, we have a tornado on the ground, and this is a big tornado. This is not a regular kind of tornado. All tornadoes are dangerous, but this is a life-threatening and damaging tornado, producing damage, moving towards Rolling Fork. Zach and Frankie are here right in front of it. You know, I mean, they're literally right in the path. So we're either going to see it through their stream or they're going to have to get the heck out of Dodge right before it gets there. We'll see here. Yeah, they've updated that to a PDS warning. Definitely something on the ground there. Are you seeing anything? I know it's hard to tell, but just let us know if you're seeing anything just yet.
Ryan, I have reasons to believe that there is a tornado on the ground with the storm.
Ryan, there is so much cloud-to-ground lightning in this. You can tell how intense it is. We can see. We just got a good flash. It looks like there's a tornado on the ground just to our west here. The cloud bases are super low to the ground.
Wow.
This storm's going to come really close to Rollo Fork. Really close to Rollo Fork.
Okay. All right. Chris, Zach and Frankie are just a couple miles to your north, and I'm pretty sure we just saw a tornado through their feed. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but man, it looks big. All right. Screenshot warriors.
Uploading a picture to right now on the Twitter.
Somebody
tornado on the
during
ground.
one of these lightning flashes,
Screenshot
this tornado, and then blow it up and send it to me privately. Don't put it on Twitter. We don't want to rip these guys' feeds off. But put it in our Discord server. Put it in, a direct message to me or something so that we can show what this thing looks like. But man, there is a big tornado right in there, and it's heading right towards Rolling Fork. Holy smokes. I'm going to dive into the mesoscale here. And try to see where this tornado is and where it's about to be. So right now, this once again, guys, there is a monster tornado on the ground here. It's dark. You can't hardly see it, but there's a huge tornado on the ground here somewhere to the south and east of Mayersville, Mississippi, and to the south and west of Rolling Fork, Mississippi. I believe that it's pretty close to the Howard Miller WMA and the Magnolia Plantation Shopping area. This is going to go
significant RFD right here, either RFD or inflow. I'm going to go a little bit south for just a minute. This is looks like a pretty significant tornado with lightning flashes. Oh yeah, big tornado on the ground.
Okay, so there's a big tornado on the ground here. Once again, Chris and Zach both are near the Mount Ollie NB Church. And this thing is going to cross the road. It's going to cross Highway 61 here, somewhere around the Mount Ollie MB Church. Okay, so that, wow. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see it, I don't think. This is shielded in rain. So if you see this giant area of precipitation out in front of the tornado here, there's no way we're seeing that. But there it is. There's your big correlation coefficient drop. There it is. There is big time debris coming up into the sky now. And once again, this is going to cross Highway 61 near Rolling Fork, near the Mount Ollie MB Church. The tornado is probably somewhere around the Indian Bayou State Wildlife area right now. If you guys are from this area, you know what I'm talking about. The Elmwood Cemetery, the Mound Cemetery, that's around where the tornado is right now. It's huge. It's lifting debris into the air, thousands of feet into the air, and it's going to continue to move east towards the Twin Oaks State Wildlife Management Area and Sandy Bayou Road, just to the east of Rolling Fork. Unfortunately, I do think that the center of rotation, the tornado itself, is going to try to go right through Rolling Fork. Rolling Fork is not a huge town, but we do have some stuff here like the Sharkey Community Hospital. We've got the South Delta High School, the Rolling Fork Church of Christ, and the Sharkey Academy. Please get underground, guys. This is a life-threatening situation. This is not something that you're just going to accidentally get through. If you're in Rolling Fork, you have to run. You have to run, not walk to your safe spot. You do not have much time. I'm not saying this to scare you.
Hey,
I'm telling you this because this is
this
a
tornado
huge,
warning has been upgraded.
Dangerous tornado. Now we have a tornado emergency. Okay, who just tried to contact me?
Hey, Ryan.
Go ahead, Riley.
Reed said there is a wedge on the ground about 1 to 2 miles wide.
Wow. Okay, so we've got a professional storm chaser out there seeing a wedge tornado potentially a mile or two wide. Once again, potentially a mile or two wide. Where's Brad Arnold? I don't see his marker. Do you guys see his marker? Okay, he's up here. He got caught up on the river. I see. All right, so he's still trying to get around the river. He's going to get in front of this thing. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, we have a large tornado, about a mile or two wide potentially, going right towards the town of Rolling Fork in Mississippi. This is, once again, one of the more dangerous situations you'll ever find yourself in your entire life if you live in Rolling Fork. You cannot play around with this thing. In order to survive this, you're going to have to barricade yourself with as many layers of protection between you and the outside world as possible. You need to get underground. If there's any way for you to get underground, that's the first thing that you need to do. If you can't do that, you need to find a sturdy structure. Hopefully it's your house. You need to get into the most interior room of that structure. You need to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. If you have a helmet, got one in the garage, grab it real quick. Bike helmets for the kids, baseball helmets, football helmets, don't matter what it is, put that on as well. You might, if you have enough time, honestly, I wouldn't worry too much about it. I would just get to my safe spot. But if you have enough time, you might want to actually, grab the mattress off the bed and put that above you too. Like if you're going to go get in the interior bathroom or something, get in the bathtub, put the mattress over you and hunker down. The way that people get hurt in situations like this is not by getting sucked up by the tornado. It's by pieces of debris flying around and hitting your head. Protect your head because this is the kind of storm that is almost certainly going to cause significant damage and potentially completely destroy your home. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now. We've got a tornado emergency for Humphreys and Sharkey County in Mississippi. Once again, a potentially 1 or 2 mile wide tornado out here. I'm going to see if I can't hear some more updates from our chasers here. Okay, never mind. There's nothing new there. All right, I'm going to go to each one individually if I can reach them. Okay, I can't. All right, Zach Hall has a picture. Zach Hall has a picture. This is it. Big tornado just south of Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Zach said he could hear the roar from this distance. He could hear the roar of the tornado from that distance. And that's what it's looking like as it comes up through. Once again, this is a huge, violent tornado working through Rolling Fork right now. Unfortunately, guys, I do think that this is going through the town. This is going through the town of Rolling Fork right now. Unfortunately, all we can do is hope for the best for these people. There's currently a violent tornado working through the town of Rolling Fork right now. Honestly, it looks like it's as big as the town. We've got stuff like the Family Dollar here, the South Delta Elementary School, Napa Auto Parts. Pretty much the tornado could be anywhere from South Delta High School all the way up to the Napa Auto Parts there on Highway 14. Hope to goodness that everybody in that town was underground. And then, of course, we're going to have Chris Hall. He's going to roll right into the city as soon as this passes through, and we'll be able to see if the town took a direct hit minutes after this storm gets by, which unfortunately it looks like that happened. Now, we got to start thinking about what's next. Okay, so this thing's moving fast, as you can see. We've got a huge damaging tornado now moving up Highway 61, getting ready to cross Matthews Boulevard. And then it's going to make it all the way up there towards Anguilla and the Sharkey Country Club. All right. And then this is going to parallel, once again, the Highway 61 area all the way up towards Rose Hill MB Church. Now, the good news is the path of this storm for the next, 30 miles or so is pretty barren. There's not a lot of stuff out here. It's pretty rural. But eventually, this is going to make a beeline for Silver City. All right, Silver City in Mississippi. So you guys need to start thinking about what you're going to do over there as this storm gets closer and closer to you. Now we can hope that this is going to let up before it gets there, but this is the kind of situation where there's no reason for us to believe that's the case. It only looks to me like there's room for this to grow as it goes farther down the road here. Once again, this is where the tornado is. Big, giant tornado on the ground here, moving up towards Anguilla right now. Tornado emergency. A tornado emergency is in effect. Wow. Yeah, big tornado. I'm going to get an update from some of our storm chasers. I think they lost signal. Chris, just checking on you, man. How are things going there? Just give us an update. We lost your feed. Okay, can't get a hold of Zach. Obviously, a tornado just went through here, guys. So,
Ryan, I don't know if you can hear me or not. Starts to have 0 edge of it.
Yeah, tornado just went through here. So the service is a little bit. Service is a little bit iffy, but they are both okay. And we're about to get an update from Chris, I believe, from Rolling Fork. And unfortunately, guys, we might get some bad news out of Rolling Fork. I just want to get you prepared for that. Yeah, I told you all this could go from 0 to 100 quickly, and that's exactly what's happened here. Oh, boy. So it looks like Zach and Frankie have come up on some damage here. They are just south of Rolling Fork. I'm going to try to get an update from them. Okay, I still don't have any signal to reach Zach or Frankie, but what you're looking at here is a live shot from the damage that Zach and Frankie have just rolled up on. Once again, I really think that the town of Rolling Fork, Mississippi, took a direct hit from I mean, one of the higher end tornadoes that we've seen in a while. So unfortunately, we are probably going to start hearing a lot of bad news out of that area. We've got people in the back end that are listening to emergency management feeds. We've got emergency managers that are watching. That'll help us, relay that news. But for right now, we also have to continue to relay the warnings. This is still on the ground, guys. This is still a massive tornado. It's going just to the south of Anguilla, and then it's going to go up towards Midnight and Silver City. If I'm in Midnight or Silver City in Mississippi, I am getting to my safe spot, guys. This is a huge, a huge tornado. And you are not going to want to be outside of your safe spot when this thing goes by. I promise you that. Yeah, and there are different things that you can do to kind of estimate. Everybody always asks in a situation like this, "Ooh, was it an EF5 or was it an EF3?" We don't know, and we won't know until the tornado or the National Weather Service goes out and analyzes this. But according to the radar there, it's very probable that this was at least an EF4. We don't know that for sure. That calculation could be wrong, but just based off the velocities, that could be what we see from this. Comes from the Emerson calculator. What did Chris say?
Ryan, there is so much cloud to ground lightning in this.
That's not Chris.
And it's Chris. We've got skimmage.
We got what? Yeah, we got skimmage. Is that something I'm supposed to know what it means? Oh boy.
New MCD, SPC says EF3 plus ongoing.
Okay, so yeah, even the Storm Prediction Center says that there's an EF3 tornado at least ongoing right now. And my goodness, it's hard to make out what we're looking at here, but there's definitely some big time significant damage here on Zach and Frankie's stream. Once again, this is a live look at the area near Rolling Fork, which has been struck by a huge tornado, guys. EF3, EF4, somewhere in there. And this thing is still going on. This is still a huge tornado. Thankfully, right now, at this very moment, it's in a pretty rural area. But I just want to emphasize that anybody in Humphreys County or Sharkey County, Mississippi right now should be underground. Everybody in those counties. You know, this is going to eventually make it up to Silver City, Luis, and Belzoni. Once it gets there, it could produce, you know, life-threatening damage. Go ahead and get to shelter. And also anybody that's in between. Wow. Yeah, this is one of the more damaging tornadoes that we've seen, honestly. And what we'll see now is this is very similar to the Mayfield tornado. I'm sure a lot of you guys remember the Mayfield, Kentucky tornado. What we saw was, of course, the original debris ball here. But then you start to see this correlation coefficient drop to the north of that, right? And you're like, okay, what's that? Is that another tornado?
Has been issued.
No, it's not. It's the debris that's been picked up from Rolling Fork is now being lofted up thousands of feet into the air. So now we just, in the cloud here, we have pieces of people's homes. We have leaves. We have tree branches and stuff just floating around in the cloud. And we can see that now miles away from where the tornado actually is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A lot of times what will happen is this debris field will spread out and it'll rain debris 50, 60, 70 miles away from where the tornado is even happening. And that only happens in very, very significant tornadoes. So unfortunately, that looks like what we're dealing with here. This will be one that we, this is going to be bad. This is, I feel bad for Chris and Zach and those guys is what they're driving into. Which, by the way, I need to talk to Chris. Chris, can you come again? I didn't get that last update. Chris is in a pretty bad dead zone, so I don't know when we'll hear from him again. But I'd say all of our storm chasers are their chase is over. Oh wow! Oh, by the way, guys, I've got another incredible view of the tornado. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Well, I wasn't going to show it. I was not going to show it, but they blocked me. Oh my God. I hate weather Twitter so much. Anyways, this is, once again, this is still ongoing. The reason I'm not giving like point to point updates on the tornado and its location right now is because it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. I do want to spend some time talking about the news, because now I know we've got a bunch of people who have family members in this area that need to know what happened. So I'm trying to do that. But as soon as this gets closer to some other areas, we'll let you know. This is Chris Hall. Chris, what's up?
Significant damage. I have no concern.
Chris, I can barely hear you. All I heard was significant damage. Are you okay? Are people there okay? What do you need? He barely has service. I'd say the cell towers got taken out. Chris. Okay, I can't hear him. He's tried calling me, but I can't hear him. But it sounded the little tidbits that I heard, it sounded pretty chaotic out there. Cell tower is knocked over. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, we just had a massive tornado go through a town called Rolling Fork, Mississippi. I honestly, I'm sick to my stomach thinking about what is going on there right now. Zach, Chris, Brian Allen, all these guys are there. And they are assisting with the immediate recovery, probably even search and rescue right now. But we can't get a hold of them because the cell service is out. Yeah, that's all I can tell you right now. We have to, unfortunately, we have to get back into tornado tracking mode because this is starting to get back into an area where it's going to impact more places. If I go over to the Radar Omega app, because it's better to see the locations and stuff, you can see that we have this huge area of rotation right here south of Bombers and moving up towards Midnight and Silver City. Okay, so this thing just went right through Rolling Fork, then up towards Holland Landing. It just crossed over Highway 14, and now it's going to go towards Midnight and Silver City in Mississippi. I'm sorry. And this thing is still on the ground, guys. This is a once again a Mayfield-esque tornadoes. You guys remember seeing that all over the national news? This is that kind of situation. Potentially even worse. And I'm not saying that to scare you. I'm not trying to be hype up weather guy. I'm trying to get you to take this seriously. If you live in Belzona, Silver City, Midnight, Romeo, Louise, any of these places in Mississippi, you've been under tornado warnings before. You've probably been under a bunch and you're fine, right? This one's not going to be like that. You're not going to accidentally survive this. You have to try. You have to try hard. And the way that you need to do that is by getting into the safest spot possible. First of all, underground. Underground, that's the best place to go. Second of all, if you can't do that, the most interior room of your home, whichever one has the least amount of glass. You want to be in there, and imagine you had superpowers and you could punch through all 4 of the walls. As long as your hand goes into another room, when that happens, you're in a good spot. A lot of times that's an interior bathroom or a closet. Get in there, bring a helmet. Put on a helmet. Seriously, put on a helmet. Keep me with you. Bring a phone, cellular device. There's a chance that the cell towers go down, but if they don't, we'll be able to stay connected, and also you'll be able to contact emergency services if needed. Put on a pair of shoes. This is something that a lot of people don't think about. Put on a pair of shoes. Put on some clothes like you're going to go on for a walk in a rainstorm. Because if your house experiences significant damage and you have to evacuate because of a gas leak, a fire, or something like that, you're going to have to walk over nails, wood, splinters, and it's going to be wet. So go ahead and put on a pair of shoes, put on a raincoat, a jacket, whatever you need, and get ready. Especially if you are in Midnight or Silver City. because this is the, once again, one of the most dangerous situations you've ever found yourself in this area. All we can do now is hope that the tornado dissipates. Latest radar scans don't show that happening, though. Unfortunately, we still have an incredible area of rotation here as the storm gets closer and closer to midnight. And we still have this huge debris ball up here to the north as well. And unfortunately, this is going to eventually get into a pretty gnarly radar hole here, and we're going to lose. We're going to lose sight of the debris ball, unfortunately, because we're going to get farther away from the radar. But we still have a view of where the tornado is. All of our storm chasers are held back up here in Rolling Fork, where there is significant damage. Very significant damage. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is Zach Hall just posted this to his Twitter. I just retweeted it. The damage in Rolling Fork, Mississippi is bad. People are trapped. We need help here. That, you see that tree? Every limb, every branch, everything gone. Splintered, disintegrated. That is not good, guys. And once again, the picture that you're seeing here is the monster storm that produced this damage is still on the ground. And it is moving towards you if you're in Midnight, Mississippi, or Silver City. I want to make it abundantly clear that everybody in Humphreys County or Sharkey County, Mississippi needs to be in their safe spot. But especially if you are anywhere near Midnight or Silver City. In fact, if you can get in your car and drive to Silver City or Midnight right now in the next 20 minutes, you're probably too close to this thing. You don't want to risk it. So take shelter now. It looks like Midnight might take a direct hit from this storm, just like Rolling Fork did there. And all we can do is hope that for whatever reason or another, the thing dissipates before it gets there. But that's not looking likely. We do have another storm chaser that is getting into position to see this thing. And that's Brett Adair. But now Brett is getting into the area where the cell towers are down, so we're losing his feed as well. Intense tornado, EF3 or higher, is ongoing here as it approaches Midnight in Silver City. There's a slight chance that the town of Midnight
Ryan,
gets
if you can hear
grazed.
me, get any available help to Rolling Fork. Get us any available help to Rolling Fork.
All right, Chris, I know you're busy. We're going to make sure that happens. So just anytime you can give us a specific update, just let us know. The air is yours. Okay, Andy wants to chime in. Andy, just a heads up. Chris is probably going to break back through. Okay, here he is.
A complete demolished community. I need all hands on deck. Search and rescue ongoing. Folks are under rubble. We need all the help we can get here now. Ryan, is there any way you can switch to me off-air channel for a minute while I have a bar of service?
Yeah. Wait, what? What did he just ask?
Ryan, is there any way you can switch to me off-air channel for a minute while I have a bar of service?
Oh, okay. Chris wants to talk to me off air. Andy, go ahead. I got to mute myself real quick. Go ahead, Andy.
Okay. Hello, Ryan, stream in addition to mine. I was here to tell you guys about also the northern tornado warning in northern Mississippi that is now passing over Interstate 55. It looks pretty dangerous as well. and parameters are in the right spot there to keep this thing going as well. It's got mostly clean inflow like our other one. So Enid, Oxford, and Water Valley, Mississippi, populated areas that are in a tornado warning up here. Nothing has been confirmed yet nothing has been confirmed yet with this northern tornado warning that's passing over Enid right now, but it does look very dangerous. So we want to make sure that we're including everyone, still talking about everyone who's in these risk areas today. So please pay attention to that up there in Oxford, Mississippi, Water Valley, Cortland, and Enid, okay, along Interstate 55. Okay, and then in addition to that, Ryan, I also wanted to tell you that Jackson, Tennessee, that's a populated area. That city is about to see some really powerful winds, and they're warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds. We saw 80-mile-an-hour winds showing up right next to the radar just 15 minutes ago or so. And so these powerful winds are going to impact Jackson, Tennessee, and a lot of Interstate 40. Okay, so everybody who's in a warning right now, considerable severe thunderstorm or tornado warning, needs to be paying attention to these things, even as we have an ongoing tornado emergency.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andy.
Okay, I think you still need me, Ryan. Can you nod?
Oh.
Okay, I can't hear you right now.
You can't hear me?
Okay, good. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Ryan, can you copy this?
Here, let's go back to the. I'll give you
don't know
some
why
more
he can't hear
information
me.
on this tornado emergency, as it's about to impact the town of Midnight, Mississippi. If it's not doing so already, you have seconds. Silver City is in the direct
If I tell Andy that I can hear him,
impact next up, and this tornado does look like it's still on the ground.
Zach, yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
It is not doing damage in Midnight, Mississippi, right now along Highway 49 West. So Silver City and Humphreys County, Mississippi, up next. Let me make sure I relay this. The Storm Prediction Center has issued a storm-specific discussion. So they are discussing the storm in detail, and they have said that the conditions for the storm will, out ahead of it, and
I don't know what to do.
Inflow for it, all the air streaming into it, will support its existence for another 30 to 60 minutes at least. Okay, so Chula, Black Hawk, Vidin, and Winona, Mississippi are 30 minutes, 45 minutes down the line for this tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So everybody
I'm just gonna have to close out of Zoom. I'm gonna have to just kill him.
Should be paying attention because this tornado does still appear to be on the ground.
Let's see here. Okay, all right. First of all, a huge shout out to meteorologist Andy Hill. Like, we love him, but I could not hear what Zach or anybody was saying with that. And I couldn't turn his volume down individually. Anyways, guys, if you're just now tuning in, this is the damage that's coming out of the Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Guys, this tornado, this monster tornado that produced this damage is still on the ground, and it's moving right towards Silver City right now, okay? Silver City, Mississippi, Belzona, Mississippi, all you guys are in the direct path of an EF3 or higher tornado. And it's very important that you get to shelter right now. But once again, this is what it looks like on radar. This is where it is. It's still ongoing. And then a new tornado or confirmed tornado warning has been issued all the way up here towards Carrollton, Kruger, Chula, Keola. You guys are all in the path of this big time tornado as well. We've got another warning up here for Water Valley and Oxford, Mississippi, and that's all the tornado warnings we have right now. Obviously, we have to kind of focus on this storm right here, as this is continuing to produce a huge debris field. And unfortunately, I've got a bad feeling about Silver City. It looks like Midnight might have been grazed or missed just to the north, but Silver City looks now to potentially be taking a direct hit from a tornado here in the next little bit. Once again, I want to bear with me because I've got a lot of different things that are going on. We've got an ongoing tornado. We've got news coming in. And things are just bad out here. But I want to mention once again.
Ryan, can you copy this message?
Yeah, let me. Yes, Zach, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I don't know what you're able to do, what people are able to do, but this town needs help. We've got people trapped, people screaming for help. We got a storm chaser here that I'm not going to name who was hit and is cut up bad. But if you have anyone, resources, people you can call, that would be fantastic.
Okay, guys, how many people do we have watching right now? Like, how many people are tuned in? Okay, there's 60,000 people watching this stream right now. What we need to do is work together to relay some of this messages to the people that need to know. Obviously, the emergency management services in this very general area know what happened and they're en route. But this is the kind of situation where we need neighboring cities more than likely to send out a fire truck or two. If we've got people watching down here in Holly Bluff, Hollandale, Lake Providence, Valley Park, we probably need, as many people as possible. Not just regular everyday citizens, but like if, fire departments, everybody. I know there's a ton of emergency management offices that watch this channel. Your help is needed, and it's probably going to be needed between Rolling Fork and Silver City as this huge tornado is causing significant damage. We got people trapped. It sounds like a very, very bad situation down here in Rolling Fork. So all of the storm chasers that work with us are stopped here and they're trying to help out. And obviously the immediate concern is search and rescue, getting people pulled out of those homes, rescuing people that need help. But this place, this whole stretch of land is going to need help for a long time. So I would say that Chris Hall's not going to be leaving the the Rolling Fork area for a while as we continue to try to help people there for the next week, 2 weeks, however long it takes. Unfortunately, it looks like there are going to be more towns added to that list that need help. Midnight, once again, it looks like that town might have been barely missed to the north, and Silver City, that looks like it's coming right for you. So if you're in Silver City, brace for impact. This is a tornado emergency. Your life is in extreme danger. Do not take this lightly and get to shelter now. Okay, are you able to update our number? Is it currently updated? Okay. All right, so guys, I see a lot of you. We've got a lot of support coming in through YouTube for helping out the people in these towns that are getting hit, and that is a great way to do it. However, the best way to do it is through our stickers or our website. I really hate to take time to do this, but if we can get everybody together to do this really quick, I think that we can make a big difference here. We've already got storm chasers down there. We've already got we've got a lot of people down there. All I need to do tomorrow is give them a credit card and say, hey, go buy whatever anybody needs and help them. And we can do that with your help on the website, shopryanhall.com. Mods, put it in the chat. Let's do what we do best. Y'all squad, show up. It costs us barely anything to make these stickers. You pick your price on the sticker, and then the rest of it completely goes towards me giving that money to the storm chasers so that we can help people in need. You don't have to do it, but if you can do it, that would be a big help. shopryanhall.com. And okay, yeah, and there we go. So we right off the bat, we've got $10,000. So every single person that wants to help, please go to shopryanhall.com and do that. 100% of all the money is going to go to Chris Hall and whoever needs it to then help people tomorrow or tonight or as soon as possible. All right. So anyways, what's happening here is we've got an ongoing tornado in Silver City now. Hopefully all those people have, gotten to their safe spot and are underground right now because it's going through the city. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like this one is getting missed like the other one. However, we do need to now start thinking about Chula. Okay, Chula and Kruger, you're downstream here. This tornado is going to continue to come down, and it's potentially going to cause a big problem for you. All right, so please take shelter right now. Okay, Brett Adair's really close to this. I wonder if I can get a hold of him yet. Brett, this is Ryan. We're live on YouTube. You're getting dangerously close to this thing, man. Are you seeing anything? What's going on out there? This is
obviously. Hey, Ryan, this is Brett. You got a copy?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Very intense tornado just crossed 49 West here at Silver City in front of me. Waiting on the RFD slot to sling around to go into town to see what happened. But I had the drone up, captured the large tornado coming into town with the drone, and then it crossed in front of me on the ground level here with substantial power flashes. And you could see the debris airborne, even in the darkness with the explosions.
Okay. All right. So that was the latest from Storm Chaser Brett Adair. Let's see here. I'm going to real quick. I've got people calling me. I got a lot of stuff going on, guys. Give me just a second. I'm going to take a quick moment to talk to some people here. I'm going to let you watch Andy real quick. Give me just a second.
Highway 49 East, right about here is probably where the tornado will pass on its current trend along Highway 49 East, and then eventually towards Black Hawk in Mississippi and State Road or County Road 17 here. Eventually, this tornado will make its way along the Interstate 55 corridor. Let me draw that for you. And it could be anywhere from Duck Hill through Winona down to Vidin. This is my advance heads up within the tornado polygon. Carrollton, Coila, and Black Hawk should all be in their tornado safe spots right now. Again, if you need a refresher on that, this is one of the first times you're hearing about safe spots. It is the interior most room of your house, or the lowest level, on the lowest level.
New information. This
okay, guys,
tornado
back
warning
into storm coverage mode. We got a new tornado emergency now. A new tornado emergency for Carroll County, Holmes County, Humphreys County, and LaFleur County in Mississippi. So now we need everybody up here to once again run, do not walk. Run, do not walk to shelter. All right, this is flattening towns. Guys, some of the stuff that I'm hearing from Chris and Zach and these guys that are down here in Rolling Fork is, I mean, it's bad. And there's nothing stopping this thing from doing this to several more towns tonight. Unfortunately, it looks like something similar might have happened in Silver City, and it's not stopping. We're going to have more instances like this as this goes towards Chula, Kruger, and Black Hawk in Mississippi. This is what we feared would happen today. If, like we said, if any of these storms got the ability to root up and take advantage of the environment, they would produce a significant tornado, and that's exactly what's happening here. Thankfully, right now we only have one. We only have one tornado on the ground. Now there are a couple of warnings. We've got one up here for Water Valley, Taylor, and Oxford in Mississippi, but this rotation doesn't look quite as robust. We've got one big nasty monster tornado on the ground, and it is down here to the east of Silver City. Brett, let us know if you come across any big time damage there. It looks like it's still on the ground. The guys back to the south and west towards Rolling Fork are just it's terrible what's happened back there. So just keep us updated. And who knows how long this is going to go? Who knows how long this is going to continue to go on, as this is right on the front of this kind of boundary area. This is going to continue to move up to the north and east like this, and nothing stops this from making it all the way to Winona. Nothing stops this from making it to Vaden. So please, y'all, please take shelter and please be hyper weather aware tonight. We also have to continue to think about other storms too. These storms up here could try to cause more problems. These storms down here could get more rotational areas in them. It's only 9:45 p.m. Like I said, this is going to be a problem that we're dealing with through midnight 2 a.m. So unfortunately, several more towns are under the gun for potentially a damaging tornado tonight. Let's go into Radar Omega because this app is by far the best for looking at locations. We can see down to the street level what's going on here. Literally, there's a house right here on Townsend Road that's potentially getting directly impacted by this tornado. Look at where it's going next, though. We're going to see this thing come up towards Grass Lake, Choctaw, and then eventually Butler and Wyatt. This is, once again, moving towards Chula, and it's getting ready to cross Highway 12 here. Once again, if you know where Grass Lake or Omega is in Mississippi, that's where the tornado is. It's getting ready to cross Highway 12 in between you and go right towards Choctaw. Everybody in this area needs to be underground. This is not the kind of tornado where you can just, get in the, the living room and be all right. All right. You are going to have to try to survive this one, unfortunately. And the way you can do that is by barricading yourself with as many layers of protection between you and the outside world as possible. So a lot of storm chasers are back on this one. There's one that's reporting power flashes still just to the northeast of Silver City. Sorry. And so that just tells me that this thing is still on the ground. It's been on the ground for a while, and it's going to continue to be on the ground over the next little bit. Let's see here. And by the way, guys, literally in 15 minutes, we've already got $40,000. Thank you, guys. Seriously, that's going to be able to go a long ways with our. And honestly, I'll probably go down there. We can load up our trailers with supplies here and take them down there. It's amazing that we're able to do that. Thank y'all. Hopefully, we're not going to need it for any more places. There's a chance that this thing at some point slows down, but right now it's doing no such thing, as we still have a violently rotating storm moving right towards Chula here. And I want to be, fine point to the point, like where this thing is, because for a while it was going over a pretty rural area, but now it's getting back into where, this isn't like a heavily populated area or anything, but there's these little communities. People live all up and down these roads. Once again, if you zoom in, you can see like that's a house, that's a house. So I'm trying to, we've got a lot of news coming in from Rolling Fork, and we will relay that. But guys, I'm doing the weather. I've got to give you updates on what's happening next as well. Zachary Hall is saying, per a Rolling Fork, Mississippi police officer, this is a message from a Rolling Fork, Mississippi police officer. Major tornado damage. We need as many ambulances as possible and any help for search and rescue in this town. Any help is needed in Rolling Fork, Mississippi, y'all. I'm trying to get a hold of them. Zach, do you copy?
Yes, I finally have enough service. I'm trying to get on socials.
Okay, we've relayed your message here about needing as many people as possible to all 60,000 of our viewers. Is there anything else that you would like to say? We're getting a lot of news out of there. What are you seeing right now?
Man, there's major widespread damage, violent tornado-like damage. I had someone come up per a Rolling Fork, Mississippi police officer and ask if we can get as many ambulances as possible into this town and as many people possible for search and rescue. People are yelling for help. There's just so much damage. We're trying to do search and recovery, help people get people in cars to go to the hospital, that sort of thing. But I don't know how long I'm going to have service. It keeps going in and out.
Okay, well, just keep us updated, and if you need anything from me, like if there's anything that we can do on this end, once again, we've got a huge pool of people and resources here that can kind of pull some strings. Just let us know, but help should be on the way.
Thank you so much, bro. You're helping. You're helping people, I promise.
Okay. All right. So what you're hearing is a conversation between me and Storm Chaser Zach in Rolling Fork, Mississippi, where it looks like a very significant tornado just went through. And this tornado is still on the ground right now. Now, it also went through Silver City. I haven't heard much about what happened there. But I would just about bet that that area also has some damage as well. Let's ask Nick Gorman. Nick, is there any damage there around Silver City?
And we got really bad damage here. There's houses wiped out. We're doing search and rescue right now.
Okay, so yeah, there you go. Silver City did get a direct hit. We've got another place now where more people are trapped. Houses have been wiped away, and that's just another sign that this thing is still down, and it's not going to end anytime soon. Guys, I would start and there is going to be a point where this thing does start to slow down. Okay, I don't want to say that this is going to be the never-ending tornado. It could dissipate in 20 minutes. But I'm telling you guys, if I lived down here and I was more than an hour in front of this thing, let's say I was in Vaden, Mississippi, I'd get in the car and I'd head south. I'm not kidding. I'd get away from that town. If I'm in Winona, I'd go north, get away from that storm, check into a hotel for a night, especially if you are in a mobile home or something like that. Now, I hate to tell people that. Once again, this thing could fall apart in the next 5 minutes, and you did that for nothing. But that's an option. That's an option. But if you are in Chula, for example, you do not need to do that. You do not need to do that. You don't have time to do that. You've got to run, not walk, to shelter because this thing is going to be right around the Chula area before too long. And once again, I'm hoping that this thing dies out. I hope that it's no longer a problem. And like, honestly, some of the most recent radar returns do look better than what we have been seeing. But what we have to keep in mind is that we're getting farther and farther away from this radar site. So I don't know if we're seeing actually like improved conditions or if we are, we're just seeing.
Hey, Ryan, do you copy?
The being farther away from the radar is not allowing us to see the actual details.
And we got.
Hey, Ryan, do you copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Riley.
Hey, I don't know if you've already said this on stream, but I've been talking to some of the chasers, so I haven't really been paying attention, but it sounds like Silver City is no better than Rolling Fork, and we're getting many of the same reports out of Silver City as we are Rolling Fork.
Yeah, we're going to have to go down there. My goodness, guys. Okay, keep us updated. Chris Hall. I don't think Chris Hall is injured. Wow. And this thing is ramping back up again. I keep hoping that this thing is going to die out so that we can get to work on the recovery down here. But guys, this is not. This is not dying out. This thing is ramping up again, going beast mode here, just to the north and west of Chula. If I'm in Oswego or Wyatt, once again, you're in the direct path of this thing. If it's as big as it has been, and there's no reason to believe that it's not, it's going to be a rough next couple of minutes. And you have to be underground, guys. You have to be underground, or you at least have to be in the most interior room of your home, in a closet, interior bathroom, with much protection on you, a helmet, a mattress off the bed, put as many layers of stuff between you and the outside world as possible, put on a pair of shoes, because if your house receives significant damage, you are going to have to evacuate after the storm passes. You might have to walk over nails, wood, splinters, who knows what, right? You're not going to want to do that barefoot or in your night slippers or in flip-flops. Put on a good pair of shoes, pants, shirt, jacket. Get ready to go. Get ready to go. And then, once again, run, don't walk to your safe spot. There it is. Once again, this is the exact, pretty much where the tornado is, somewhere between Choctaw and Butler, ripping up debris here up towards, it's going to come towards Wyatt along 49 East here within the next little bit. I want to show you once again the debris cloud associated with this. If we go back, notice how this storm hit Rolling Fork. You guys remember that? Just not too long ago, the storm hit Rolling Fork. Now watch this area of yellow and blue above it. You guys see that? That's the debris field from this storm. So the storm ripped up pieces of people's homes, tree branches, et cetera, and lifted it thousands of feet into the air. And we can see that on radar here. And there's still like a ton of debris floating around up here. It's probably raining pieces of Silver City right now, in Carrollton, and Winona, and Greenwood. This is how powerful this tornado is. It's chalked up, tons of debris, thousands of feet in the air, and now it's raining down in the forward flank, way up here to the north of the storm. This is something that we haven't seen since the Mayfield tornado, at least that significantly. And once again, this thing is getting ready to go just to the north of Chula. If I'm in Chula, I'm definitely in my safe spot. I'm below ground right now, but we're going to hope that this goes to the north of town there. If you guys know where Scott Petroleum is, if you're from the Chula area, that's where I think the tornado is going to cross 49 East. And then it's going to go into the Morgan Break National Wildlife Refuge. And then it's going to go up towards Providence Road, and it's going to go through a pretty rural area once again, but it'll go through Acona, Black Hawk, and then eventually, this thing's kind of making a beeline for either Vaden or Winona, Mississippi here. And guys, there's a ton of storm chasers out here in Silver City and in Rolling Fork checking on people. And the news so far, it isn't great. I don't know if there's any more video or pictures out there, but this is the last one that we've got that we can show from Zach Hall. Once again, if anybody hasn't seen this, this is the extent of the damage in Rolling Fork, Mississippi. We're hearing that it looks very similar in Silver City, Mississippi. And And the storm that produced this damage, and this is definitely EF3, EF4, maybe even higher, is still producing a tornado near Chula, Mississippi. This thing's been on the ground for a long time now.
We've called back up to it. We're on, I think this is Highway 82, just west of Greenwood. We've got another circulation to the northwest of Yazoo City that probably needs to be warned as well, but we're going to try to get both of these.
All right. All right. Thank you, Brad. Keep us updated. Okay, so here's the radar loop. The rotation actually for the last couple of frames there has let up a little bit, so that's a good sign. Let's hope that this thing is done and it doesn't recycle. However, we can't count on that. Still would be hyper vigilant in Winona and Vaden as this is coming right towards you. And then let's see. Yeah, there's more rotating storms popping up down here near Vicksburg that'll come up towards Yazoo City as well. Yeah, and if you're just now tuning in, this is continuous coverage of a devastating tornado outbreak that's happening here in Mississippi right now. We've had multiple tornado emergencies. We've had multiple cities hit directly by large tornadoes. We've got people injured, trapped in their homes. Storm chasers have descended. They've ended their storm chase and have descended on these areas to help people in need. However, the storm is still moving and it's still damaging places right now. In fact, there is a tornado warning still for Ciola and Carrollton. So we're trying to cover that as well as give you the news of what's happening in some of these towns that have been hit. Reed Timmer sent out a tweet saying he's heading to Vicksburg Hospital with injured residents of Rolling Fork, Mississippi. They need emergency personnel now. Yeah, this is bad, y'all. I'm hoping here that we're seeing a decreasing signature and velocity, and we're going to have a little bit of a break. But unfortunately, that might not be the case. Oh my God. What's going on back here? This is another rotating area back here near Silver City. Another tornado might be trying to pop up right following the exact path of the big one there. So Chula, the storm's made it past you, but the threat isn't over yet. Yeah, another rotation over Silver City again. I wonder if we can reach out to them. Hey, I know that that you guys are busy out there and you're helping people. But just to give you a heads up, the storm that you're experiencing now is producing another very significant area of rotation just to the east of the city. Okay, and we're seeing the CC drop pop back up here. So that, guys, this is still going on. This is not over yet. So once again, Black Hawk, Vaden, Mississippi, you guys are in the direct path of a very dangerous storm. It looks like it's trying to cycle. I'm hoping that this thing's going to calm down. But right now, it is producing another tornado and new debris is being lofted into the air. And once again, guys, we've got people in the background communicating with the people who we need to communicate with. And thank you guys so much, everybody that's watching right now, for helping us communicate the needs of our storm chasers. We've had requests for help in Rolling Fork, Mississippi, and Silver City, Mississippi, and I believe through the power of the internet, we've very efficiently been able to get that message out. And also through the power of the internet and you guys getting one of the support stickers on shopryanhall.com, we now have $63,000 in a matter of minutes from you guys that we can go immediately deploy and help people get whatever they need tonight and tomorrow and the next day down here in Mississippi. Myself and some team members here from the Weather House are probably going to load up tomorrow and bring a bunch of supplies down there and do whatever we can to help too. But unfortunately, we can't start planning that yet because this is still an ongoing situation. It's 10:06 p.m. on the East Coast, and this is going to continue to be a bad situation all the way through midnight or possibly even later. And my God, we got another. Are you kidding me? Look at this. That's probably a tornado debris signature right there. We've got another tornado that has just touched down just to the east of Silver City, which just got hit by a tornado not too long ago. Another tornado has developed here. Hopefully it's not going to be around long, but my goodness. Everybody imagine that. Imagine it coming out of your safe spot and thinking that the storm's over and then boom, another one. But yeah, if I'm in Chula, I'm not letting my guard down. The main storm is past you, but this one right here, we have to watch closely. All right, there's your new debris ball as well. All right, let's go over to Radar Omega so we can really see this thing. This is producing significant damage here to the north of Etuma. And it's going to move to the north and east towards Acona. Watch the motion on this thing. Yeah, so you can see that this is going to go pretty much in this direction. It's going to go towards Highway 17 between Acona and Black Hawk. If we know anybody there, if you have family members or friends or anything like that in this general vicinity, please give them a heads up. There's a new tornado has popped out of this thing, and it is producing damage now. This is far from over, guys. Far from over. Yeah, still getting new reports in from Silver City and Rolling Fork. I mean, it's bad. So far, everything that I've seen definitely looks a little bit worse out of Rolling Fork. Silver City, maybe I just haven't seen the more harder hit parts of the town. But yeah, Rolling Fork definitely has been pretty much flattened. Riley, go ahead and start looking for hotels for people on our team that need a place to stay tonight, and just have Carly book them. You ready for that, Carly? All right. This is a pretty remote area. I don't know if there are hotels in. I'd say probably the closest place is going to be like Yazoo City. Anybody works at a hotel and can help us out here, figure out a way to get a hold of us. Discord is going to be probably the best way. Because I imagine that these places are going to fill up pretty quick with relief crews and stuff coming in. We don't want to take their spot or anything, but we do want our storm chasers to have a place to stay tonight. Yeah, sorry. I'm just looking at there's a lot of things going on in front of me here. I don't know if you guys know, but I have like a lot of screens, and I'm just trying to keep up with all the latest information that's coming in. Can't believe we have two significant areas of rotation like this, one right after another. This is nuts, guys. One of our tornadoes is currently near Acona, and it's working up towards Wiltshire. This will eventually make it up there towards Winona. This is Winona. This is Vaden. Earlier this evening, I said if I lived up here, I would be trying to get out of the way. It's getting close to now time where it's too late to do that. If you're just now tuning in and you're in Winona, do not leave. You're just putting yourself in the risk of getting caught on the road in a tornado. You don't want to do that. Just go ahead and get ready to get in your safe spot. Now, Winona and you guys along I-55 here, you're not under a tornado warning yet. But if this thing continues in the cycle that it's been going on, you will be. And this thing is going to go right through. Hopefully it goes between Vaden and Winona, and it doesn't make a direct impact to either one of these towns here. But it's probably going to go over I-55 somewhere here. And so we don't want a bunch of people on I-55 when that happens. But yeah, just go ahead and get ready. Get ready to take shelter. And we'll keep with you the whole time. All right, this is from a viewer in Silver City. So that's a picture from Justin Stork in Silver City. Once again, some more of the damage photos coming in now. Update on Reed Timmer. So Reed Timmer was very close to the tornado as it went through Rolling Fork, Mississippi. The tornado went through the town. Reed came across a damaged house, and people were seriously damaged, cut up from the tornado. Reed put them in his vehicle and drove them to the ER. And now they have made it to the ER. So they have successfully made it to the ER through Reed Timmer. What do you think the tornado's rating is, Ryan? It's hard to tell. The National Weather Service decides that based off the damage. We won't know for a couple of days. But just based off of radar, and there's a calculation you can do called the Emerson calculation. It's an EF4 or EF5. That calculation is sometimes wrong, but it's definitely in the upper echelon of tornadoes. No doubt. And this thing is ramping up once again right before it makes it into Black Hawk. If we have anybody in or around Black Hawk, hopefully you're underground. We've been hollering about you for an hour now. But this thing is not giving up. It's still producing new debris, new damage here along Highway 430. It's going to parallel 430 all the way up.
If you can hear me, I'm currently en route to Vicksburg. I have a car full of people with me. I'm en route to Vicksburg Hospital. I can give you a little better update now. I'm not out in the pouring rain. Search and rescue, large search and rescue is underway, and rolling fork, I think is. A lot of emergency response now coming into town. I'm 99% sure that they still need EMS coming into town. But as of right now, sorry, I've got some.
Okay.
We're on our way to Vicksburg, so just wanted to update.
Okay, that's an update from Storm Chaser Chris Hall. Also intercepted the tornado in Rolling Fork. It has come across several people who are injured, and has now put those people in his car and is now taking them to the hospital in Vicksburg. Yeah, so, and once again, this storm, the same storm that's caused all of that devastation back there towards, Rolling Spring and Silver City, is still producing damage and causing problems as it moves up towards Winona. All right. And it's over Black Hawk now. And it's going to, once again, parallel Highway 430 all the way up there towards Fultz, Vaden, and Winona. If you're in any of these places, please consider taking shelter now.
A new PDS tornado
and we've got a new
warning
PDS tornado warning for Montgomery County, Webster County, and Carroll counties in Mississippi. And that includes Winona and Vaden.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
So there you go, guys. Now, Winona, Kilmichael, Duck Hill, Switman, Tomlin, Eupora, Walt Hall, all you guys are under a PDS tornado warning. And what that means is it's a particularly dangerous situation. It's a particularly dangerous situation. You're going to want to seek shelter right now. And this is, this is going to go on for a while, y'all. I still have reason to believe that this secondary rotation back here is trying to produce a tornado. Oh, and somebody tell Andy if he needs to talk to me, just do it through Zello. I had to kill the feed. Yeah, a new tornado debris signature. Oh my God. All right. So that escalated quickly. So this thing is producing big damage once again. And guys, look at this. It's going right towards Winona. It's going right towards Winona. We first started talking about this. It was a while ago. We knew it was coming this way. Hopefully everybody in that town is well aware of what's happening here. Because unfortunately, I believe this is the most populated area that this storm will hit. Winona is not a small town compared to what we've been seeing. Winona, Mississippi, a population of 5,000. So not a huge town, but compared to some of these other towns, this one's got a Walmart, it's got a Lowe's, it's got the whole nine, you know. And this is a big commercial area and residential area. So unfortunately, now we have to consider what's going to happen as this storm gets closer and closer to Winona. Also, Vaden. I'm not 100% certain that this thing's going to make a direct hit into Winona or Vaden because little changes can happen over the track of this thing. But it is almost certainly going to cross Interstate 55 somewhere between those two cities. And Fultz is right in the path of this thing. And Brad Arnold's right behind it. So Brad Arnold's on Highway 82 going towards Winona. So he might be able to get there before it does. I don't know. Winona needs to take shelter now. The entire town. Businesses. Yeah, nobody needs to ignore this one. Oh, boy. It gets bigger. Okay, so right now, this tornado is somewhere near the Enon Cemetery. Okay, this is in Mississippi. So the tornado was near the Enon Cemetery or the Summerfield Missionary Baptist Church. It's going to cross Highway 35 right there. Sorry, you guys. I got to... Sorry. Anyways, it's going to cross Highway 35 somewhere around the Summerfield Missionary Baptist Church. And then it's going to go towards Interstate 55. And let me just watch the track of this. Okay. We can hope that it goes exactly in the same line that it's been going here. And it goes kind of in between Vaded and Winona. But even if that's the case, even if that's exactly what happens there, it's still a pretty significant situation because there's a lot of stuff here. We got the Hazel Green Baptist Church, the Pepper Inn Scotland Baptist Church. We've got a couple of different commercial areas, and we also have the Winona Christian School here. And then also a lot of houses. Like this is a big-time residential area. People live up and down Highway 51 that parallels Highway or Interstate 55. All those people are in direct danger. Also, if this thing curves just a little bit, it could make a direct hit into Winona or Vaden as well. So we want you guys to be getting underground now. We also have to start thinking about the future. This thing has been going for what seems like forever now, and it seems to show no signs of slowing down. You know, this might make it all the way up to Eupora or Walthall. And if that's the case, it might make it all the way up there towards West Point, Mississippi. This thing could carry all the daggone way into Alabama if it wanted to. So if you are like in this area, you have to pay attention to this tonight. You can't ignore it. All right, so this is getting close to crossing the Highway 35 near the Summerfield Missionary Baptist Church now. And then it's going to go right on up towards Winona. Hope to goodness it misses to the south. This is a PDS warning. That's a particularly dangerous situation. Once again, Storm Chaser Brad Arnold is trying his best to get out in front of this thing. This is him right here. If I click on him in the Radar Omega app, I can see his feed. It looks like he's got intermittent connectivity issues. He'll be right back. But I can see there's 100 of you in the app right now watching along with me. And also we can see his feed above my head as well. Wow. Wow. Guys, I'm seeing more pictures now. I don't think I can share them. Not on the air. I'm retweeting them if you want to go see them on Twitter. But yeah, houses just completely slabbed back towards Anguilla and Louise, Mississippi. My God. Okay, so here's the 411. We're going to get right back to this. Let me show you the Emerson thing. This is Sam Emerson, the one that came up with the Emerson method. What was almost certainly a strong to violent tornado just impacted Rolling Fork, Mississippi, lofting debris above 30,000 feet and producing strong, long-lived velocity couple at above 80 knots, all of which point to an extremely high caliber tornado. Once again, that's potentially an EF4 or an EF5 whenever it went through. Guys, debris lofted 30,000 feet into the air. It's crazy. Okay, we got a new tornado watch. Now we got Nashville, Tennessee under a tornado watch. All of Middle Tennessee pretty much, all the way down into Florence, Alabama, Jasper, Coleman, Albertville, and Huntsville, Alabama. This will go until 3 a.m. Central. It'll be a long night. Long night. So back to our current tornado situation. This big blue dot here is where the tornado is, and it's getting ready to cross Interstate 55 here. And the reason we know the tornado is right here is because this is the correlation coefficient. What this tells us is where things are in the sky that shouldn't be. So you see all this purple and all this stuff. This is where it's just raining or hailing. And, you know, like everything's about the same size. The radar can scan the cloud and be like, okay, there's a bunch of marble-sized stuff in there, so it all correlates. And then it can look at raindrops and say the same thing.
New information.
But
this tornado warning
in
has
some
been
situations, there's a tree branch in the middle of everything else, or there's a brick in the middle of everything else. The radar notices that, and it drops the correlation coefficient because it doesn't correlate. And it paints that blue on the radar here, and that's why we know that there's a tornado there, because there's a lot of stuff in the sky that shouldn't be there. And as you just saw, we got another tornado emergency for Carroll County, Montgomery County, and Webster County, Mississippi. Guys, Winona is under a tornado emergency. This is the most early warning
a new tornado watch
a city has ever gotten. We've been talking about Winona for 2 hours. All right, we've seen this thing coming for a mile away. Everybody in that town needs to be in their safe spot. There's no, I hope to goodness nobody after this thing goes by says, well, it came out of nowhere. We didn't see it coming. Because, I mean, we've been hollering Winona for a long time. Now you are under a tornado emergency. This is the highest level tornado warning. This is one of the most dangerous situations you've ever been in your life. Okay? You cannot disregard this. You cannot go outside, look outside. Oh, let's see if we can see the tornado. You are in extreme danger and you need to get underground. If you can't get underground, you need to get into the most interior room of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Okay? No windows, and you need to wear a helmet. You need to grab the helmet, the football helmet, the baseball helmet, the bicycle helmet, whatever you got, and you need to wear that. Your kids might have, sports helmets. Put those on them as well. And go ahead and grab the mattress off the bed too, especially if you're going into an interior room like a bathroom or a closet. Throw the mattress on top of it. A new tornado
watch has been issued.
People get hurt mostly by pieces of wood and pieces of debris falling on them. So just do everything you can to protect your head in this situation and brace for impact, especially if you are just to the south of the town of Winona near Fultz. This big tornado is producing significant damage right now just to the south and west of Winona. It's officially crossed the road near Summerfield Missionary Baptist Church, and now it's going to cross Interstate 55, more than likely between Hazel Green Baptist Church and Acorner Church. All right, and then we're going to see it go cross Highway 51 near the Pepper Inn and Enel Corporation and the Winona Christian School. All right, this is going to come dangerously close to the Winona Montgomery County Airport as well. And then we're probably going to see this go towards the Winona Country Club. Now, I hope that this stays on the same trajectory and it misses the town a little bit to the south, but those last couple of frames do look like it's a little bit displaced north. A lot of times you'll see tornadoes take a path like this. You'll see them occlude. And if that happens, that could take it right into the downtown Winona area. But this is one of those towns where a lot of people don't live downtown. A lot of the residential areas are just outside of town. And unfortunately, the area near Fultz there, where the airport is, all the way down to Oliver Road, that's where this tornado's going to do the most damage. That's where it's going to be. Oh, Chris. Maybe it was Chris FL. I don't know. Oh my God. Okay. So the latest scan is not good. I mean, there's not a whole lot else that we can do at this point, guys. We've listed all the locations. We've said all the warnings a million times. We've told you what you need to do. If you're in Winona, brace for impact. This is a big tornado, y'all. This is going over Interstate 55 right now. And it's going to graze the southern side of town. And this might be occluding right into the city like we were just talking about. Once again, as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. We're going to get through this together. The less scared you are, the more sound decisions you'll make. So just get there, know what to do, get to your shelter, and then just stay with me. We'll get through this together. But we really have to start thinking about areas beyond Winona now. By the way, if this comes into town, just to give you an idea of exactly what's going on here, if you're in Winona, the tornado right now is pretty daggone close to the Winona Christian School. Okay, it's probably going to go right over the airport. All right. And then it's probably going to continue to go up towards the Pro Turf and Professional Tax Services area. It'll probably be near the Family Dollar on Highway 51 there, and then curve up Hayes Creek up there towards Old Mountain Outdoor Adventures. And eventually it's going to go over Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard on Highway 82 there. I hope it goes around the perimeter of the city like that. There's a good chance it goes right through the middle of town, but that's the best case scenario. Despite where it goes or what happens here, everybody in Winona, Sawyer, Kilmichael, Stewart, Duck Hill, all you guys need to be in your safe spot, and you need to be barricaded in there. You need to be ready to go, ready to evacuate if there's significant damage to your home, fire, gas leak, something like that. And then we have to start thinking about areas farther downstream. Once again, this is the tornado. This thing might try to literally cross across the entire state of Mississippi. The entire state of Mississippi. And one of the ways that, that we can get ahead of this thing is the same thing I said an hour or so ago about Winona. If I lived down here in the Manatee or Dancy or Spring Valley, any of these places in Mississippi, I would be going north or south and trying my best to get to a more substantial shelter for the night, especially if I lived in a mobile home. Now, there's a chance that this storm doesn't even make it to you, and then you did it all for nothing. But there's probably a lot of people near Winona right now that are wishing they did that earlier. Let's see. My God, that is just not looking good. That is not looking good, guys. All right. Are we still on the best radar site? No. Okay. So if we switch over to the Tupelo radar, actually the debris signature is a little bit farther north. Now, it's not exact because we're seeing a couple thousand feet up in the air here because we're so far away from the actual storm because we're in a radar hole. But this doesn't look good. This looks like this actually might be going through Winona right now. A worst case scenario may be happening right now as a large, extremely damaging tornado is going through a populated city in Mississippi. Unbelievable. There's going to be a tornado impacting Winona imminently. This is not a good situation. It's either happening right now, or if you're in Winona and it's not happening yet, it's going to happen here in the next couple of seconds. Brace for impact. My God. Do we have people listening to scanner feeds? Okay. County is Winona in. Carroll, Montgomery, Webster. Probably Webster. Okay, so there's like no radio feeds even available for this area. All right, so unfortunately,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
It looks like the town of Winona was directly impacted by a tornado, but we don't know for sure yet. Brad's getting pretty close.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Brad, I'm sure you saw on radar. It's hard for us to tell if the town of Winona took a direct hit there or not. If you see any evidence of that, please let us know as soon as you see it. Brad Arnold's getting ready to drive through Winona now in his pursuit of the storm. So he's not going to be able to see the downtown area.
We are just northwest of Winona right now. I do know that the power was out all throughout the interstate, so it did cross the interstate and knock out all the power.
And by the way, you can see the Brad Arnold's live feed above my head there. And yeah, sorry, I'm just reading a lot of stuff. Sorry, a lot of things happening here. Yeah, so if you're just now tuning in, we did have a pretty significant tornado just go around the Winona area. I'm still not seeing any direct updates from the town, but that's not a good sign. So you see the rapid expansion of the debris signature here. That means that either the tornado has just suddenly gotten a lot stronger and it's ripping up more trees and stuff, or it means that we are just now seeing parts of Winona enter the radar field here as the debris that the tornado has picked up is producing a large debris field. And unfortunately, that's probably what's happening here. By the way, if you're in Tupelo, Mississippi, watch out for pieces of Silver City falling from the sky here over the next hour or so. That is not a joke, and it's not an exaggeration. Huge debris cloud. Small pieces of debris probably at this point. Obviously, gravity is going to bring down the big ones. But little pieces of insulation, Polaroid pictures. It happens all the time. Notes, pieces of mail could be falling out of the sky from several, like 100 miles or more to your south in this debris field from that original tornado. Just waiting to hear a word from Winona. I'm hoping that we hear that it's all good. We're so far away from the radar site, it's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell what exactly happened here. And Brad Arnold hasn't been stopped. So Brad was able to drive completely over Highway 82 without getting stopped by power lines down or trees down on the highway. So that's good. So we'll see what happens there. So this is a video from Chris Hall showing the extensive damage in Rolling Fork, Mississippi. What a day. The rotation signature is so nuts. It's off the charts here, literally. Still producing new debris as it moves towards Walthall. So once again, if I'm in Walthall, Alva, or any of these places, I am getting to shelter right now. You don't have much time if you're in Sugar Hill or Minerva. That's coming directly towards you there. Once again, this thing just went through Winona. Yeah, it does seem like Winona took a direct hit, but there's two things that are happening here. It's a good thing that we haven't heard anybody say anything about it yet. That could be a good thing because maybe nothing happened and there's nothing to report. It could be a very bad thing because if a town is decimated, the last thing on your mind is to let Twitter know or to get that information online. So we're just waiting to hear the details.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, so we've got a new PDS tornado warning for Calhoun, Chickasaw, and Monroe counties in Mississippi. This is a dangerous situation. Please take shelter now.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, so that extends this all the way up to Houston, Mississippi. Guys, this thing's going to try to cross the entire state of Mississippi. By the way, there is a tornado warning up here for areas just north of Tupelo as well. Let's take a look at that real quick. That looks pretty significant. The rotation is definitely there. So now if we are in Baldwin, Guntown, Chapelville, or Mantachie, we've got to get to shelter. We got to run, not walk to shelter. All right, guys, real quick. I've been sitting here. I haven't got up in a while. I have to take a very brief break. I'll be right back. And in the meantime, we're going to watch Andy
extend to the north into Bowling Green as well. You guys are still going to see some powerful winds up here into southern.
Maybe.
Passes through from west to east. So a minor severe threat.
Be right back. Oh my God. I don't know why I can't. I don't know. Are you guys having a hard time watching his stream? For some reason, for me, it hardly works. Okay, I'll be right back.
So as we pass to the north here, this line of storms is basically going to impact everyone at the same time along this line. But it will be a little bit sooner where we get that bow echo out here where the winds are pushing forward as fast, much faster than the rest of the storm. That's where our damaging winds will be. All right. Hello, everybody on Ryan's stream. I heard you. I'm hopefully doing a good job here. I will relay a few things here that we're looking at. This part of the storm up here in northeastern Mississippi, we have a tornado warning for it for areas north of Tupelo. I've been watching this one. It's had some incredible hail signatures show up. Take a look at this about 10 minutes ago. You can see these areas of pink and purple over here. This is likely ping pong ball size hail, like a golf ball size hail, being driven forward by winds. So anywhere in this area was in is in the path of a pretty impressive storm. That's going to head to the north of Tupelo. So Boonville is going to get on this, and there's also several areas of rotation possible. Spin-up tornadoes could be possible anywhere in this powerful storm because it's being led by such strong dynamics. The winds that are driving this forward are very strong. So anything is possible up there. Man, and then let's go back to taking a look at our particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning down here that's just gone through Winona. I've been talking about this on my stream for a while. If you've got both Ryan and I up, we've got areas down the line, and that will be warned over here in Montpelier and FEBA, West Point. This is a separate National Weather Service office. So once this office down here extends the warnings to the eastern part of Mississippi here, y'all will also be under warnings, probably the north part of Oktibbeha County.
Ryan, we've got a tornado on the ground
pass the north of Starkville,
southwest of Winona.
But advanced warnings for all of y'all down the line along this blue arrow are basically needed. You need to know well ahead of time that this tornado is tracking toward your location. So next up, we've got Bellefontaine and Walthall in Webster County. Then we've got Clarkson to Manatee,
can you hear
to
me?
Montpelier to Woodland. And
Okay, so who just talked to me? It was Brad Arnold.
Ryan, we've got a tornado on the ground southwest of Winona. Just saw a big power flash up on the hill.
Southwest? Oh, no. Okay, so here's another situation. The first big storm that went through that's probably produced significant damage in Winona has went through, and now we've got another tornado that is forming on the southwestern side of the city. Jeez. So right here, that's your daggone. Hold on, let me get this back on the Jackson radar here. I want to show you what we're seeing because this is the same situation that we saw back towards Silver City. We've got another tornado on the ground here heading towards Winona. 1-2 punch for Winona. Once again, Brad Arnold confirmed it. He's there, and let me ask him if he still sees it. Hey, Brad, I just got your message. Are you still seeing it right now? This is the worst kind of situation. You got people coming out of their safe spots.
No, it should be right directly in front of us on the street.
Okay. All right. Got people coming out of their safe spots. And, maybe they've even already have damage to their house and stuff. And now a lot of them don't know there's another tornado coming because I'd say a lot of people are without power in that general vicinity. Another tornado is down or getting ready to be down, and it's approaching Winona. I don't want to cause any confusion here. We had a tornado go through Winona or come very close to Winona just moments ago. Now another one is on the way. A second one. And what we're looking at here is a live view from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. who is trying to give us a view of it. Obviously, it's hard to see because it's dark, and it's starting to become rain wrapped. We're hearing reports now that Silver City is, it's extremely significant damage from Silver City. So I've got one preliminary report out of Winona. There's no power in Winona, which is concerning because we potentially have another tornado coming into town here. But one of the storm chasers, Chris Jackson, is saying that he saw no damage on 82 from 55 east through town. So on the eastern perimeter of 82, he saw no damage. He said the tornado did cross about a mile in front of him on the Interstate 55, and there's tree damage all along the interstate. So hopefully the tornado missed the town, but we don't know for sure. We still don't know for sure. He only saw the eastern side of the 82 area. All right, so we're going to keep Brad's feed above my head, and we're going to continue to try to track these storms. Once again, potentially a new tornado coming into Winona now, and then our original tornado warning, our big storm that has caused so much problems, does look like it's finally trying to let up just a little bit. The rotation doesn't seem as impressive as it gets closer to Walt Hall. This is incredible news. We hope that continues to be the case. We've also got a tornado warning up here for Marietta, Baldwin, Guntown. Please take shelter. That one doesn't look imminently, bad. We're still focused on the Winona area right now. Hey, Chris, you copy? So I've got Chris Jackson on Zello. We'll try to get a hold of him.
Hey, Ryan, what's going on,
man? Chris, we're trying to get an idea of what's going on down there in the Winona area. It looked like the town might have received a direct hit according to the distant CC feature that we saw from the radars there, but you're in the area, so what's going on and what are you seeing?
Yeah, so the downtown area of Winona appears to actually been spared from the path of this tornado. Once you get about 2.5 to 3 miles east of downtown on US 82 is where I'm currently sitting, there's a bunch of little houses right here that's sustained some damage, obviously tree damage, power lines down, trees across the roadway, that kind of deal. But thankfully everybody's okay, nobody's injured, everybody's accounted for. Just trying to scope out some more areas on Google at the time and see if there's any other houses I might can check and make sure everybody's okay.
Has been issued.
Okay. Well, just let us know if you need anything and keep us updated.
Will do. Thanks for checking in, Ryan.
All right. So that's an update from Winona. It looks like
a new tornado
maybe some better news from Winona than what we've heard from some of these other towns, which is great. However, there's somewhere around Winona that definitely sustained significant damage because the debris signature was so intense. What I'm hoping happened there is, right before the tornado got into Winona, it picked up a bunch of tree debris. It started eating a bunch of trees in west of the interstate, and that's the debris that we saw, and then it kind of lifted over the town. But definitely a lot of damage reports coming in. Most of them, though, are coming from the Silver City and Rolling Fork area, where a very significant tornado has occurred tonight. And once again, I don't want to spend too much time talking about the EF rating. It's obviously EF2 or higher damage. We won't know until the National Weather Service does their survey, but it looks like a significant high-end tornado went through those areas. And all of our storm chasers pretty much are helping with search and rescue right now. And we've gotten hotels for them, I think, to stay the night for any of them that wanted it, I guess.
A new tornado warning
we've already
has
booked
been
those.
issued.
And so they're going to get up tomorrow and continue to work to help people. Because of you guys, if you look up there on the top right of the screen, we've got $80,000
has been issued.
We have $80,000 just to help people, and it's because y'all went to the merch store and got a sticker. I don't. It's incredible how that works. And it's also incredible how fast we're going to be able to make this work. All I got to do is give Chris, Nick, whoever's down there, whoever wants to help out with us, the green light to go to Lowe's, go to wherever, and get a bunch of generators, get food, water, whatever anybody needs, and we can just immediately make it happen. And we couldn't have done that without you guys. So once again, thank you so much for allowing us to do that. So we do have a new warning for Houston, Treblinka, and Manti and Multiplier in Mississippi. This is not a PDS warning, though, which is great. And it looks like the storm, for the most part, is letting up a lot. I don't want to say that it's over. It can definitely recycle. We've seen this happen before. But right now, it looks much better than what it's looked in the past. So we're going to hope that trend continues. But we also have a new tornado warning up here from Belmont in extreme northeastern Mississippi. This also includes Tishomingo, Carter Branch, and Payton. So we're going to watch this very closely. There could be a tornado trying to form right here near Frankstown, moving up to the north and east. Wow. Very strong line of storms, by the way. This goes all the way up into Tennessee. There's a huge bow echo of storms approaching Nashville, Tennessee from the west. This will bring severe weather into the Nashville area within the next hour or so. Nothing. It doesn't look very tornadic up here, which is great news. But still, big time severe weather moving into Nashville. Hey, Chris, don't mean to bother you, but just whenever you get the chance, give us an update on what's going on, where you are, and what your plan is for the rest of the night.
Hey, Ron, you caught me at a good time. We just dropped a carload of people off at Vicksburg Hospital. We have to stop and get some gas. I'm running on fumes almost.
Well, just so you know, the Y'all Squad's got you covered tonight. Gas is on the Y'all Squad, so go ahead and fuel up. And obviously you're going to need some rest tonight, but we're going to be working, hopefully with you, to start as soon as possible figuring out what we can do to mobilize the resources that we've collected. And also, I think I'm going to come down there as well. So just whenever you get a free moment to hash it out and talk it out with us, the team's in Discord, and we'll try to come up with a plan. Great job today, and thank you for everything that you've done.
Sorry I cut out on you. We got to stop and get some gas. We're going back to Vicksburg. We're going to continue to help. It's bad. I think this was a long track wedge. I've not got to look. All I know is it's rough. It is very rough, Ryan. They're going to need a lot of help. I sure appreciate it. I ain't gonna lie to you, Ryan. From what I've seen in Rolling Fork, I'm really not sure where we can start. It's that bad, Ryan.
All right. We'll figure out what we can do. I mean, the possibilities are endless with the amount of support that we've seen tonight. So, just once again, I appreciate you all so much. And the Storm Chasers. It's incredible how quickly we've been able to come together. And once again, Storm Chasers out there acting as ambulances. It's unreal how useful these guys are. People give Storm Chasers a bad rap, adrenaline junkies, blah, blah, blah. But, in the past 2 streams, we've seen them be the life-saving factor in multiple instances. So huge shout out to all Storm Chasers tonight. And guys, we still have ongoing tornado warnings. The thing is, though, none of them look bad. None of them look like they're producing a big, dangerous tornado right now. However, this area right here that's coming up towards Walt Hall does look pretty concerning. So we've got to watch that as this continues to move off to the east. We're not done yet. It's only 11 p.m. We're going to be here for the next couple of hours at least, and we're going to see more tornadoes tonight. I hope we don't see any more situations like what we just saw. But guys, if you're in northern Mississippi, western Alabama on the northern side, even into southern Tennessee, we've got to watch this closely over the next little bit. Yeah, you can kind of see where some of the hardest hit areas are by looking at the power outage map in Mississippi. Only like 15,000 customers without power, but you can see the path that the storm took right there. Is there any way we can fill in all the blanks on our chaser? Do we have that many options? Okay. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. And just to give you guys a broad look at everything, this is what's going on right now. We've got our severe storms moving into Nashville, Tennessee within the next hour or so. That tornado watch goes all the way out to Cookeville, Tennessee, by the way. Huntsville, Coleman. You guys are under that as well. We've got a bunch of tornado-warned storms down here. Now, if you look up here into Kentucky, you're like, man, this looks like the worst part. But no, actually, this is just really heavy rain from Louisville to Bowling Green to Evansville up to Indianapolis.
We're headed back to our hotel in Yazoo City now. We did search and rescue last hour. It's bad here. There's a lot of casualties, including 1-year-old.
Okay, that was an update from Nick Gorman. But anyways, we've got flooding rains happening in this area, and this is going to continue to move north and east tonight. Let's see, flooding on the 500 north block of Boak Road there in Evansville. So the flooding situation is going to move east tonight. The severe weather situation is going to move east tonight. But both of them will become a little bit less intense the farther into the night that we go. But we're not done yet. We're still going to see multiple, unfortunate events unfold here as we continue to watch these tornadoes track across the area here. Huge shout out, by the way. I gotta show this. This is insane. Call me Josh. We can all do anything together. It's all about finding a way to connect. We can change any outcome for those around us. One people, one love. Josh, thank you so much, man. Everybody say thank you to Josh. Josh, this is not the first time I've seen you here either. I know you've been a long-time supporter, so seriously, thank you so much. Still looking at a pretty intense area of rotation near Walt Hall in Mississippi. That's moving up towards Clarkson and Multiplier. Make sure you guys are ready for that. The other tornado warning that we have up here a little bit farther to the north is just wild looking on velocity. So if there's a tornado, it's going to be somewhere right in through here, and it's going to be moved towards Tishomingo. So make sure y'all are prepared for that. Otherwise, we're just dealing with some damaging winds and some severe storms out here along the rest of this line. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we are covering a significant tornado outbreak. Man. And there's a ton of images to just to keep you updated on what's going on that are coming in. I don't think I can show any of these due to copyright or whatever, but I'm retweeting them. If you're interested in seeing some of the damage that's being sent in from the places hit by the tornadoes, you can see that on Twitter. My handle on Twitter is @RyanHall, y'all. Wow. Just I'm taking it in some of the imagery here. Hard to process. Yeah, and the feed that you're seeing above me, this is Chris Jackson from Montgomery County, Mississippi. Or not from, that's where he is right now. And he is showing us some of the damage near Winona. And once again, by the way, the counter up there at the top, if anybody's just now tuning in, we have, you guys have went to the website and got stickers, and we've been able to accumulate almost $90,000 tonight. I'm speechless. That's definitely by far the most that we've ever done. So I that's gonna be able to go far too. Like usually we do like 30K, and that goes far. The people in the affected areas, I appreciate it so much. I can't. Like, we're going to be able to do a lot with that. So thank you. That's insane that we're doing all this on YouTube. It's unbelievable. We're still watching these new tornado warnings as they come out. I promise you guys, I'm not withholding information from you. The only reason I'm not as adequately, like zoning in on these storms anymore is because there's not as much to talk about. There's no correlation coefficient drops. There's no huge velocity signatures. There are warnings. There are suspicious areas like the one moving into Tishomingo, but that's about all I can say. You got to get to shelter if you're in Tishomingo. I'm most concerned or interested, I guess, in this storm, the one that's coming up towards Treblock here. But as of right now, nothing crazy yet. Once again, a reminder that it doesn't matter if it's a PDS watch or a high risk, stuff like this can happen any day. There is a significant risk for severe weather, guys. Just to recap, we had a significant tornado come into a place called Rolling Fork, Mississippi, producing EF2 or greater damage all the way through Silver City, through small towns between Silver City and Chula. Also, Black Hawk has received significant damage, and areas near Winona have received damage. And once the storm got past Winona, it's weakened a lot. So this is the storm here. We're still seeing it rotate. We still have tornado warnings out, but nothing is as in your face like, oh my God, this is a big deal like it was earlier. So hopefully things are going to calm down a little bit, but they're not going to calm down completely. I mean, even without tornadoes, we have a significant severe thunderstorm moving into Nashville right now. I want to show you guys this because this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and it includes the western side of Nashville. We've got 70-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail coming into the western perimeter of Nashville right now. That's probably going to go through the downtown area. You're going to want to treat that as if it's a tornado warning because 70-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail coming through the window. You don't want to be in the living room. You know what I mean? And these storms are affecting southern Kentucky as well. Bowling Green, you're going to get some strong winds. And then, of course, now we've got that tornado watch all the way into Huntsville and Coleman. We'll have to watch these storms all the way through the night. And I'm giving some of the other chasers some time too to give me updates. I don't want to overwhelm them, but we'll talk more to Chris and Brett and everybody about the damage here in the next little bit. Here's an update from Brett Adair. He says, actually, I'll just throw it up. Let's see here. Oh my God. Pray for these people. Silver City is awful with multiple victims. One of my best tornado intercepts ever, but somber after search and rescue. And guys, Brett is somebody who's seen a lot of tornadoes and a lot of tornado damage. So to elicit that kind of response from Brett, you know it's got to be bad. Oh, wow. Reed Timmer has a bunch of shots of the tornado as well on Twitter. I'm retweeting that right now. And by the way, if you're just now tuning in, I know this is a lot of times when a city gets hit by a tornado, it makes the news. Everybody's hearing about it, and like you're in the path, you're under a tornado warning. The kind of tornado warning that we had earlier, that where we had big tornadoes on the ground ripping up debris and stuff. That's not what we're dealing with now. We're just dealing with radar indicated tornado warnings. But if you are in Clay County or Webster County in Mississippi, you got to take shelter. Itawamba, Prentiss, or Tishomingo counties in Mississippi, take shelter. Monroe or Chickasaw County in Mississippi, take shelter. The most concerning area right now that I'm seeing is still going to be this storm down here. This is the same cluster that caused all of our damage today. But this one might be trying to recycle a little bit, and it might try to produce a new tornado as it moves up towards Treblock. But there are no tornadoes on the ground right now that we can tell. So that's why I'm not as actively relaying radar updates, okay? Where I'm just trying to also relay news and honestly take a breather from the insane situation that we just went through. Yeah, this storm looks like it might be trying to... It might be trying to ramp back up here, so we'll have to pay very close attention to that. Joe says, thanks to your whole team, Ryan. Pigeon says, thanks for what you do. The Pumpkin Master says, I love your work, Ryan. Keep it up. Guys, thank you for the support. I really do appreciate it. Angie Russell become an official sponsor. I'm sorry I haven't been able to read a lot of the chat tonight. Obviously, we've been busy. But the support is appreciated. And yeah, if you want to follow along, I see people asking about like what, the y'all squad, like what's going to happen with the over $90,000 now that we've accumulated here. You just follow me on this YouTube channel, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Facebook, Instagram. You'll see, I promise. The way that we're able to do this is by making video content, right? So like if when we go down there and we, buy everybody a generator or, whatever it is that is needed, we're going to film it. We're going to let you see. We're going to be, open about what we're doing, and you can just follow along. And the cool thing about it is it's immediate, right? There's no red tape. There's no waiting. Like there is a lot of times with FEMA and stuff like that. Like Chris is going to be down there tomorrow. He's down there right now. And then I'll be down there, either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, fully documenting the process.
So just make sure you follow along if you're interested to see what happens with that and the good that we're able to do. And we got a new tornado warning here that goes all the way into Alabama. We've been tracking this now all the daggone way across Mississippi, and now we have a new tornado warning for Alabama. And this does include Florence. Okay, this does include Florence, and that's for this area of rotation right here. That's going to move up towards Cherokee, Tuscumbia, and Florence. So we want you guys taking shelter now, please. Yeah, and it is true. I don't want to talk about numbers yet because nothing's confirmed, but I'm hearing a lot of, especially out of Rolling Fork, a lot of fatalities. Unfortunately, by a lot I mean more than one. That's all we know for sure right now. There's in situations like this, it'll be several hours before direct details are noted. It has been a crazy night. Yep. And it isn't over yet. Once again, we've still got tornado warnings out there. The latest ones for Lauderdale County, Alabama, and Colbert County, Alabama, or Colbert County, Alabama. There's nothing to zoom in on here. There's a broad area of rotation that could be producing a tornado. So we need everybody in the polygon to take shelter. And yeah, how many people do we have watching from Nashville right now? Do we have a lot of people from Middle Tennessee and Nashville in that area watching? Because if so, you guys need to stay tuned as well, because we don't have a tornado threat up here, but there's a huge line of damaging winds getting ready to move through. We got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for up to 70-mile-per-hour winds moving into the western side of Nashville right now. And that's another considerable severe being issued right there. Oh, man. I just retweeted an insane photo from Silver City. Once again on Twitter. I'm trying not to share this. Storm chasers hate it when I share their photos. But I am retweeting it. So if you guys want to see that, and honestly, if you guys want to retweet it too and just help spread the word about how bad this situation is, maybe the more help these people will get down here. And also, I want to say a huge shout out to everybody on the team in the background. You guys don't see. We're on the phone with like all the emergency services in Mississippi. There's a lot of things happening that you don't see, other than just me sitting here saying "Holy smokes!" And I just I know it's been a hard night and a long night for everybody, but huge shout out to everybody on the y'all team for the amazing job that you've done. Tornado warning for Colbert County and Lauderdale County, Alabama. Take shelter now. We might have to start watching this a little bit closer if that kinks back a little bit more. If we start to see more increased values right here as this moves up towards Cherokee, that's going to be something that we have to really keep an eye on. The storm farther south here, the one that caused all the problems earlier, is kind of falling apart, but it looks good. It looks healthy. So this could produce more problems as it gets closer to Aberdeen and Treblock. So keep that in mind.
The Lioness. The Lioness says loud thunderstorm in Nashville right now. Yeah, it's going to get pretty nuts in Nashville for a little bit. FYI, it's Colbert. So it's Colbert. Stephen Colbert has ruined me. I'm sorry. Calbert. I'm sorry. If you're new here, I'm going to say your county and your city name wrong at some point. It's part of the deal. It's discount weather on YouTube, you know. No, once I learn how to say it, I always try to remember to say it right. It's just every state pronounces everything differently. And we cover the weather for all of America. Still watching that very closely. Nothing really new to report here. Still got an area of rotation that we're watching closely here. I just want you guys, if you're under a tornado warning tonight, please take shelter. Don't wait on whether or not there's a debris ball or a TDS or blah, 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 blah. Just get to shelter. Here's the storm moving into Nashville. Honestly, the southern side of Nashville is probably going to get hit the hardest down here near Brentwood, Franklin, Spring Hill, along I-65 and 840. That's going to be the corridor that gets hit the hardest for sure. And then, of course, Clarksville's getting nailed right now by a pretty strong storm. That's going to move east into Pleasant View and then Springfield. Let's see here. Bowling Green, this line of storms heading for you as well. It's going to make it well into central Kentucky, middle Tennessee, Murfreesboro. You guys will see it. None of this up here is tornadic, though, which is great. All the tornadic activity is happening down here. Now, this could eventually move up into places like Pulaski, Tullahoma, Winchester, Tennessee, but we're not even going to talk about that yet. We're not close enough to that yet to be worrying about that. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, Rolling Fork, Mississippi has been devastated by a very powerful tornado tonight. Sorry, once again, just reading the updates as they come in. And I really appreciate you guys helping on Twitter. A lot of you guys are tagging me and stuff and, sending me stuff. That helps. It does. The handle on Twitter is @RyanHall, y'all. I'm also sharing a lot of imagery that I can't show on the air because of copyright. Still seeing an intensifying area of rotation trying to do something over here as it approaches Tuscumbia and Florence, Alabama. I'm not terribly concerned about this just yet, but I'm watching it closely. The good news is we do have a network of cameras in and around Florence in the Radar Omega app. I see there are we've got the camera here north of Florence. We've got the camera in Florence. 16 of you guys are watching with me right now, and look, you can see the lightning already there coming into Florence, and then Muscle Shoals down here. We've also got a view of that. So once again, that's in those cameras are in the Radar Omega app, and if something was to happen with this storm, we should be able to see that pretty well as it rolls across the map. Got another considerable severe thunderstorm warning now for Dixon County, Tennessee, Robertson County, Tennessee. And that one includes Nashville. Somebody find me, is there a YouTube Nashville, downtown Nashville live cam? Send me a link in stream text. Or a virtual RAILFAN. Okay. All right. Yeah, we got to get this nationwide network of cameras going at some point. I think it would be very useful. Oh man. Another just heartbreaking video from Silver City. Just retweeted there on Twitter. The rotation here coming into Florence continues to look concerning, but still not indicative of an active tornado. So the tornado warning is still valid. We want you in your safe spots in Tuscumbia and Florence and Cloverdale. And then, oh, that's not good. This storm is, no, I don't know. This might not do it, but you can see how this is trying to start taking the shape of a supercell again. So it looks like it's going to get choked off, or it looks like it's going to get kind of squished up here as this line starts moving really hard to the east. But we have to watch that because this could very easily start rotating again, produce another tornado right in through here. And that's in eastern Mississippi moving towards Alabama. Where are you seeing photos? Twitter. Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like Twitter, but like, to be honest, it's the best like social media site for news, like to quickly gather news information. There's nothing better than Twitter, in my opinion. So I'm retweeting a bunch of stuff. Oh, here's a...
Oh my God, dude! Oh my God.
Sorry. Here's a video from Zach Hall from Vortex Chasing of the tornado earlier.
Oh my God, dude! Oh my God.
Right there. There's a freeze frame of it.
Oh my God, dude! Oh my God.
This is the one near Rolling Fork. Wow. That was big. Also retweeted that. Yeah, that was from earlier tonight. Get down there, brother, and do what you can. Yeah, absolutely. We're already, obviously, our storm chasers are already there, and they'll be on the ground tomorrow. And, you know, I'm I don't know, probably 12 hours away driving. So we'll probably spend a little bit of time planning, and then, I'm going to go. I'm going to go to some of these areas, and we're going to do whatever we can.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Situations like this, though, where it's hard to figure out exactly what to do. I mean, when somebody, you know, when a town is devastated, you know, where do you start?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But it'll get figured out. It always does. New tornado warning for Itawamba and Chickasaw counties in Mississippi. So we got new warnings back down here in Mississippi, and that's for the storm that we've been worried about. And I do not like the look of that. Check it out. This is going to try to do it again here as we got a huge convergence zone. Look at that. We got a big hook. And this is the same storm that caused all the devastation to the south and west tonight. It is cycled, and it is now trying once again to produce another tornado as it goes towards Egypt, Amory, Hatley, and Quincy in Mississippi. This is a very nasty looking storm on radar. We're going to have to watch that closely. Let's not even take too long to think about it, though. If we are in Amory, Aberdeen, or Smithville, really anywhere in Chickasaw, Itawamba, or Monroe counties in Mississippi, you guys got to go. You got to get to your safe spots now. Back here towards Florence, I mean, we still got a very interesting area of rotation here, but still no signs of an active tornado. It could happen, though. That's why we're under a warning. So Tuscumbia, Florence, St. Florian, Bailey Springs, Smithsonian, all these places in northern Alabama, take shelter, please. Oh, boy. This is... this one looks bad. This one looks, once again, like one of those insane signatures that's about to cause... chaos again down here on the ground. If I'm in Egypt, Mississippi, I'm unfortunately in a very significantly dangerous situation, and I've got to get to shelter fast. Man, that is not good. This is the beginning of a really strong tornado. This is a very common signature on radar where you see that huge inflow spike there. The thing that's going for us on this one, I really hope this one isn't going to be another long track monster. It could very well be a short track monster, but what's going on for us here is like we've got this big area of convection that's going to consistently try to choke this off. And then if that doesn't work, we've got all these little cells right here. They're going to try to come up and destruct the supercell as it tries to form. This one's not all by itself, right? It's fighting for its life amongst these other cells. So let's hope it loses that fight. But in the fight, it is going to produce a big tornado here.
We're on Natchez Trace Parkway, headed to that isolated cell that's east of Lexington. I think this tornado setup still has a couple of hours left in it. So we're going to drop down southwest to see if that can really do anything.
Okay, so that's Brad Arnold. He is going after this storm here. So still lots of tornado tracking to happen tonight.
This
but unfortunately, we have another PDS tornado warning, y'all. This is a particularly dangerous situation. And oh my God, that is, once again, another picturesque supercell tonight. Something that you don't see very often. There's your debris ball. This has got a big tornado on the ground right now. Could be as big or bigger than the ones that we saw earlier, y'all. That is a scary looking radar imagery if I've ever seen one. That's quite unfortunate. Let's see. Yeah, so here's your tornado. It's just to the east of Egypt now. It's going to move towards Highway 45, and my goodness, this thing is going to make a beeline towards Amory and Hatley in Mississippi. Guys, we got to get the word out there. We have to get this out there. This is big. This one's this one has the potential to be way bigger and more intense than any of the other ones that we've seen tonight. So what we need to do is make sure that every single soul in Amory, Lake Monroe East Subdivision, Tranquil, Becker, Hatley, Bigby, everybody that lives in this area needs to know what's happening here. Now, I don't know if this is going to be another long track. I don't know if this is going to be on the ground for a long time. Hopefully it's just down for a little bit, but it is down right now. And I can tell you what, it's producing monstrous damage. That is one of the most insane, significant ramp ups that you'll ever see on a radar right there. So once again, this tornado could be even bigger and more damaging than the ones that we saw earlier. Now the thing is, we are much closer to the radar, so we're getting a more high definition view of the storm, right? So who knows what the other storm looked like this close up, but still, we have a literal hole in the middle of the velocity signature here because the tornado is so big, or the rotating area is so strong, it's off the charts here. So there's your blue dot. That's our debris. This thing is ripping up trees and all kinds of stuff. And we have another monster tornado on the ground here in East Mississippi. Once again, if you know anybody in Amory, Bigby, or Hatley, or Quincy in East Mississippi, I don't care if they're asleep and they have to an early work shift tomorrow. You need to call them and call them and call them and set off their, whatever you've got to do to wake this person up. You will potentially save a life. Don't worry about being an inconvenience. Don't worry about it. They are going to thank you because this is a very significant situation that's about to unfold here in Amory if this storm doesn't die, and we hope that it does. Let's see. Let's come down here towards Amory, Mississippi. Yeah, so Amory, Mississippi, not a huge town, but not a small one either. These guys have a Jack's. There's a high school there. There's a McDonald's, AutoZone. This is your Mississippi small town. 3 to 5,000 people, and now we've got a monster tornado on the way to it right now. It just went past Egypt. Right now, the exact location of the tornado is somewhere around Graceful Blossoms or the New Hebron Missionary Baptist Church. If you guys know where any of that is, that's around where the tornado is. It's going to cross White Rock Road, and then it's going to go right up here towards the Highway 43 area, near the house on Coontail Bed and Breakfast and the True View window tinting area. Also, the WREN Fire Department. The WREN Fire Department is in the direct path of this storm. If we've got any firefighters in this area, you got to get it. You got to abandon your station and get out of this thing's away, or take immediate shelter now. I don't know if this is one of those like metal buildings that act as a fire department, or if you've got a substantial underground shelter or not. But that WREN Fire Department is in the direct path of this thing. From there, it's going to go towards Lake Monroe, Bubba's Boom Boom Room. That is on Google Maps. And also the Heritage Inn and Suites on the western side of town. Wow. Unbelievable. I'm honestly speechless. I mean, this is just an unbelievably strong tornado right now, guys. And I'm telling you right now, this is almost certainly stronger than the tornado earlier. I don't think I have personally ever seen signatures like this on radar, ever. I could be mistaken, and it could be because we are so close to the radar. We're just getting a really good view of it, but this is nuts. This is absolutely insane. And the scary part about it too is how deep the CC is and how tight it is. So notice how it's almost like a perfect circle, right? So the tornado is sucking up debris, right? And it's putting stuff in the sky that shouldn't be there. So that's why we've got a blue dot here. And the tornado's wind field and circulation is so strong that all of the debris that it's picking up, it's holding it in. The low pressure is like holding all the debris in one spot. Normally, the tornado picks it up and it gracefully goes up into the clouds and kind of spreads out a little bit. No, this tornado is so strong, it's like a magnet. It's like a black hole of debris, and nothing can escape the perimeter. That's what's happening here with this ultra strong tornado that's approaching Amory, Mississippi right now. Amory, sorry, I think I've been saying that wrong. Amory, Mississippi. All right, so it looks like Tranquil is taking a direct hit right now in Lake Monroe West Subdivision. If there are people in this area, once again, all we can do is just hope for the best. You almost have to be underground in a situation like this. There's not a lot of places above the surface of the earth where you can protect yourself from a storm this strong. So if we are in front of this thing, if we're at Amory, Becker, any of these places, you got to think about what you're going to do. We need to get into a basement, preferably. If we can't,
new information.
If we can't,
this tornado
if the best you can do is take shelter in a sturdy building, make sure it is a home, not a mobile home, brick buildings preferably, and you get into the most interior part of that house. You want to get into an interior bathroom closet. You have to put on a helmet. You have to bring the mattress off the bed, throw it over you, and bring me with you, and put on a pair of shoes, because you might have to evacuate your home after receiving damage. You'll have to walk over nails, splinters, all this stuff. It's going to be an uncomfortable situation, but if you don't start acting now, it's going to be too late. This thing's moving fast. This is crazy, guys. This is I don't know what to say. This is bad. We've seen some really insane radar imagery tonight, some scary radar imagery. This is the worst. This is by far the scariest. And of course, we do have a tornado emergency in effect now. This is the highest level of tornado warning that could possibly be issued by the National Weather Service. This is a life-threatening situation. You're going to want to seek shelter now. And of course, yeah, we have a damaging tornado on the ground. Can we get Clement in the number one? A large, damaging, violent tornado on the ground with a seriously impressive view on the radar. You really just don't see that every day. Once again, if you know anybody, let me zoom out here. I want to show you guys. People are just now tuning in. You probably don't know what I'm talking about, where I'm talking about. If you know anybody in this purple polygon here, or even 100 miles out in front of it, it is the most important thing that we get a hold of those people right now. You got to call them, you got to text them, you got to FaceTime them, you got to Facebook message them, whatever you've got to do.
PDS tornado warning
get these people's attention as a catastrophic tornado is on the ground, and it's moving towards, once again, Amory, Mississippi, and then eventually it's going to move towards Smithville, Mississippi. And it will eventually go on up towards the I-22 corridor in Tremont and Hamilton. Now we've got Marion County, Alabama under a PDS tornado warning. And the city of Hackleburg is included in that. Once again, you can be a hero. Let people know what's going on out here. It's getting late. You know, it's midnight on the East Coast. You know, it is Friday night. Hopefully not everybody's asleep, but some people got to work tomorrow morning. They retired at 9 p.m. We got to make sure those people understand the severity of the situation. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we are watching a catastrophic tornado of historic proportions, maybe, move towards the town of Amory, Mississippi. And the radar presentation says it all. I mean, there's not a whole lot else I can say there other than this is the debris ball. We've got pieces of homes and debris being lofted thousands of feet into the air. And it looks like, from what we can tell, the town of Amory is going to take a direct hit here. Now, the tornado is pretty big, but if I had to pinpoint where it's going to enter the town, it's going to be over there near the Heritage Inn and Suites and Bill's Hamburgers. So if you know what I'm talking about, if you live over here, you know where Highway 278 is. It goes out of town towards Precision Communications and down there towards Northern Mississippi Worship Center. Tornado's going to cross the river there, the Roadhouse Branch, right next to Heritage Inn and Suites, and then come into town from that direction. Now, it looks like it's going to go north of the Walmart, but, I mean, this thing's so big, it's hard to tell. Right now, it's directly impacting that Heritage Inn and Suites. Once again, Bill's Hamburgers, the Piggly Wiggly, the Gold Connection, all these places are right around where that tornado is, and it's going to continue to go up towards the boat ramp up here, the Amory Golf Course and the Community Center, and eventually it's going to ride the 25, Highway 25, all the way up there towards the Monroe Gas Storage Facility. That's not good. And then also the FedEx facility. And then we've got the Stafford's Body Shop and Bob's Repair Shop, all in the direct path of this storm. And unfortunately, this thing is huge, man. And it's going to ride the zone between Highway 371 and 25 all the way up to Pool B, and then eventually maybe even into Smithville. My goodness. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado emergency here. It's the highest possible level tornado warning that could ever be issued. And they only issue that when it's a life-threatening situation. Obviously, all tornadoes are bad, but some are significantly worse than others. This is one of the worst that could ever happen. So just keep that in mind. If you're listening to me, if you live in the path of this thing, do not play around with it. This is one of the most dangerous situations you'll ever find yourself in. Never seen anything like it. This velocity signature is unbelievable. All we can do is just hope that it goes away, hope that it dies out. It looks like Amory, or at least the northern side of Amory, did take a direct hit from a significant tornado. Now it's going to continue to ride this highway up towards Smithville, so we need Smithville to take shelter right now. God, yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell from the radar, but there's a good chance that only the northern side of Amory got grazed here. So let's hope that happened. You know, this is still on the ground. It's still a huge tornado. And it's riding Highway 25. Once again, some of the next places that are going to get hit by this thing are the FedEx on site, potentially up there towards the Smithville Marina, sorry. And then, of course, Pool B. You guys know what I'm talking about. To the west of Smithville, we've got this lake that's going to be possibly directly impacted by this tornado. So if this does go on up towards Smithville, and it more than likely will, we're going to see this go up Highway 25, and it's going to enter Smithville on the side of the marina, down there where the Smithville Baptist Church is and the Dollar General. Okay, and it'll ride up 25, probably on the west side of town, but it's too early to tell right now. We've got to watch this thing frame by frame. It's wibbling and wobbling. It's hard to tell what the next move is going to be. Okay, here we go. That's the latest frame coming in here near Flynn. Flynn's getting ready to take a direct impact by a catastrophic tornado. It's going to go over Caldwell Road and then move up once again between Spurrell Chapel Church and Behold Home Furniture on the south and west side of Smithville. And what you're seeing above my head,
a new tornado warning has
is
been
Brandon
issued.
Clement. He's live in the Rolling Springs area in Mississippi. This is the massive first responder response. I mean, there's literally traffic of the firefighters and the EMS and local people and help that's trying to drive into Rolling Fork to help these people. And I assume that, you know, you guys helping to spread the word played a huge role in that, and people are getting help right now. So once again, thank you guys for everything that you're doing to help me and the rest of the people involved in this get the word out about what's going on. Okay, so huge tornado just went through Amory. We're just now starting to see the debris field get lofted into the sky, but we're still seeing really heavy and deep debris being seen right in this area. So once again, all we can do is just hope that this dies out soon. But unfortunately, it's probably going to last a few more minutes. And that'll take it right into Smithville or just to the south. Wow. There's your tornado, y'all. Once again, this thing it's wiggling a lot. It's not staying on a straight path, so it's hard to draw out where it's going to go. It's kind of turning right now. So some other places that need to be watching out are areas south of Smithville as well. Smithville, we still want every one of you all underground. But we're going to hope that this misses you to the south. Not likely, but if it does, we've got to watch out for the Maxey Cemetery, Parham Store Road, Pierce Chapel, Free Will Baptist, and Sculpted Beauty here. Those are the places, some of the commercial places and churches that are in the direct path of this dangerous tornado. Unbelievable, y'all. I want to go back here. This was the moment where I think it was obvious that we were dealing with a monster. It's very rare that you see a tornado that obvious on radar. And now it's still there, but the rotation is not dying off, but it's just a tiny bit less impressive. So instead of like a 2 mile wide tornado, we might have a 1 mile wide tornado now. It's basically the only thing that's changed. So keep that in mind as the storm continues to progress off to the north and east. The tornado emergency continues for Smithville and Hatley, Mississippi until 11:15 p.m. Central. And I want to emphasize that this is bad. Like I hope that Amory didn't take a direct hit, but whatever did take a direct hit was destroyed. I've been looking at weather and radars and stuff my whole life, guys. I'm almost 30, and this may be one of the most violent signatures I've ever seen. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. That was something else, and it's still something else. We still got a huge tornado down here, but I'm hoping that it continues to kind of let up a little bit. Smithville, though, and areas just to the south are taking a direct hit right now from a big tornado. Radar indicated winds of 180 miles per hour, by the way, near the surface. Radar indicated. So what actually happened on the ground was probably, could possibly even exceed that or come close to it. 180 mile per hour winds. So the storm is, impacting Smithville now. And next in line for this dangerous storm is going to be Turon. And then or it's going to go through a pretty rural area here. It's going to parallel State Line Road all the way to the state line between Mississippi and Alabama. So it's going to be a little bit, it's going to be able to, once it gets past Turon, it's got to go all this distance up here towards Highway 20 or Interstate 22 before it gets back into areas where there's a lot of houses and stuff like that. So hopefully in this stretch, it dies. Hopefully it dies in there and we don't have to deal with it anymore. Is that going to happen? Based off of everything that's happened tonight, I'm going to assume no. But at some point, the farther east these storms go, the less favorable the atmosphere is going to become for tornadoes. So at some point, this is going to end. I don't know if it's 5 minutes from now or 5 hours from now, though. It's something we have to track. Sorry, just reading some of the updates from Twitter. I'm also trying to see if there's any news with this Amory. I don't know if we're hearing anything out of that area, but man, that was a bad tornado. It just went through there. And I hope it missed the town, but whatever it did hit, I'm telling you, it's a bad situation there. Unbelievable. One of the most insane progressions of a storm I've ever seen. The good news is it does look like the base here is trying to bow out a little bit. So this is really going to try to cut off the inflow here. So this might die off at least for a little bit. We'll have to watch and see if it's going to recycle. But I'm really hoping that soon this is going to not be a problem for us. The closer that this gets to Hamilton and once again Hackleburg. Alabama is under this tornado warning. We don't want those guys to have to go through something like this again. So we're going to hope that this thing dies out. And there's a lot of things that are pointing towards that solution. We don't know for sure that that's going to happen, but we're rooting for that as we go forward. Okay, so we are getting reports now from the live scanner feed in Amory. The north side of town took a direct hit, and there is major damage. Amory Fire just advised on radio traffic that the north got hit bad and confirmed entrapment of homes. So we've got another severely bad situation in Amory now, guys. Let's see here. Where's Amory? Amory Fire. I think I can listen to that here.
It's Slim Sanity at Slim Chickens.
Oh. Why do I have ads? I pay for no ads. It's BS. Hold on. Okay, wait. Okay, so I've got the emergency management feed. I'm not hearing anything, though. I could be doing something wrong. All right, but we've got people on the team that are monitoring those feeds behind the scenes anyway, so we'll hear that news as soon as it comes in. Guys, please keep me updated in stream text, everything that you're hearing. I know that Brandy is putting stuff in scanner feed, but copy everything over, anything. I'm blind right now. Okay, the good news is the rotation is letting up significantly. It looks like this thing went through Smithville and is now kind of unwinding. It's not done yet. We're still under a warning all the way up there to Hackleburg, and we want to stay in our safe spots. But the good news is it is letting up. I got an update from Chris Hall, too. Rolling Fork has EMS from all towns around there now. Chris can't even get back into the town due to the overwhelming EMS on site. Wow. Amory Fire is struggling to get through the damage. There's lots of streets blocked by debris. Some updates on some of these towns that were just hit. Radio silence in Smithville, by the way. We're not hearing anything out of Smithville. But in Amory, EMS is calling for any assistance from nearby locations. We've got flipped trailers and excessive damage. Major damage in Amory. Do we have anybody watching right now that lives near Amory or in Amory? It's in a lot of Mississippi today has been significantly damaged by a tornado. This is the second or third town that may have been almost flattened by a tornado. This has been a very significant tornado outbreak today. Lots of people are in the chat, of course, asking, where's it going? What's next? What's happening with the tornado? The tornado, I believe, has lifted for now. However, this is still a very dangerous storm, and all the way up to Hackleburg and Hamilton, you guys have to be in your safe spot because this can recycle. It can put down a new tornado at any moment. And we got a
new
PDS tornado warning
has been issued
for Itawamba County, Mississippi. Trying to figure out what that is. Okay, yeah, so they've just issued a
new PDS tornado warning.
They've discontinued the emergency, or at least they're getting ready to. And we've got a new PDS warning for the last little part of Itawamba County here before this makes it into Alabama. So that's not for a new storm or anything. Still got a tornado warning for Florence, points up towards Athens here, but this is not rotating that much. It's a precautionary warning. Hold on, wait. Yeah, this one, this is going to try to recycle, I think. This is going to try to recycle as it comes into Bexar in Alabama. Hackleburg, once again, stay in your safe spot. According to radar, debris was being lofted over 20,000 feet as the tornado moved over Amory, Mississippi. Unbelievable what we've witnessed tonight, guys. This has been a tornado outbreak for the books. Somebody on the Amory police scanner said, "I don't even see the Exxon gas station anymore," and I quote. All of North Amory is gone. Guys, I would be playing this, but for some reason my account has ads and I can't skip them. It might be best that we don't listen to it anyways. It might be graphic in nature. I'm just trying to, anytime this happens, I know there's so many people listening that have friends or family members in that town. They want to know what's going on. We have the ability to relay the news, so that's what I'm trying to do. Guys, we can't let our guard down in front of this storm yet. This is the one that's coming up towards Hackleburg. It's going to have another push to it. The good news is like it doesn't have the big wide open inflow area anymore. Like it really isn't going to have the ability to produce another monster tornado, I don't think, but another tornado is going to try to form here in that big circulation, I believe. So please, if you're in a tornado warning, take shelter. Amory Fire Department is saying they can't even get to most parts of the town.
This is 2 Charlie. Go ahead, sir. 3751. Who advised all task force units coming to Amory are using R5 SE3. R5 SE3. Pass it on to 24 if you can, please.
.48, when you get to the station, as soon as this rain flags up, you're going to have to use the breaker to get around. We have still been able to get to the building.
So what we're listening to here is the Amory Fire Department.
Fire 1 to all body units, look 1033 traffic for just a key. 925, go ahead with your traffic.
I'll just pass it on to you that task force units coming to Amory are going to be utilizing R5 SE3. R5 SE3.
Let's go.
Unbelievable. The tornado that went through Amory is the kind that they put in historical documentaries of tornadoes. I don't know. I really hope that no like significantly populated area took a direct hit. It sounds like North Amory did. I don't know what that means. Amory's a pretty small town, so I don't know if that means like the actual downtown area, or if we're talking about, you know, significantly north of town. So we're going to keep relaying that information as we learn it. But I'm telling you guys, anything that was hit by this tornado is no longer there.
Fire 1, this is Fire 1.5. I'm deploying to Gilmore.
Right. Some people are asking, was it worse than Mayfield? It's impossible to know. We won't know until, you know, we see the damage and hear the stories and all that. But I will tell you this: this radar signature, it was just as bad, if not worse, especially on velocity. I don't remember the Mayfield tornado looking that impressive on velocity. But like, honestly, we're looking at colors on a map here. It's impossible to tell, and it really doesn't even matter. Both of them are extremely bad, and you know, there's just so many people in Mississippi tonight that are homeless now, probably hundreds, if not thousands, and thinking about the trivial like differences between which tornado is worse is probably the last thing that should be on our minds. But this definitely is one of the worst tornadoes that we've seen here on the channel, that we've tracked together. And honestly, both of the big ones tonight have been in the top 10 or top 5 for sure. Yeah, more. So once again, per Amory Fire, all of North Amory is gone. Multiple gas leaks and major damage reported after the tornado. First responders are having a hard time moving through the streets due to debris.
I've got reports on phone here.
And by the way, if you're just now tuning in, I took the counter off just because I didn't want to distract from the tornado warnings or anything. But we have a significant amount of funds, thanks to you guys and your generosity tonight, that we're going to take to Mississippi. We're going to give to our storm chasers, and we're going to hopefully help some people out. I don't know what we're going to do. It's hard to figure out where to even start. But we're going to get to work immediately after this stream and figuring out how we're going to help as many people as possible. So thank you for that once again.
51925. Yes, go ahead.
This has just been a wild night.
As of right now, we're going to set your last post here at the station. I know it's going to be hard to get to it, but that's what we're going to do at the moment. You got a good way for me to come in?
Let me know when you did it.
Firearms and I get into town coming in on Highway 6.
And also, we're still getting just really heartbreaking stories and imagery out of Western Mississippi near Rolling Forks. I'm retweeting a lot of that. I can't show it because of copyright, but at Ryan Hall y'all on Twitter, I'm retweeting all these videos and pictures, and it's important that we share it. I think because one of the reasons why we've been able to garner over, I think. As soon as the ticker updates here, it'll be over 100,000. Oh, we've got $100,000 that we're going to have immediately available to us, like that, because of you guys. But because of the fact that we're able to verify and see like the damage. You know, you guys have seen the crumbled up cars. You've seen the houses flattened. You've seen the trees. You've seen all the damage. The more people who see that and understand the severity of what's going on down here, the more help the people from the areas will receive. It's just one of those things. The more, you know, the more people see, the more people care. So, you know, obviously I don't think anybody wants to see some of the damaged photos and stuff, but if you want to help spread the word on what's going on down here, that'll be very vitally helpful for everybody involved. And everything is getting retweeted on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. That's my handle. And once again, in just the course of a couple of hours together, we've accumulated $100,000 for immediate help. And we've already got people on the ground there ready to go. And we'll probably team up with a couple nonprofits to get a massive amount of volunteers to help distribute the resources in whatever way. I don't know exactly what we're going to do. Like I have to have a big roundtable meetings as soon as the stream is over. But we're going to do something. We're going to make you proud of being a member of the Y'all Squad. I promise. I just hope we're done. I hope we're done. I hope we don't have any more daggone tornadoes tonight. I'm done. We do have severe weather continuing to move through southern Kentucky into middle Tennessee. Nashville, the storm's past you now. Murfreesboro, it's past you now. Now it's moving towards Cookeville, where we got a 60-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm moving your way. Shelbyville, Fayetteville, you're going to get some heavy rain and some gusty winds. We do have a tornado warning for Athens and a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're in Ardmore, Harvest, Moores Hill, Fayetteville over here between the border of Alabama and Tennessee, get ready. Strong storm on the way. And then our destructive tornado has dissipated, okay? We no longer have a tornado on the ground, but we still have a pretty dangerous situation here for Hamilton and Hackleburg with a severe thunderstorm that could produce a new tornado at any time. So we need you to get to shelter right now. And hopefully that'll be the last couple of tornado warnings of the night. We can hope to goodness. And there you go. The number is officially over $100,000. That is nuts, y'all. And once again, if you're curious on how you can add to that, our website, we normally do like merch on there, but right now we've got a sticker. You can pick your price, and every single dime of money from that purchase is going to go towards our efforts to help these people out.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we got a new tornado warning for Franklin County, Alabama.
It's way possible we need to get these roads shut down. We got a bunch of sightseers coming out.
PDS thunderstorm warning for Marion County AL.
And we got a PDS thunderstorm warning for Marion County. That's new.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow. Okay, so a PDS severe thunderstorm warning is not too different from a tornado warning. We believe that there's a severe thunderstorm here in Hamilton that's going to move into Pea Ridge, Pikeville, Bryn, and Haleyville in Alabama, and this is capable of producing 80-mile-per-hour winds. So that's a destructive severe thunderstorm moving in.
We're fixing to have to go on foot. Radios have gotten wet, so I don't have, we're probably not going to have much communication. We're trying to make our way to Stevens Street. That's good. 3327, fire one. Right across.
Are the storms headed to Sevierville, Tennessee? Yes, but they'll be a lot weaker by the time they get there.
Vehicles off the road that's hit the tree out here, the crossing out here, way high of the road, and Highway 278. 278 is blocked. Can I get in Amory?
278 is blocked in Amory.
Off the road and one under a tree. 37 into one, I fire one. That's good. Go ahead, 37. And send an engine one back to the station. We're at I can't even tell you where we're at. We've got somebody calling for help trapped in the building. We're trying to get in. I'm sending engine one back to get the Ranger so we can get around. That's good.
It's heartbreaking to listen to this, too, because this is such a small town. We're hearing the conversation between probably a small fire department, maybe even a volunteer fire department of a couple of people who are trying to scrounge together resources to do search and rescue. You hear them saying, we're going to go back and get the Ranger so we can get around this road. And hopefully there's going to be a mass pouring in of additional help to this area as well, like we saw in western Mississippi. So once again, Amory, everybody that can help, that's trained to help in and around Amory, please go do so. These guys need your help. Yeah, we still got tornado warnings out here. We've got Hackleburg and Phil Campbell, both under tornado warnings. But I don't want you guys to be. I don't want you to be too worried about what's going on here because the rotation has died down a whole lot. We definitely want you in your safe spot in Hackleburg, Phil Campbell, and Russellville in Alabama. But I'm hoping that things are going to start downtrending here significantly. I still got that big, strong line of storms moving through Middle Tennessee, though. Not a lot of tornado threat here. But Cookeville, you're getting ready to get in on some 60-mile-an-hour winds here soon.
We got multiple gas leaks all through town. Might be a good idea to contact that motion stickers anyway. They could possibly shut down like a main line or something like that.
It's possible that this tornado, the first one, the big one that went through Rolling Springs and Silver City, it's possible that was on the ground for 100 miles straight. $100 miles, yeah. The tornado touched down in western Mississippi right after it got past the Mississippi River. It was on the ground for potentially 100 miles or more. It lifted briefly, got back down on the ground for another 30 miles, lifted for, 50 miles or so, and then hit the ground again near Amory and was on the ground for 20 miles or so up towards Smithville. So this supercell, this storm system crossed the entire state of Mississippi, dropping 3 or 4 tornadoes that caused significant damage. Literally, there are multiple cities in Mississippi tonight that will never be the same again because of this terrible tornado situation. Where's the tornado now? It is not. It doesn't exist. The tornado has lifted, and we're hoping that it stays that way. We have the same storm that's still out there that could produce another tornado for Franklin and Marion counties and Lauderdale and Limestone counties in Alabama. And we want you guys to be in your safe spots there. But as soon as those warnings are allowed to expire, which hopefully is soon, we won't, hopefully we won't have to worry about any more of that. We're starting to hear reports now from Amory. There's a report of a car in a tree, and that's in Amory. That's coming from the fire department there.
Go ahead, Amory Fire. 911, I need you to get atmosphere ASAP and see if they can shut down a main line or something. We got multiple gas leaks, and we just need to see if we can get out of here ASAP.
10-4.
Yeah, the severe weather situation is going to continue for quite a little bit. I think that we're going to have severe warnings and everything all the way through 3, 4, 5 a.m. through East Tennessee, Alabama, into Georgia. But the tornado threat is going to significantly start to go down from this moment on. Once again, I am retweeting so much stuff. Once again, on Twitter, at Ryan Hall, y'all. I can't show it on the stream because copyright. But go to Twitter and just look at some of the stuff. Help us share it. Get the word out about how bad the situation is down here. Also getting a report of multiple gas leaks in Amory.
106, fire 1. Go ahead, 106. I've made it to my house. I'm about to leave.
Is that destructive storm down in Marion heading up towards Florence? No, it's not. Florence, actually, the worst of this is past you now, so you're good. The next in line for some strong storms is going to be Ardmore, Elkmont, and Athens, and then we've got to worry about Haleyville, all the way down to Brilliant in Alabama here, and then this line's going to cause some problems all the way down towards Starkville, Columbus. Might even see a flash flooding situation try to unfold back here if there's some training thunderstorms. All right, can we get Adair in one?
Amory Community Center due to a power line that is down.
Copy 911, no injuries.
A lot of people are sending me like traffic cams in Amory. I doubt that that's going to be very helpful. I doubt the power's even on.
Copy, thank you, sir.
I got a report coming in. People are trapped in the Amory Community Center due to a power line being down.
Male and female stuck in a trailer due to a tree falling at 1075 Avenue.
Copy. on that gas leak. There's multiple gas leaks. I will try to get a better thing, but there's multiple all over the city. 37 got a gas leak here. Takes on 2. Copy, propane or gasoline? Engine 2, 911.
Engine 2.
Where was the elderly couple?
Can you repeat your traffic?
Where was the elderly couple trapped at?
Yeah, this is once again just reading some updates here from some of the other people that are keeping an eye on this situation. And it's all bad. I think Rolling Forks, Mississippi, that area definitely got the worst of it on that side of Mississippi. And then Amory, from what I can tell so far, looks to also be a very significantly hit, maybe even at the same level of Rolling Forks.
Yeah, bro. Days. Go ahead. If I do with a gas leak at the West Amory School.
Gas leak at the North Amory School.
Howdy, 909. Anybody? Amory Hard. Go ahead. Be advised, if anybody wants to, that's close to my residence, I'm fixing to load a skid steer. I have a tractor sitting here full of fuel. If anybody can get on it and come. Copy. Who must be with?
All right, once again, we're listening into the Amory Fire Department on the scanner, and then the video that you're seeing above my head. This is Brett Adair, who is in Humphreys County, Mississippi. This is where the big tornado hit near Rolling Forks earlier. I think I probably said that wrong a million times. But that's where Brett Adair is right now. Sorry, he's actually still in Silver City. He's still in Silver City. So we're seeing a mass response of emergency people to these places, which is great. A lot of these towns are very small, extremely small. So right in the immediate aftermath, they had like one fire engine and a bunch of, people that were trying to help, a bunch of storm chasers. But now it seems like definitely everybody's getting the help that they need as far as like a search and rescue and a first responder level. Now it turns into more sustained help, right? There's people that are going to need a lot of help getting back on their feet after the wounds heal even. And yeah, super huge shout out to everybody that's supported in any way tonight. You guys are awesome.
Amory Fire. Amory Fire, Atmos has been contacted for the gas leak on 6th Street North. We just had another one on 110th Street North. They've been notified of that one as well.
I don't think that we've seen any pictures or videos out of Amory yet, but just what we're hearing is crazy.
Caller advised 805 Walnut Street. There are no injuries, just they are trapped inside the residence.
Sorry, one back. Go ahead, mate. We have one car stuck under the underpass on 278. Copy 31, that's stuck in the water. Is anybody in the car? That's right, they're stuck in the water. We're making our way down there now. Copy, did you make it to E Avenue?
Trying to listen in to some of the communications there, trying to figure out what's going on. It sounds like there's just on the north side of Amory, there's a significant amount of damage, and they're having a real hard time of trying to deal with that. Hopefully, there's a huge influx of emergency responders on the way to help with that as well. And we are down to 2 total tornado warnings, both associated with our storm that is really falling apart here. Phil Campbell, you're still under a tornado warning, but that'll be allowed to expire here soon. Stay in your safe spots for the next 35, 40 minutes, and we should be able to get out of this thing and be done with it, hopefully.
Amory Fire 911 copy.
Fire 1, Avenue.
Fire 1.
Man, if you will, go ahead and dispatch whatever you need to dispatch through me. I'm going to dispatch it through Amory.
I'm also reading through some of these damage reports coming in from other storm chasers.
10-4 Fire 1, I'm going to try to get you a list triaged with injuries first, and then...
And I've got a feeling there's going to be a lot of crazy stories coming out of this situation tonight.
Fire 1, let me know when you're ready to copy, and I'll start.
The risk for tornadoes continues, but will gradually lessen through 2 to 3 a.m. CDT, while the potential for damaging wind gusts continue. So that's the story for the rest of the night. The tornado threat is going to die down a little bit. But the damaging wind threat is going to continue all throughout the night.
Complaining of an injury to his arm.
I am hearing reports that all of our storm chasers, or at least the ones that we were able to help, they're in their hotel rooms and like they're letting the professionals do their job with the immediate relief there in Alabama. Obviously. They already acted as ambulances and took people to the hospital and helped people right after the tornado hit. But tomorrow, we're all going to work together on coming up with a plan on how we're going to do something big. I still don't know what it is. I've got, like a million group texts here with a bunch of nonprofits and people who have ideas. And yeah, we're just going to make sure that we... everything goes as far as possible to help as many people as possible. We're in an unbelievable position here to change a lot of lives thanks to y'all. So I hate to just keep saying that, but seriously, like the outpouring of support has been kind of overwhelming, and I appreciate it so much. And hallelujah, the last tornado warning
at least of the current batch, was just allowed to expire. So, guys, we have no more tornado warnings right now. That'll probably change, but give yourselves a break. Give yourselves a breather. I know a lot of people are probably, I mean, this has been a rough night for everybody involved, but take a break from this. Go get a drink of water or something, especially if you're just watching from outside looking in. This is very, disturbing stuff. It's going to be all right. The tornado threat is going to get less and less as we go through the overnight period. There will be more tornadoes, more tornado warnings, I should say. But the big monster tornado threat is over for now. Okay. And we're transitioning into a regular springtime damaging wind, squall line, severe weather event for the rest of Tennessee and portions of northern Alabama and Georgia. And God, seriously, thanks for all the support, and thanks for sharing the stream today. I've got a feeling that one of the reasons why there was such a fast and incredibly significant outpouring of support and response to these these places that needed it, it was because of you guys and our ability to very rapidly get the word out there. We had 70,000 people watching whenever they requested help. So, I think that you guys helped out a lot with that. I appreciate every single one of you. And so do the people in these towns, I'm sure.
That way we know what areas are being covered. I know there's multiple reports coming in. We can see where those are, they start coming in. But let's get personnel in areas so we can organize this. Sir, that's what we're working on. I think 2 or 3 come by the station. That's where they're heading now. That's copy. I'm making my way back to you.
Yeah, the communications you hear in the background, that's the Amory Fire Department. We're still listening in to see what the latest information. Obviously, it's all bad, but we're just trying to see if there's anything else going on there. Any news?
If you could grab me a couple of mics or something like that. These radios are so wet I can't hear much traffic.
And one of the things that we have to watch out for now are QLCS tornadoes. Look at this. See this? No tornado warning. But see that? That's a nadir. That's a tornado right there near Bear Creek, Alabama. This is just south of Phil Campbell. So this is where it gets tricky. I don't think we're going to see any more big bad tornadoes. But guess what? You don't need big bad tornadoes to produce damage and ruin your day. And whenever we start to see all these storms kind of smash together and we got a bunch of differing wind directions just all sloshing together, you can very commonly get these little spin up tornadoes that go unnoticed. But right there it is. No warning for this, but just near Bear Creek, Alabama, you got a tornado here. And that's it's gonna move to the east. I don't know if there's anything over there though. Let me see. This is south of Phil Campbell. Yeah, so the tornado's near Bear Creek. It's going to go over towards Martintown and Center if it lasts that long. But a lot of times these don't last that long. So yeah, unwarned, no warning. But that's a tornado getting ready to go to the east of Bear Creek. And that's kind of what I'm talking about, where the severe weather situation is going to continue to persist overnight. But it's not going to be like it was earlier, but it's still something that you need to be aware of. You need to be hyper vigilant and ready all the way to Decatur, Alabama, Coleman, Double Springs, Moulton. All you guys got to watch this very closely, as there will be several little instances where a tornado pops up and then boop, goes away. producing damage. And whether it's a EF5 or an EF1, if it comes down your street, you know, it's gonna be a very impactful to you. So keep that in mind.
I've got a report of 2 more gas leaks that I'm going to report to Atmos at this time on Annabelle Cove and 113th Street.
Copy 911. Do we know if there's any injuries on 209 5th Street North?
Negative. The neighbor called and saw the tree on the house and thought that someone was inside, but they haven't been inside yet or to check.
There's also been a significant flash flooding situation unfold tonight. So far as fatalities and casualties go, we've had 1 confirmed tornadic-related death. Unfortunately, we do expect that number to go up. But we've also had 2 confirmed flooding-related passings as well. So the flooding threat is also going to continue into the night. Is it rare to see tornadoes this late at night? No, not really. Not really. A lot of times the worst tornadoes happen at night because there's a lot of times right when the sun starts to set, you get a big increase in the lower level jet that can help intensify tornadoes. And then also a lot of what we consider the worst tornadoes are the ones that injure and hurt the most people. And a lot of times at night, people are asleep and they're unaware of an incoming tornado, and that leads to more injuries and stuff. So, yeah, nighttime tornadoes are not uncommon, and they're actually a lot more dangerous than daytime tornadoes.
Amory 146, fire 1. Yeah. Sir, did I copy the command's going to be set up at Pikeville parking lot? That's copy. Copy, I'm here at this moment.
Sorry, I'm being quiet again. I'm reading. There's so many like different channels of messages that I'm a part of during events like this, and I'm like just catching up on everything that's going on. There's a lot of stuff happening in the background where we've already got plans in motion to start, you know, the recovery effort here. So lots of things happening. Still got ongoing severe weather all up and down Middle Tennessee, down into Alabama and Mississippi. And it's going to continue through the night. But I don't think that I don't think we're going to see any more big time tornadoes. You know what I'm saying? I think that part of the outbreak is over. Thank goodness. Major shout out to Veda and everybody. There's so many people that contributed large sums today that I didn't get to shout out because we were busy, but you were involved in this at all today. Thank you for being here. Thanks for liking the stream, sharing it. And especially thanks to everybody that's helped us put together the resources that we have is honestly going to make a huge difference down here. I don't think anybody understands how much an immediate access to $100,000 plus dollars is how much that's going to affect or help these small towns. It's unheard of. And that's all because of y'all. So thank you so much. I'm I'm going to start winding down the stream. I'm going to keep this going for a little while just in case something tries to spark back up. But I think it's in our best interest to try to get some rest tonight so we can get to work on what we're going to be doing tomorrow. Hope you guys understand. I would love to be here 24/7 doing the weather. But we got to, we got to do some stuff. But we're going to wait around just a little bit just to make sure that no last minute big things pop out at us that we're going to miss. Obviously, there's a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings all up and down this line. But they're all, they're considerable at this moment. There's one considerable, and the rest of them are regular severe thunderstorm warnings, I should say. Is Cincinnati good? Yeah, it's going to rain some. It's going to rain some. Take another drink of water. You got it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's what we were waiting for. We're going to take a look at it. If it's not, if this is a precautionary kind of warning, we're not going to stick with it all night. Because once again, these are going to happen. Okay, these are going to happen all night long. Even when I quit my live stream, there are going to be more tornado
warning has been issued.
But they're not of the same caliber of the ones back here. That doesn't mean that you should ignore them. Like if you're in Fayetteville, Tennessee, you got to get to shelter. If you're in Mulberry, Lynchburg, or Moore County, Tennessee, you got to get to shelter. This is a pretty concerning area of rotation here. I'm definitely going to stick around and see what the next couple of frames look like. Because that might be like a developing tornado heading towards Fayetteville, Tennessee. So that's really unfortunate. If you live in Fayetteville, Tennessee, make sure you're taking shelter, or anywhere in Franklin, Lincoln, or Moore County in Tennessee, you got to take shelter. And there's a new severe thunderstorm watch for Knoxville, Athens, and Chattanooga, and then Dalton, Calhoun, and Cartersville in Georgia. And the latest scan here, I mean, that's... Eesh. That doesn't look good. Fayetteville, get to shelter now. This might try to do something nasty here right over the town up towards Mulberry. This is the kind of storm that likely won't produce a long track tornado, but this is kind of like everything's coming together, produce a very powerful short track tornado, I guess, right here around Fayetteville, Tennessee. So hopefully everybody in this area is aware of the situation and taking shelter.
Do y'all know a road that's open to the water plant over there? Is MLK open?
Yeah, it's got pretty strong rotation on it.
I mean, it's just going to be a time to get all the way through there.
Continuing to hear scanner reports of entrapment and unavailability to find victims in the Amory area per the police scanner. No good news coming out of Amory, that's for sure. So we're gonna keep checking in with them. If you're just now tuning in, this is not over yet. We've got a developing tornado right over the town of Fayetteville, Tennessee. I'm not certain that this is down, but it very well could be or about to be in Fayetteville, and it's going to continue to go to the north and east. Next in line is going to be Crescent, and then the Highway 50 corridor between Mimosa and Mulberry here. If you're in any of those places in Tennessee, take shelter now. Oof. Something's definitely going on there. Oh my goodness. Koga. One of our viewers here says they sent this in a few minutes ago. I can't believe we didn't see that. I live in Amory, 3rd Street North. This is around my house. So this is somebody that was watching the stream. Because we weren't able to get to a shelter in time. I braved it out in this old house. The winds were wild, and the metal roofing around us sounded like soda cans. The doors inside my house blew open. Wow. Oh my God. Well, I'm super happy you're okay. Wow. So happy you're okay. All right, so back to the Fayetteville storm here. It's hard to tell what's going on. I know a lot of people are asking about this. This could be a correlation, a coefficient drop, meaning that there's a tornado down here. However, I'm not confident enough to say that. We'll have to wait one more frame, but definitely there could be a tornado right here to the east of Fayetteville, moving towards Douglas. So we've known this. We've been talking about it. If you're in Franklin, Lincoln, or Moore County, Tennessee, please take shelter now. This is a dangerous storm. This is honestly, kind of surprising how much spin we're seeing with this storm this far north in the line. A little bit unexpected, but not out of the ordinary. That's where the tornado's trying to form right now, if it hasn't already. So that CC drop has dissipated a little bit. I'm still concerned about this. There's something going on right there and right here. There's two areas of rotation that are concerning, and this is moving towards Mulberry now, and then Lynchburg, Moore County. Everybody needs to stay in their safe spots. It doesn't look like there's a big tornado here, but there's something, little spin up trying to happen, and it's probably going to happen somewhere between where it is now in Gettystown and Liberty Hill. So take shelter down here. Just waiting on radar updates at this point. No big updates to what's going on here. This is just a big rotating storm. Even without a tornado in here, we're definitely going to see strong winds all the way through the warning zone, possibly damaging winds even. Aiden, what a night. Yeah, absolutely. It's been a long night. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm a little drained. That can definitely take it out of you. We ain't gonna. I'm not gonna call it a night though until there's no more direct threats. Obviously, the severe weather threat's going to last well into the night, even after I end the stream. But want to relay the warnings as much as possible here because I know we got a large audience. A lot of people are depending on the stream. And I appreciate y'all, and we take that responsibility seriously if you can't tell. Emergency services are reporting some damage in the Fayetteville area. So not certain if there was a tornado that went through there, but definitely some strong winds at the very least. Once again, I am retweeting a plethora
of photos and videos of the Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Amory, and Smithville tornadoes, all of them, Silver City, sorry. There's a lot of it out there now. So if you want to see that, it's on Twitter at Ryan Hall Yelp. And if you want to help me share it so that we raise awareness,
Ryan, you got a copy
for what's going on out here, that would be great. Meteorologist Andy Hill. Let's see what's up with him. Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
All right, I'm watching an area that's come together rather rapidly near Rynn, Alabama. It's going to track to the south, just south of Decatur, Alabama. You can play a few frames of radar data there and see what I'm talking about there. That rotation's wrapped up there and may impact Hartselle and Flint City. So if a tornado warning is issued for those areas, I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. Thank you very much, Andy, for chiming in and bringing our attention over here. And this is another area of concern now south of Moulton near Pinhook. We got some rotation coming together south and west of Decatur. Likely we'll see a tornado warning for Pumpkin Center and Danville here soon. So we're going to watch that very closely. Thank you, Andy. So now we've got two areas of concern. This one up here in Tennessee looks a little bit worse than the one down south, but the one down south is rapidly, the situation is deteriorating there. So we'll see that. We'll see that come through. We'll see that probably get worse with time. Can you put Clement in one, Carly? So much information still pouring in, even from Rolling Forks. We're still learning new information about that storm that happened. What was that, 4 hours ago now? So it's hard telling what and all we're going to hear about Amory as that situation continues to unfold. Yeah, and we're continuing to watch this area of rotation here south of Decatur as well. Still no warning, but that warrants a warning more than likely if it continues to get stronger and more condensed. Rotation track of the supercell that produced a large, intense tornado that hit at least 3 towns in Mississippi tonight: Rolling Fork, Silver City, and Winona. The strong rotation has lasted for at least 100 miles, and it's going strong. This was posted at 10:59, so
This rotation led up a little bit after Winona and then started back, and it's still going on now all the way up here towards Decatur, Alabama. This is a long track rotating system. So that's nuts. Unconfirmed reports now, but from a pretty credible source, saying that Sharkey County coroner is reporting 7 fatalities now. So that's unfortunate. And we're still in the beginning phases of this, so that number's probably going to increase. Sharkey County coroner, 7 confirmed dead. And that's just Sharkey County, which I do think that it was probably one of the harder hit areas.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
New tornado watch is for northern Mississippi. I'm sorry, northern Alabama and southern Tennessee. Very small chunk of it here. It's just highlighting the final progression of this area of rotating storms. I really don't think that we're going to have too much problems for the rest of the night with like big time tornadoes. We've got these two kinks in the line here that we're watching closely. How long are you going tonight?
I'm not sure. I think that this, as long as these areas of concern are like continuing to rotate, that I'll be on for maybe another 30, 45 minutes. So I can support whatever. I'm also not very tired. I've got a lot of adrenaline, as you can imagine, after a day like this and what we've been able to do. So that's so hopefully I can go a little longer to help a lot of people out.
Okay, so guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to end my stream and I'm going to get to work on figuring out what we're going to do with this $110,000 that we're going to utilize to go help people down here in Mississippi. We've got people already on the ground. We're in talks with multiple nonprofits and emergency managers. We're going to make something happen. We're going to change some lives. We're hopefully going to make this situation just a little bit less bad with the ways that we can. And that's all thanks to you. Once again, thanks to everybody that's supported in any way, shape, or form. You know, we're even going to add to that. There's more than just that number that you see on the screen there that we'll have in our wheelhouse. And once again, it's all thanks to you. So thank you for everything. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to help people and to have a platform to even do it in the first place. My thoughts are with everybody affected tonight. Once again, lots of people in Mississippi are homeless or hurting or not only are dealing with the loss of their personal property and their homes, but family members and loved ones. The death toll will probably be much higher tomorrow than what we've heard about tonight. The goal is now to just make it the least painful situation as possible for the people involved. And just keep looking forward.
So yeah, thank you guys. I'm gonna get I'm gonna get with some of the team members and talk to them, and I'm gonna get some rest tonight. And I will see you all soon. Please follow me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, everywhere. Of course, subscribe to this channel if you want consistent updates on our relief efforts. We're gonna document it all. Okay. Oh, and okay, real quick before I go, everybody quit leaving. I need you guys to go to Andy's channel now. If you guys want to continue watching the weather tonight, right? Like I'm leaving, but Andy's still up. Andy's still streaming. Meteorologist Andy Hill on YouTube. All right, I'm posting the link to his stream in the chat, and the mods are going to do that too. So if you want to keep watching the weather tonight, go to Andy. He's going for the next 30, 45 minutes or so. And make sure you subscribe to him. Let's rate him. Let's get. He's got 1,000 people watching right now.
A new tornado warning.
Get him up to 10,000 real quick, and subscribe to his channel as well. And he'll keep you updated as I start thinking about this other stuff that we've got going on. And we just got a new tornado warning. He's going to tell you all about that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
He's going to tell you all about that. Okay, guys, thank you so much. I will see you in the next one. Goodbye.
A new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued.